还不是时候。所有人都在回归黑暗。还在积蓄力量。复制。现在不是犯人。还在积蓄力量。就这么。
Last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate is for mortals. Only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. I cannot Fate is for mortals, only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot
Danger lies at every turn. Treasure, secrets, destiny. Everything lost is meant to be found.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to J-Cup. We are finally here in China. I'm Dunkin' Donuts, joined by my good friend Raven, and we're here to talk to you briefly a little bit about the upcoming group stage. And now across the seas from EU, bringing along Taki and Yak, a lot of faces who haven't been here before. And I've certainly got a little bit of skin in the game with Taki. You know, I bet on him to make it to finals because we got to support good friends. It's always the case, isn't it? No matter what. But he doesn't have all that much experience, as do quite a few players who've turned up for this year. However, those who do have experience, who are coming back, you know, Tryhard, Hypernova, they're gonna be you know, a little bit more comfortable stepping into this stage and this environment. And well, what do you think about that? How do you think, how locked in is Tryhard at the moment, do you reckon?
I think this year, BWG's Tryhard, our brother, he's going to be representing well this year. Doesn't have a team behind him, but he has a team of us supporting him in solos. He had a top 3 finish or top 4 finish before. He wants to do it again. But the other NA players miss you. It's been 2 years trying to get here. He's finally here. Cinderella story, able to clutch up and come back like Hypernova. He's been so close to finals. He's finally having another chance. I think he's going to make it through this time. And like you were saying, the EU brothers, Taki, yeah, first time here, getting to feel the CN side, but the CN side, the new phasing, the rules, Mike, Spider, they've been duking it out this whole year. Spider has a close edge, but Mike looks mortal for the first time this year. 225, he broke the curse. The new blood versus Star. Wufan, finally showing up big, showing us that the skill level is closing even in the CN side. So I would say this year, the Vietnamese teams showed up big as well, getting a chance to study the CN side, showing what Vietnam has to offer. And I think this year, ladies and gentlemen, out of all the years, you can't predict who's going to be winning this one. It's going to be an exciting time. Make sure to tune in for this year's J-Cup group play.
My name is Tryhard. I come from the NA region. I originally grew up in New Jersey of the United States. Obviously, my last year's performance was, to be honest, lackluster.
Tryhard needs to go down and make something happen. Akuma is up above everybody, holding on for dear life. Tryhard eats a huge hit coming in from Hadian.
I would say to all those people who question me, I used to care a lot more about people like theirs opinions, if that makes sense. But I feel like, you know, a lot of people really don't see everything outside of the game. They kind of only see when you compete. They have no idea what else is going on in your life. And you know, that by no means is that you know, making excuses. But I feel like this year I've come a lot more prepared, not only outside the game or inside the game, but outside the game as well. And I'm excited to just play and let my results speak for themselves. I think my main adjustment this year for the upcoming group stage is mainly just focusing on like keeping a positive mind. You know, if you watch MEPL, if you watch the bi-weeklies, if you watch all the finals, you know, when people are having the worst games, they still find a way to win. And I think that's something I failed to recognize last year and something that I will definitely not fail to recognize again this year. I think something that I've improved a lot on from the previous years in terms of like my combat and strategy is definitely my choices of what heroes I decide to play during each match. I feel like that's because last year the new phasing system was introduced. It was definitely very complicated, and I feel like the people who adapted on the spot, you know, found a lot of success. But now that I've had over a year to kind of digest that new system, I found a lot of success in myself while using it, and I feel like I can translate that into the group stage as well. Those wondering what I have to say to the people who have questioned me, maybe the past year or the year before, I just really don't care. You guys are all just noise, and I'm not listening to it. So after returning to, you know, doing a whole new process of going through J-Cup again and returning to the group stage, I have not set any new goals for myself. I feel like I've always set the highest possible goal, which is winning. That's something I've always been focused on. And I feel like if you aren't setting that highest goal for yourself, if your goal is not to win, then you're really here for no reason.
What's past is prologue.
He's on 5 eliminations, he goes to 6, and he takes his first MVP of the final.
After J-Cup last year, I joined the MBPL competition, which has brought me a lot of experience. And now, it's time for me to prove myself again.
我相信在今年的2024的 J-Cup 每位选手都会不留遗憾，战至主张。
This is a stage where the strongest gather, and my goal has always been winning.
Mon but pour le groupe stage serait de se qualifier.
Tôi muốn chứng minh với thế giới này rằng tôi cũng không kém cạnh gì so với những tuyển thủ NBPL.
你们准备好了吗？
来到了我们今天，确实也只能说是风云变幻莫测，很多的这个星星冉冉升起之后，想与日月同辉了。
和去年相比，今年节杯有很多变化。一个时代的落幕，也意味着一个新的时代的开始。而我会在新的开始弥补所有遗憾。
第二股能够做到，他相信自己，他要的不是新人，而是那个王。他被阿雅打下这个分数，阿雅的分数。
2个星期前，我离联赛冠军只有1步之遥。长江后浪推前浪，这次我会更进一步。
我想在世界赛的舞台上击败所有人，那我才可以说，我就是未来。
每个人都在说，时代已经变了。
历史有胜利者书写，赢下我们，才能开创新的时代。
书写历史的笔，该还给我了。
凡是过往，皆为序章。我的小说还没有结束。
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the third day overall for the group stage, but the second day of solo groups. I am Dunkin' Donuts and I'm joined by Mastermind himself, Serve. Hey, it's great to be here yet again. Very exciting times. You know, today it is make or break for quite a few players as it is already their second day playing in the groups to try and qualify for the finals here at J-Cup.
Yeah, taking in players that were able to play the day one, such as from Team SS1's Paste, but also OUG Mike, and then taking into the other players such as BWG Tryhard, and just seeing how the performance has gone through. First day being able to see what the players have been cooking up since the CN mainland qualifiers up into this stage. Now, obviously, a lot of tensions are high right now. Getting to top 12, that is the goal right now. A lot of these players know that top 12 is that cutoff line, and some players have a chance of going through. We're going to see some highlights brought to you from that day one experience. If you didn't check it out, don't miss this.
Well here, making it extremely difficult for Pace to actually find all that much damage and threaten a focus attack in the situation, as it will simply block it all. But Pace, he's getting cooked here. The damage, the fire damage, the combo break coming through from the Huddy, the combo break from the Valder as well. Arano, both of them are 1 HP situation. Who's coming out on top? Oh my goodness, and it's Arano! It's in comparison to the normal P1 where you have 3 dashes, but able to get a third. Disengaging, but Taki now looking to try and chase him down, biting off a little bit more than he can chew perhaps, getting caught with the weapon swap, and Taki just getting read like a book here on the disengage. Yeah, what's going on here? T25 getting a very oogly indeed, setting out these focus attacks, doing quite a lot of damage, but it looks as though Spider is very ready to take him down. Oh my goodness, but he's in a position right now, but it is looking rather even. But as I say that, Pace sending out a rather aggressive blue focus. Does get parried. The sap from Mike going out, and yet again another parry.
He can take the pressure on. Looks at a parry as the horizontal gets released, and Mike throws it again. The box kick comes in the clutch. Mike looks to try to go for the R&B stagger and waiting for the blue focus to come out into his favor. Goes for Dragon Slayer. Everyone from start comes out, and Mike looks to try to hold it out again. Now blue focus gets parried. There's a sap hit, and one R&B. Mike takes the victory in his stead, and getting that Rummy Yang kill.
Balda, combo break gonna come out, not gonna connect with the bubbles. Arana gonna go for a ride. Pace with the raw dragon, gonna get the upper. Does he get the follow-up? He does time it perfectly. 2-1-1's gonna come out, and EWG's Arana was gonna fall.
That was a crazy fight, especially the first one that we saw, EWG Arana against Pace.
Yeah.
It was in the first round coming through yesterday for day one solos. And just seeing how closely tied, you see how close, how low the HP threshold was and coming out on top. And then seeing how much that Justina has been able to showcase, you know, the skill checks in terms of everything, and seeing how strong she's able to come through. But just like Justina, just like how we saw with Hadi, and even seeing Valda, we do have new heroes on the horizon to be played that we saw.
We certainly do, Serve. Syra has come onto the scene rather explosively. As you can see, taking a look at these stats, it's quite a lot of damage, it's quite a lot of kills. Quite a few players have chosen to play her, as you can probably imagine why. You know, she, well, at first, when she first released, she wasn't in the best spot, or at least a lot of players, a lot of people didn't think that she was worth playing, especially not in solos, not in trios or anything like that. But then, hotfix day afterwards, she received another buff in the patch after her release, and she's definitely, I mean, I have to say, I saw it and I knew that this character, as long as you cannot run away from her, she is going to be so difficult to deal with. And they essentially just full buffed her mobility, her movement speed, the gliding speed, the dodges, all of that, the stamina regeneration, and now she's an absolute menace to deal with.
Yeah. Not only to that extension, right? Her neighbors got changes coming through, because you got to understand that once she came through and started out here, a lot of changes occurred for her over the course of these patches. And the 14th of November patch really sealed the deal. One of the changes, we've seen a slightly delay the moment when Sierra can be interrupted while firing the light beam. They accelerated the starting moves for the ultimates, Light's Mercy, and her second variation. And then seeing how that dodge performance has changed. While using the ultimate, it increases both that dodge distance and the drift speed. And we've seen adjustments to that health bar going up from 1500 into solos and duos, but for trios, 1800. And then seeing her second variation ultimate, Light's Mercy Field, going from 1200 to solos and duos to 1500 in trios. Now, seeing how between both variations of the ultimate have been procured, V1 and V2, we've been seeing V1 being used in solos, most definitely going to be the same case scenario. It's 16 seconds as long as you can try to keep yourself kiting through.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely solos, definitely for solos, I think, V1. V1, it gives you that extra time, as you just said, and it gives you that big shield, which can be very important in those endgame situations when you're trying to contest a character like Valda, who's trying to win that heal-off situation and be the last person standing. But it is extremely hard to deal with. We've had lots of players voice their opinion that Syra is invincible, unstoppable, and just so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and you know, solos players coming through here today, one of the first solos players that were actually able to take a look and seeing. I know everyone from the NA side, everyone from the C side knows the player coming out, Alliance's Frostivus. Man of the hour, you know. Man's been able to play throughout the time in terms of this past season and making it through for day one, for seeing how the players are going through, and then making it now for the first time playing in this scenario for day two. Seeing how well she's performed, he's got a lot on his plate in terms of understanding what's going to be coming through the case scenario, because we've seen his performance coming through from the spring season, then shifting over to summer season, him trying to see about the changes going into now. It's kind of to see what he has in terms of insights about that, but more importantly, just seeing him make it into the MVPL stage. It's kind of it's a good thing to see, especially coming out from NA.
Absolutely. He jumped around. He was all over the place. He played in C, he played in NA, he went always back and forth. And he's definitely made a name for himself across the board. And then coming to NBPL, he's definitely continued to do so. And we're going to hear from the man himself in a short video, so we'll be right back.
I am Frostivus and I play for Team Alliance. One of the unforgettable experience is when I win the Asian Challenge, and then the next year I won the Morris Cup, and then they call me the first international champion. In the spring is my first season for NBPL, is when I first transferred. My expectations was to at least get top 5 in the grand finals, but at the end I got 8th place. And so going into the summer season, I was just going to try my best and see how I do. But as it turns out, with the different scoring format, I didn't do quite as well compared to the spring season, and I ended up not qualifying for a lot of the bi-weekly finals. Technically, I could go back to Southeast Asia and compete in the J-Cup qualifier there, which is easier, but I felt like if I stay there, I feel like the game will be too easy. It will be quite boring for me. So my goal was to transfer to NBPL because that is the highest level of competition for the game. I always look at their winning perspective. Like in Bilibili, there are videos where the players who won the tournament or like each game are posted on the website, and then I just look at them and try to see what they do differently compared to me, and then try to apply it myself on the next tournaments. During the day of the qualifier, on the last day, I didn't get any sleep. I think it's because I was too nervous and excited, I guess. I was too tired, but I was also happy. I still make it to J-Cup. Kicked one of the emperors, they call it in China, which is DRG. I think of myself as always good under pressure. I think I can manage the pressure quite easily. For my own goals, I would try to at least get top 5, and if I can do that, I would try to maybe be at the same level as Spider and maybe Mike also, because that's also my last year's goal. I go into J-Cup and go into stage, and when they call my name, a lot of people were cheering for me too.
And there you are, words from the man himself, Frostivus. He talks about, performing under pressure, and I think that may be very, it holds true, I believe. At the very beginning, when he first came to NBPL, he was performing a bit better, and I think that was that pressure to perform off the back of J-Cup, coming in to the stage, where it's at, where the best players are, as many of these players have said in their interviews, it's where it goes down. Yeah. And perhaps, that's what he needed, and perhaps going into this J-Cup, that pressure is going to be kicking in, and he might be able to clutch up and do extremely well. But who else is going to be under pressure for sure? And that is Hypernova, who's going to be coming in today for his first day of group stage solos.
Yeah, Light Hypernova making it through here from Team Light, I should say. Hypernova's been getting crazy with it, being recognized and making the J-Cup last year, being able to place just under qualifying in 13th this year. The whole shebang is now in full frontal view. He knows that what he needs to accomplish is not to get into that spot again. He's taken time considerably just to study what's happening in CN, understanding what's going to be the best momentum going forth. It's coming from this first day of playing in his own regard. Now, like we always say, like, day 2 becomes a study ground from day 1 players and seeing what's happened. And we're seeing Light Hypernova taking the chances. We know him for his Justina Classica.
Yeah.
Forcing out in terms of using Justina, who's opting a last round pick coming through. But of course, if he decides to take things into matters in his own hands, if we see him pick it out again, that would be a treat, definitely for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's the thing as well, though, with the phasing, with all of these hero pick rules now, all the changes that have been made over time, he might not be able to get that Justina pick when he wants to. But here is certainly going to be some words of support from the Discord that we've been trying to get you all to join. If you haven't joined already, Dochi saying, Hypernova, you can do it this year without sickness debuff. You'll show what you are capable of. And very supporting words from the fans for Hypernova. And I'm sure if that gets to him, he'll feel a little bit better going into today's games.
Yeah, especially coming in from fans, you know, seeing the support from the audience as well as just the community as a whole. I got another message coming in here though. PB Nash saying NA heart emoji love here. Let's go NA. Let's go. Special shout out to the casters.
Ooh,
Keep being great. I see you, Nash. Yo, dab me up, bro. We're in there, and that's just one of the small snippets. You guys can actually interact with the NARAKA community as a whole. There's a QR code. I pointed it to it earlier. I'm not sure if you have your phone out. Make sure you pull it out, take a little scan, go to the community. It has over 400,000 members currently going through. So I know a lot of players that are already in there, already playing the game, understanding what you can try to do to improve, what you try to do to team up, especially for duos or trios, whether quick match, ranked mode, you know, set up a lobby, things of that nature. You guys have all the expenditures of time with the peeps that you know and love with playing that game called NARAKA BLADEPOINT, baby.
Absolutely. And some of the things you're going to be able to take part in that Discord is some of these events during J-Cup, and one of them is the Honest Comment event, where if you are chosen out of the many that send their comment into the Discord channel, you may be able to get your hands on some of these choice loot boxes so that you can, and these are the ones that you can choose the box that you want out of them, so that perhaps you can finally get your hands on the thing that you've been waiting to get for a very long time. I know both of us have things in loot boxes that we haven't managed to get, sadly. You know, for me, it's a Taka hair. For you, it was the Takeda outfit, wasn't it?
Stag armor.
Yeah, the stag armor. Yeah.
The one fit, man. I wanted that guy. I got Vermilion gown for Justina, but I saw stag armor and I was like, I want that for Takeda. It's been a while from the Lotus chest to be able to find that, but this makes it a little bit easier, a little bit more chances, especially picking up the gacha. You know, the RNG gods on your side. Hopefully to see you guys and getting what you want from those chests. But Day 2 solos is going to commence in just a few bits, so make sure you guys have everything ready. Make sure you join the Discord from earlier if you need help. Chat's going to be able to go for it, but we're going to say goodbye for now, and we're going to be back for you guys when round 1 begins. I think they're looking. I think the mouse, right?
Okay.
The mouse, bro. Oh.
It's okay.
throughout the entirety of the world. My name is Severio, alongside with Dunkin' Donuts, and we got our chances going through here for day 2 solos. Appreciate you guys for being here from the pre-show. We're going right into game 1 for day 2, and a lot of things to expect. If you guys were here earlier, you know we were talking about one of the key players making their way through for the first time playing, Frostivus from Team Alliance, Light, Hypernova from Team Light. Gotta make sure you guys going through Light coming from NA region and making sure he can kind of perform out for his first day playing as a foreigner in the games.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's coming in on the second day of solos, so he did have that first day. The other players were playing the other group, you know, and to sort of analyze or break down what might be going on and what the players who are finding success in those games are managing to do so well that he can then translate into his own game. You know, that was something that Frostivus spoke about in that short video interview that we saw during the pre-show, that he spends a lot of time watching those VODs, those POVs of the players that are doing so well in the NBPL games, so that he can try and see what they're doing differently and attempt to emulate it or incorporate it into his game in some way, shape or form. And you know, speaking of Frostivus, he too is in the same boat. He was not playing on the first day and is going to be coming into this day having had a little bit of time to collect himself and get ready for the games. And I'm excited. Today's make or break is make or break for the first group. You know, Group A with Mike, Tryhard, all those people. It's their last chance.
Yeah. And we got to remember, the moments that happened today and yesterday and the days before, they're in the Discord. You see the chance right there to make sure you guys get a chance of scanning it on your phone to get right into the community server, sharing your moments with the channels to be available, and your messages can be broadcasted here on the live stream. We just had PB Nash, shout out to the casters, you know, making sure they have through, and fans of Light Hypernova coming through into the case scenario for you guys. If you got support lines for Yak from KFL, if you guys are from the EU region, y'all can shoot him up with a message like, I want my boy Yak to succeed after his first day or maybe sure his second day. And of course, rewards are being available for you guys as the rewards are handed out from that chat. So make sure you guys have a chance of finding out the account, and then they'll be able to talk to you about the Twitch rewards as well, Duncan.
Indeed. So you might not be able to get your hands on rewards or things like that from the Discord event, as only a few are chosen, but you can certainly get your hands on these drops, on these Twitch drops, as anyone who has their NARAKA account linked to their Twitch account can get their hands on these goodies. And take a look at these, the avatar, the icon, they're looking very, very nice. I'll definitely be using that one in future. The emote, the little bubble that let me down. It's very good. They always come up with the best emotes. I love it. I love it. But yeah. So make sure you get that done. If you're not sure, go into the top right of your screen if you're watching on Twitch website and click on your icon, and it will give you a drop-down menu that says drops and rewards. Go there and you can monitor your progression and make sure that your account is linked.
Yeah, and if you're on mobile, you have a chance of actually seeing a notification come up. That'll get you directly to the drops menu as well. So make sure if you guys are losing track of it on the mobile, you can do so from there. And going through that into the case scenario, that's just where the community lies in. You know, we have a lot of people in the community that just want the game to go through in terms of watching it, enjoying it, playing it, and just having a good time altogether. I know a lot of players are out there maybe not even sure about where the community is, so if you know anybody that's in that case scenario, don't hesitate to try to invite them throughout the time of playing the game, NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Now for this day though, having the other players in mind, because it's not just, you know, 1 or 2 players. We still have 4 other players having their chances of playing out, right? And I mentioned one of them. KFL's Yak is making their chances of making the play today. SYN or Synergies is Mines coming in from the SEA region, or from the AS region to say. Lobby 28 is D229. Now, we saw Lobby 28 last year coming through here from Solos to Noshi having his option to make it happen. This year, though, D229 putting out the pressure for Lobby 28, this time representing the team again. And he's been having some good games in terms of the scrims. I mean, he actually was able to score high in most days and having to the median score. Having D229 playing out, most likely a one key pick that I saw was his Valda.
Well, I mean, Valda has definitely been a character to watch out for leading up to J-Cup. But as we saw, you know, in the games the other day, Valda, when matched against Syra, has an extremely hard time. You know, in the straight 1v1 matchup where they're in sort of like an enclosed space like the Realm of Yang, it is not an easy task to come out on top as Valda, because as long as the Syra will just chase you down, go point blank, and just throw those orbs on the ground, which stagger you and heal her, which make it so hard to really come back in the fight once you're put in that situation. But here we are. We were just taking a look at the timetable, the calendar for the group stage in the pre-finals, and here taking a look at Changsha, the World Championship. The grand final is going to be taking place on the 14th and the 15th of next month. Very, very exciting. But we have to get through the group stage in the pre-finals first, and we're going to be jumping into game relatively soon, I imagine, but not before we take a look at these total standings.
Yeah, standings at the bottom coming through from Team Fumio Taki having 5 points. BWG's Tryhard in 11th with 6 points. 6.5 for Ares' Misu. Polaris from Team TWSS with 10.7 in 9th place. FPX's Merc taking 15 points into 8th place with OWN Zeldin. He has 17.5. That type of scoring in one day is a very, very good number, especially considering that he will be playing into group C into next day when we get to day 3. But it all comes down towards seeing about the top 12, so he's just making sure the performance stays tidy. Now for Pace, he has 19.5 points. We got TE Star with 19.5 as well, but more kills gives him the lead in that scenario. 24.8 for EWG's Arano in 4th place. YZG's TT25 has 25 points in 3rd place. OUG Mike having 32 in 2nd, but Spider having a monstrous first day of playing, 43.9 points. Now coming into the cycle of the days, Firefly map off the rip, Bedoria Midnight. We're dropping into Holoroth Sunday next. We have Morris Isle midday. We got Bedoria Morning Dew for Game 4, Holoroth Dusk for Game 5, and Morris Isle Night for Game 6. The final 2 maps being Firefly maps, but the first one being the Aggressor.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're going to see those attempted timing attacks happening early on, potentially. You might drop on a Firefly, try and grab as much loot as you possibly can, and make your way over to where you've seen a couple players land together and try and catch them off guard in the middle of a fight. But here we are taking a look at the players that are going to be on stage today in the games. We have Group A and C. So we have half the players that were playing it on the first day, but all of these new players coming in for that second day. And speaking of, here they are, Wufong, Paste, that pinkish hair, sort of grapefruit color. I feel like it's a J-Cup tradition at this point. Quite a few players have done this in the past. They get that colored hair buff. And I mean, maybe it's superstition, who knows, maybe they're being just sort of being told to by their friends to get it done. But oh, look at that, the triple there with Tryhard, Frostivus, and Hypernova all in the room. Just not all that long ago, getting ready to get on stage, and here they are at the PCs, at their desk, at the keyboards, getting ready to go. And I'm so excited, Serv. Let's go.
Oh man, Mike off the rip, man. That mountain's gonna be really hard to climb through. He had a tremendous spring coming through in terms of the season, but summer having a little bit points. Now here is a player I wanted to mention, Wufong. Now he's in a group as being the only CM player besides Frostivus, and one thing that Wufong has done is absolutely kill it this past season. I mean, I'm talking about the way that he's been able to perform, the way that he's been able to react, the way that he's been able to go after even the top players. It's kind of matching up with that first generation, or rather in this case scenario, this year, it has been a topic at hand. Old guard versus the new guard.
Yeah, absolutely. He's I've talked extensively with lots of different people. Raven most of all, I would say, and he talks about Wufong in that he's very happy to take those off-spawn fights. He doesn't shy away from going for the old guard, for those very dominant presences, or at least they have been extremely dominant in the past. Mike and Spider have just sort of it was almost just the Mike and Spider show for a while there, but it has definitely changed now. This summer split has shown that these titans can fall. As Mike, I would say most of all out of the two, hasn't had the best time, but he's certainly recovered, leading up to Jacob in the later bit of the summer split, and he's definitely got his mojo back. Perhaps he's found his footing yet again, and I'm sure he is coming in with a level of ferocity that if these players aren't ready for.
Yeah.
It would be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, it's going to be a dangerous game. I'm looking at the phase selection right now. Misu from Team Ares and Fong from Team X1 taking first round selection. So that is a definitely good spot right now, especially taking into Midoriya, having it to make Midnight, having it to have Fireflies, and having Syra in the block of nature. She having much more of a difficult, scenario going up against. And then when it comes to even, attesting to fighting the Romy Yang, you gotta understand is that their Romy Yang is in an enclosed space. That's where Hottie might be even delayed in terms of the pickup process, or even just be in the phase 2 selection. So we'll have to see. We see Misu Ufong definitely taking the Sierra into that first round selection. Now it's up to Yak and Hypernova into phase 2. Hoping to kind of see if they have anything up their sleeve, if they want to try to make sure they can ensure a pick later on, but they're going to go for Hottie as Light Hypernova and Yak decide to lock it in. Now, phase 3, phase 4, still have Mataris available, still have Liams. If it's still into the pool of picks, a zipping from Tryhard coming in here as Mike chooses that Liam. Now, Lobby's very interesting, considering we've seen Mike take Zipping in the past early on, but now it seems that Liam has an availability to be picked twice or even 3 times in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. That is very, very interesting, and something that I remarked on in the first day. Mike having been known for picking Zipping in game number 1 every single time, it gives him that edge to some extent because everybody knows that he is the Zipping, right? Everybody knew. But then, because of that, that he has that deterrent, oh, it's Mike, I gotta be careful. He's an extremely good duelist. He's going to make it a very difficult fight. But at the same time, if everyone knows it's him, the players who've been playing against him for so long, who know some of his tendencies perhaps, they're going to be able to exploit those with the knowledge that they have.
Yeah, and now we see Star, someone who also picks Zipping in some manner or fashion, being able to pick up that Matara into that pick pool, and we're now seeing 2 Temmies to be in the solidified rotation. Now, this is going to be something that makes it very, very precarious in terms of the actions that come out. Zipping having the opportunity just kiting around, but being able to get caught up in just a flick of an eye with the orb into light beam from Cyrus can make it detrimental spot to be in. I'm gonna be 100% honest. When you start scare rushing and they predict your scare rush, they will stop you in your tracks, and you got 2 seconds of just pain and sorrow grief. Everything comes out for the light beam when it comes to the tick damage, and it scales up pretty nicely. I mean, no weapon, common weapon, 55 damage per tick, no mitigation to be allowed. But once you reach up to purple rarity, you're going up to 77. 77 tick damage does wonders when it comes towards catching someone with a straight fight and then finding the attack pattern as is. For the skills though, looking at Justina's first and foremost from Zeldich having B2, F2 as the primary choice picks, we are going to see the usual for the Liams from Mike, Paste, and I'm looking towards Encino whether or not with the with Syra being chosen as often if we're ever going to see the other variations, but it's very unlikely. Combo breakers being so much use in just disengagement from getting caught out from a potential touch of death.
Yeah, absolutely. Combo breakers are so unbelievably key in general. I think in solos because you have a combo breaker, it allows you to apply so much pressure in certain ways. But I will talk more on that in a moment. Just want to make sure that we covered all of this. Being the only Justina, Zeldinct might be in a bit of hot water if he gets spotted out, and the other players are aware that he is the only one on that character. But leading into this day, the first game of the day, we've got our first question. Which of the following players will rack up the most eliminations in this match? Or if they get the same number of eliminations, who will deal the most damage? Will it be A, Alliance Frostivus, or B, BWG Tryhard?
Yeah.
Interesting one.
It's channel points right there. You gotta invest all those channel points for the prediction for you guys. And you guys are gonna have a chance of doing that in the Twitch chat, but the drops are looking kinda nasty. Skygaze Cove has at least 6 residents by the time that fight starts to begin and go crazy, because game 1 begins for day 2 solos, bringing it out here with a bang. We're gonna see a fight, Ares Misu up against OUG Mike, taking it with a long sword and making sure he can try to catch any horizontal or even vertical for a stagger, but Mike has a dagger right in the hand, and he's getting straight towards the indoors.
He is indeed. He's trying to kite it out, trying to make sure that he can find just a little something to work with and make this fight a little bit less of a flip, a little bit less of a coin flip perhaps. But Misu finding that scale rush, catching him with that RMB into the uppercut, forcing Mike to utilize that combo breaker, one of the best combo breakers in the game, I might add. Mike sitting at mid-range, sends that focus attack, just clipping Misu there. Misu using that combo break. Mike actually gets dazzled, and we get the combo, but he fails the juggle, unfortunately swapping to that unarmed, able to catch him on the retreat, but oh my goodness, miss you with a cross. Mike catches him, having picked up the armor swap as well. He's in no danger at all. He has that combo break, and Mike is gonna pick up that kill.
Getting first kill as a Liam. We're gonna see fights coming out here for KFL. Yak getting chased down as BWG Tryhard makes his way towards the temple. Of course, with Yak playing the hottie here and having common dual blades, he also has a Hong Sword, a very noticeable factor in terms of using the swaps and catching neutral to try to go for uppercuts and going for grapple bump blue focuses. Now, Tryhard playing Zipping has to be careful. No grapples on hand, looking for the supplies. Hoping to kind of wonder whether or not the bounty scroll goes in the direction of Yak, and it might be either him or Sin Mines. Sin Mines not having the ultimates necessary to be coming through here. He is at that point with a blue weapon, so if he wants to take any sort of engagement, he can do so instead. But OWN's El Zeldinge up against Xmas Wufang. They are on top of the barrage, Celestial Bard ship inside of Skygaze Cove, while Lobby 28's is D229. They're on the bottom floor inside of the ship's cabin with a captain's cabin just to see about any supplies whatsoever.
Indeed, and it looks as though Zeldinge might be going for a retreat. He's not all that interested in fighting this out in this terrain situation. Instead, is going to look for Hypernova, who has found himself a purple spear, but unfortunately only a common white armor. Not the best spot to be in, as if you lose that health, it doesn't really matter how much damage you can do if you're going to be taken down before it comes out, and you don't have all that much health left to play with in those situations. But he does find that half charge, able to catch him with that LMB, but no uppercut combo just yet. D229 now fading back by Hypernova is getting lobbied. All of these players recognize that he is the weakest player in the area. He's forced to use that combo break to try and fade out.
Now he's got himself at 94% for the Rage Bar, hoping to see whether or not that combo breaker comes up, if he can scale rush enough and fast, quick enough I should say. Finds a nice armor swap. I don't know if anyone has any sort of burn jays just yet, such as with the Rupture Gale Orb, but seems those cannon shots are just going to be neutral hits, but they still smack, especially with the ratio of the hits that are coming out here. Now, 5 players are in the vicinity of this area. Now, Pace coming up here for the purple fan, having purple armor. Man is stacked out of beyond belief. He's got a blue katana on standby as well, and his ultimate is ready to go. So if he finds any sort of position, especially coming off of a touch of death, is coming through for an uppercut, he could look for it. But Ares Misu at a floating platform, getting contested as SYS's Minds makes a good notion to get a nice parry from Misu.
Beautiful parry coming out there, getting that uppercut, but unfortunately not able to follow it up with that focus attack. Minds does find that parry on the cross. Misu now in a dangerous spot, having already utilized his resurrection. If he doesn't find an armor swap or utilize that ultimate, he is going to go down, and Misu does get eliminated. The first player to go down in this game one of the day. But Minds, oh my goodness, he doesn't want to slow down, finding the wisps. He goes for that parry, but Star has the Vulpine Essence already, so what on earth?
He's got it set up, and he's getting turned around here. The F2 from the Atari to try to look for the turnaround. Minds has no armor whatsoever, is down. He found that chance of being able to disengage, and he's looking for on this treetop now. Star has himself to have ultimate just in case he needs to confirm this kill, because Mike, he can look to use the Auric Sword, hoping to see if the pressure comes out for Mike to do so, but there's going to be that wisp shot. It's going to be coming through, delay Star's engagement territory, and if it looks like Mike gets caught by the one neutral, he invests his F1 almost immediately off of that fight. Now, Minds is eating a lot of damage. He gets for a block extreme, but he gets caught through for the Auric Sword. The F1 goes ahead, gets caught. Star with the F2, the charge is gold, and he gets the elimination. But for Mike, this could be an elimination for himself, and once that bind happens, the ult proc from Star just goes ahead and sets him up.
He does indeed. Mike, he's still trying to play this out. He does know that Star has that pressure available to him. The F comes through, doing quite a bit of damage. The 1-2 from those nunchucks, the purple nunchucks, quite devastating. And into the teleport, the blink out of nowhere. Mike was not ready for it. He was just trying to chase him down, didn't believe he'd go for it, and he catches him on the offensive, immediately taking him down.
Man, even with the Wonder Phase, you know, he's like, I'm looking in one direction, but you don't know. Hit him with the R&B teleport. We see Zeldinge, though, getting kill elimination off his Lobby 28's D229. This is Zeldinge's first kill. Purple Cannon is what he's stacking up with a blue dagger. Star, though, taking a fight in terms of against Minds for the second time. Now, the ultimate comes out to try to go for that radius and just trying to capture the target inside, but Star knows better now, especially considering what happened earlier. Horsing around, not going to be the case. Has the F2 back up and Pace needs a hold for blue into gold, but Mike, ooh, you see Mike coming back here with common armor. My man is looking a little bit confident in making sure this approach. He's at 70% for that rage. Star is still on that cusp of just chasing down his opponent.
He is indeed. He wants the blood. He's not interested in going for this reset as he knows that he has ultimate advantage. Having an extra rage in the bank, he has a full agency to do whatever he wants. Mine's desperately trying to kite it out, but the nunchucks are simply too much, making it impossible to disengage. He could have potentially dropped down into a hole. There's a hole that goes into this underneath that rock formation. Maybe kited it out there, but he didn't opt to go for it. Trying to stay out in the open perhaps wasn't the best decision here, but it is what it is. Mine's now the second player to be fully eliminated. Oh, a little bit of a blunder there from OUG's Mike. Typically, these combos, they are labbed to perfection. We see him a little scuffed grapple there, not able to fully capitalize on that catch that he found for himself.
I want to get the benefit of the doubt. He was like, I'm waiting for you to do a tap dodge. I'm going to grapple stagger you. But then again, Frostivus, V1's out. Realm Yang pass still in effect, just waiting this out as long as he can. He's good. He has a pass for the Realm. We're taking a look into seeing Mike up against Pace. Now, Pace is stacked, man. Man has purple armor, purple fan, purple halberds, having all of that. No Jades of Destiny coming through, but he does have 36% HP on the Jades department and having mitigation for one. So let's take a look and see Clink number 1 to start it off, Clink number 2 to set it off. We're going for a blue focus Clink. No, we're getting caught. Blue focus comes out. Mike eats a lot of damage. The F1 comes out as Pace puts the notion for that horizontal, hoping to see whether or not Mike has an investment for his ultimate at just the right moment to avoid that first block.
This is getting intense. Mike is going to be in a lot of danger here. The cannon, at any moment, he could just pull it out and deny Mike this heal, but no, he goes for the aggressive Auric Sword. Mike having to respond, sending the 1-2-3, not able to cancel his ultimate in time to combo break out of that, and he goes down to SS1 Paced. Absolutely beautiful. He was very, very stacked up indeed, wasn't he, Serv?
Yeah.
But he certainly played it extremely well.
Yeah, he's going through with the notion with the gold weapon now. But for Star and Yak, Yak being one of the first players to see going through in the Realm Yang. Nice 2-1 to the R&B blue focus. Okay, my boy, we're looking for the LMBs. Maybe work out here for that flying kick. There it is, a Cyan Fame, but there's the blue focus. To deny it. F investment from Star. Star looks towards it. The horizontal eats up a lot of damage. Has ult, but he's still holding on for it. He's trying to look for it. Hottie ult first investment. Now Star, F2's in the opposite direction. Remember, he is going to probably look for a psych out for a teleport into blue focus, but Yak is looking to try to W key it towards him and hoping to see whether the F2 hits. There is one strike. The parry did not come out here. Star to get into teleport, but the parry coming out. Star's one hit left from this point on, and he is literally one hit from getting the first Realm Yang victory for himself into the realm. He's looking for a cannon shot. He's looking for two, and he's got himself that kill.
Monsieur Yek from KFL, we're very hyped to see that. That was a beautiful parry, a very nice read coming out from him. But will we see something similar come out from OUG's Mike here? We do indeed! The fade in, the hold dodge into parry, D229 has nowhere to go. And OUG's Mike puts him 6 feet under, cleansing that Yang depletion. Good lord. 2 players with that Vermilion Bird's Might now. SS1 Pace and KFL Yak. OUG's Mike having cleansed that Yang depletion now. He's out of the hot seat, but Frostivus, it appears as though he went down to X1 in that realm of Yang. X1 Wu Fong on that Syra pick, I believe, and he's now in the situation that Mike just was.
Yeah, Mike is going to be on the second floor of the second tier of the Verdant Chasm. Gets himself to a shot, gets purple armor. Now it's Pace. Pace has a ride towards this area, maybe looking towards the vicinity of the Soul Altar in terms of where the Realm Yang portal was to see what the loss. Oh my goodness gracious! Pace just ate up that poison shroom, but listen, he's got 360 bonus HP. He can eat up the damage because he looks towards Frostivus, but that grab one gets denied. It's everything. He almost got hit for that second jellyfish. If it came down towards it, he would have died for sure with the HP threshold to become burned out. Pace looks for it, but the mitigation from the zipping ultimate gives Frostivus a couple of seconds. Nice R&B focus release, but we have a second Auric Sword to come out here. Pace making sure he can throw it in the defensive position. Uppercut, grapple bump into R&B blue focus. Frostivus still eating all that damage. A slap like that, it is something that you would not be able to prepare for.
No, it is out of nowhere. Pace sending that horizontal focus on the cross. Frostivus is still in danger. He does have that healing ticking through. It might be dangerous though. The armor swap comes in, but Frostivus gets the parry, but not able to find the connection. Oh, 1, 2, 3! Frostivus 1 HP situation! Does he get the bloom? He does indeed! And Frostivus clutching up with literally a frame of health. Literally a frame of HP, 1 HP clutch situation. Alliance Frostivus pulling it back from the brink.
I'm losing my mind out here, folks. We're looking at that start, though. We gotta take a look at about this fight because OWB and Zeldin having the opportunity for the ultimate pass. Remember, V2 ultimate, he's got 2 dashes. It's up to Star to determine what he has going through. No lava conductor's protection in his lava field for himself, so Star, he could end up potentially eating up tick damage, but there it is. The disablement coming through, and Zeldin is frame 1 on it. F2 missed, but looking to the close gap, the Matari ult investment. 2 minutes under the clock for that Romy Yang depletion. Catches the dash LMB, goes for uppercut, denied with the combo breaker. Zeldin still passively letting the burn tick damage hit Star's direct HP bar, but the horizontal denied with that F2. This could be a good spot for Zeldin. Oh my god, he denies the lethal jab, but the blue focus comes in.
Oh my goodness, this is very intense here. Star now forced to get out of that lava. It is not the spot he wants to be in. Zeldin now, having cancelled his ultimate that he activated before, is going to have his ultimate available, but Star, the damage, that tick damage from the lava that had come through, now on top of that with the storm damage, making it almost, literally impossible for him to come back in this situation. Zeldin having accumulated that ult charge yet again, just popping it, might as well, worth to get the kill as quickly as possible, as we do have these Realms of Yang spawning in and players looking to get ready to dive in and get oogly once again.
Zeldin having a Dreadful Whale, an Advance Heal, and a Sap Jade in his pocket. He's got 2 Dreadful Whales, so he's just holding on for it for dear life. Tryhard inside of Empyrean, though. Fight up against Wufang. Wufang looking to try to scare us out there. This is going to be Tryhard wielding a purple armor, getting some sustain back from the F1 and try to get the heal over time, but it looks like Wufang is not going to let this one out here. Remember, Syra ultimate, the menace that it is going to be invested if Wufang finds it necessary, but Tryhard is kiting out as Zipping can do best and just waiting for timeout for the F1. Meanwhile, we do see a spot here. SS1's pace taking out Zeldin in terms of the spot. The Dreadful Whale has been revealed. The SS1's pace ultimate preemptive, forcing Zeldin's ult, means that Romy Yang is free for pace. Blue armor, entering it almost into the immediate sense. Gold dagger is good. Advanced heal as well himself, and having to go up against X1's Wufang, who was just previously chasing down Tryhard.
Yes, indeed. And note that he had swapped his armor when he was fighting Frostivus beforehand to a white armor, so he just had to go and find a better one, and all he managed to pick up was a blue armor. But oh my god, we're kicking it off. Crazy Wufang diving in with this dual blade katana weapon swap, catching him on the tap dodge back with that R&B focus release. Paste trying to create some chip damage, having already used that ultimate, sends out the Auric Sword, but instant cancel, no full follow-up. Wufang with these R&Bs just chipping him down left and right, catching him on all of these dodges. That was some soft, true shenanigans right there, but Wufang, he's still getting that chip damage, and that's what's important in this situation, as that's all he needs. His ultimate has been ready this entire time, and now having popped it, pulled the trigger, he's trying to focus down Pace, trying to hit him with the beams, the light, the microwave. Come back here, Pace. You are going down. Never put metal in the microwave, sub.
Never put foil in it either. You gotta make sure you be safe out there at home, y'all. Wufang has a gold fan now, picked up a Merciless Havoc from the Jade pool, as well as a quick charge Thunder Call Jade. He's got the purple cannons though. He's been working with it. Having gold armor as well on top of Syra is a menace for everyone into this endgame circle, with 8 players still left into the ring of things. But Light Hypernova gets caught in for that parry, or rather going for the parry opportunity. Wufang is right on his heels. So look at the damage being chucked out here. But 1-2s for free, looking for Hypernova and hoping to see about a whole blue focus. Gets Dragon Slayer, forcing Combo Breaker. This is good, but by the time that this is the escape, the F2 has to be invested. Light's looking to try to kite around the corner because all he's trying to do here is to just survive. He lost his Romy Yang fight, so it's only a matter of time.
Yes, indeed. This is not looking too good for Hypernova. He may need to utilize that ultimate sooner rather than later, but perhaps not. Wufang, having been chasing him, has lost sight of him for the moment. Hypernova has managed to break some ankles here, make his way around the buildings, get that grapple coming on through, and put some distance between him and a very dangerous looking Wufang. But heading on over to SS1 Pace, having just been taken down in the Realm of Yang against Frostivus. Zeldin also involved here. Pace getting parried, being forced to use this combo breaker, but it looks as though Zeldin is more interested in Alliance Frostivus than he is SS1 Pace.
Now Pace, very cautious about this. taking cannon shots here and there, and he's been holding on to the ultimate. This is 3 targets right in front of him. He needs a roaming Yang depletion to get rid of because he's got under 4 minutes for that Soul Bloom to be picked up. Otherwise, he is going to be out of the lobby with that 1 elimination. But Pace has it in his back of his head, right? Blue armor on a standby, I mean, he can't take as much chip damage. He knows that if he picks up the body of the Soul Bloom as well with the purple armor wielding character, he can just go ahead and have half his armor kind of, you know, replenish, and then he can dip out. Some of the best tech that you can try to do in terms of just disengagement. But there's other things. We have other targets in the field of play. Mike here, looking to try to go for the horizontal into the Soul Break. Tryhard gets caught by the 1-2, the parry like that, forcing the combo breaker for the F1, holding the V1, but this is going to be Pace trying to look for it, and Mike can try to take the target prio. Pace will look to try to deny him for that chase check potential. Now Tryhard has already been in this area before. Whether or not there's armors for him to look for it, it's going to be up to Mike as he gets caught by the neutral hit. He's going to take this chase with a pole sword, and this is gold rarity. The amount of chip damage that comes out from each neutral strike is just oh so much.
It's so much damage. If he finds a scale rush, if he finds a grapple LMB, grapple horizontal into a standing horizontal, it will be a considerable amount of chip damage onto his health. But it looks as though we've headed on over to Paste yet again, who is still desperately trying to chase down Frostivus, the target that he has deemed the weakest in this spot, to try and cleanse this Yang depletion. He still has quite a bit of time, but this is the thing. In this spot, in this area, you know, Frostivus and also Tryhard, both being on the zipping, both utilizing those scale rushes from the fans and the dagger, are so difficult to catch. Oh my goodness, what was that? That headshot coming out of nowhere from Wufong, the headshot. Oh, Hypernova though, he's ready for that focus release. The turnaround, eyes in the back of his head, he's ready for it, but unfortunately no true follow-up here, and this Syra is just so healthy still, as he does still have that White Tiger's prowess buff, keeping him topped up constantly. Hypernova desperately trying to maneuver around this rooftop, around this edge of this roof. It's not being made easy, but he has managed to put a little bit of distance between himself and Wufong. He did contemplate taking that armor swap, but instead has chosen to heal up, as he'd much rather heal up a blue armor than be playing around with a white one.
Yeah, there's a lot of dangerous forces, a lot of gold weapons in the rotation right now in the field of play. Zeldin still finding the V2, and it's crazy because my Pace thought it was going to be right in the face of him, but he just burned one of his Auric swords. Now Zeldin is just using this as a disengagement, but Light Hypernova is knowing the chase. He needs his Soul Bloom to get picked up here. Now Zeldin has Dreadful Wail. This is going to be the Jays that we were looking at earlier, and if he gets one heal off, that would be it for the health bar to be replenished. But Light has Hottie, ultimate, the entire time. He's looking for those level 2s, level 3s, and he's looking to try to get the last hit confirmation. That burn from B2 from the variation second of the Hottie ultimate will proc, and this will potentially get him the kill necessary unless a denial comes in from an ultimate strike. There's the burn. Zeldin's going down. The kill is given to Mike. No! The Soul Bloom is denied. Mike gets it out. He looks for the R&B blue focus. Horizontal blue focus released just like that. He can take a chance with the Auric sword. He dash R&B's a parry like that. I don't know how this man is out of here.
He's still alive. They're desperately trying to make it out of there, so unbelievably low. Does go for that overhaul, finally going for the release, but it looks as though it might be over for the man himself, Hypernova. He is taken down finally by Paste, and it looks as though he was SS1 Paste's saving grace, as he still had that Yang depletion, I believe, and now the cleanse coming through, keeping him alive, keeping him moving forwards in this game. But it's not, he's not safe just yet, as these parries, oh my goodness though, the focus attack having come through, but the parries, he's ready for it, now being forced to use that combo breaker, trying to disengage. The Dreadful Wail having come through, it's taken him down extremely low, forced to use that ultimate, the drop down from Wufong, taking him down even lower. 1 HP situation, he's trying to make something happen. He sends out the Auric Sword, gets a little bit of that heal. Frostivus is going to be the one to claim that elimination with those jumping light attacks and taking him down.
Frostivus picking up the kill elimination, backing off, knowing he can't get that Soul Bloom whatsoever. But also the more important notion is that since Mike was able to find the kill elimination or the gear off of Zeldin's body earlier, the Sap Jade, the Advanced Seal, the Dreadful Wail, all 3 sources are going to be picked up in his stead. Now Tryhard's still alive, kicks Frostivus right in the face, having to make sure this is going to be an endgame circle for 5 players left. The position right now is to sustain out. We see a Assassin's Lunge as well in the kit of Mike, having Sky Punch, double stack, and just looking to try to utilize the dagger as often as possible. 2 purple daggers on the standby. The Spear Wheel to be contested as he hits Wufong right outside of it and just tries to clear for himself.
Yeah, indeed. We've seen this many times. You know, Dreadful Wail being one of those Jades that allows you to section off a decent amount of space for yourself, is so valuable when it comes to these Spirit Well situations, as you can cover essentially the entire area of that circle with the Dreadful Wail. Mike demonstrating it for me right here. There it is, coming on through, forcing the combo break from the Syra, immediately going over to try and heal up just a little bit. He does have that advanced heal in the back pocket as well, making it a little bit easier for him to go in and out of this engagement.
Yeah, and it looks like that with Frostivus, he was able to find that second Dreadful Whale back in the body, and he's using it as often with a common knockback. Mike gets right back into the Spear Whale, has a 90%, 100%. He gets a full refresh. He's going ahead with 3 Auric Swords that he can lock down Frostivus with. The V1 cap dodge comes out, gets hit, finds himself in the face of Tryhard, who looks to try to connect towards this, gets Dreadful Whales right in the spot. He has F1, but he doesn't take the full hits.
What?
He gets out the building. He goes ahead and tries kiting around here if he can. There's going to be the kick, though. Mike looks for it again for the Dreadful. This is blue focus into gold focus. He's got to be notionable in terms of how often he's want to throw that, because if someone is careful for an F, you know it's going to be a Yoink's territory. Now, we're going to look at KFL. Yeah, gold Hong Sword from that Romyang victory that we saw earlier, right? Having purple cannon as well as to be accrued. He's looking for range shots. He's holding himself in the corner. He's got wood elimination as a hottie, but we have Frostivus at 2 eliminations and having Wufang at 3. Tryhard not having kills yet, but with Mike at 4 elimination, it's looking pretty good for him in terms of scoreboard.
Indeed, it's looking as though Mike and I believe the Syra here, Wufang, have sort of they've agreed that they don't want to be focusing each other down, as they've noted that these zippings have grouped together somewhat to try and deter the onslaught from these other players. As the, you know, if they get singled out, it's going to be extremely hard for them to survive going into this end game. You know, you have to sort of make these decisions so that you're not going to be that last person, the sort of odd one out in those situations. Oh my goodness, the Moonbane coming through. Mike eating a decent amount of damage, but so has Tryhard. A very unlucky situation, but Mike diving in on the other side, again taking even more damage. This Mystic Might, it's not White Tiger's prowess. He's not passively healing himself. He has got a little bit of damage reduction, but it's not going to save him if he gets chased down, if he's not able to find the armor sword, but he does indeed find it. Getting that golden armor swap is going to be his saving grace for the moment. Frostivus going for that weapon swap, catching him on the dodge, catching him yet again, forcing out the combo break. Mike, he's on the retreat. He's trying to disengage, but will he survive?
You know, it's crazy. Frostivus has Starfall. I saw that, Jane, my man. He has it on standby. If he finds him right at the moment, he can just press the button again. But Tryhard finds himself the Soul Break. It's an R&B. Wufang is looking for it. The 1-2-3 cancels to the grapple bump for the F1. Looking for the crouch LMB to the R&B. He's got to be careful, though, because this is where another person can look for this. Whole check comes out, not released. Looking to try to bait out with his dagger, but it's only going to count for only so much time. The armor swap right there, kind of crucial right now for Tryhard to swap. Nice. F1 is going to be avoided, though, from the combo breaker as Wufang gets a little bit of heal back and looks to try to reset himself. Other fights are happening. If no one takes the opportunity, is looking in this direction, that advance heal is going to proc nicely for Tryhard. Meanwhile, Mike's at 37 percentage points. You see how much pressure that Frostivus has been able to put onto him, forcing him to disengage after the Moonbane strikes, forcing him to armor swap, and yet still finding opportunities to just going for tip damage.
Yes, indeed. Oh my, this has been 5-man endgame for so long now. We saw Tryhard having been hit by that Moonbane, hit by that Dreadful Whale beforehand, having kited out so long away from Wufang, having been able to stay alive that long is certainly something to praise. A very impressive feat to be able to kite it out in this open space, no less.
Yeah.
You know, you do have that dagger, extremely good mobility, good for kiting away, but good lord, he has nothing to work with. He's just running around, trying to stay as mobile as possible. Wufang now trying to attempt to take him down yet again, recognizes that he might be the optimal target as he doesn't have his ultimate available, but Mike on the other side of the zone is eating quite a bit of damage from KFL Yak.
Yeah, it just looks like Tryhard taking the Emperor energy from DRT Fong and is kiting with the blue dagger. Everything comes out towards his corner side as Mike looks towards himself, having himself for just a couple of percentage points for his rage bar. He finds the Dreadful against Frostivus. This could knock him off into the zone. It's definitely going to be doing so, and Mike looks for the chip damage with the pistol shot, but looks like Frostivus activates the V1. A counter grapple strategy could be coming from the players to deny him coming back. Yak being in the proximity for it. Gold armor, gold Hong Sword. My man is looking healthy right now, but the problem is that now it's up to whether or not he can get an elimination spread to come through. He's at 1 elimination so far. Extra kills here. It's only going to be up to the strategy of just wanking it out, because if Wufang looks towards and just getting some strikes off the cannon shots, it's good to force it, but a parry off with that, Mike will go ahead and disengage and make sure he can kite through. Everyone's using Dreadful Whale, it feels like. As Frostivus puts himself in a spot, he's trying to find a honed-in area for his own strategy, but there's Mike. He connects it. Cannon shot confirms it. Jump R&B, 5 eliminations for Mike, and he finds a solo in the set for the final 2 minutes.
A solid performance nonetheless from Frostivus, accumulating a few points for himself in this situation. A tough break for him there. EWG Tryhard down next on the list. It seems the next zipping to be focused down. Mike is taking the initiative, trying to find him. The Dreadful Whale clipping him at the very edge of the hitbox. He's not able to find the Soul Bloom. Now getting attacked by Wufong, by Yak here at this very difficult spot to try and get out of. These buttery rocks making it extremely difficult, but the advance heal is ticking through, keeping him going. That Auric Sword as well, the heal coming in. Oh, the parry from Wufong. Mike quickly cancelling his ultimate to be able to utilize that combo breaker as well and avoid all of that damage. But will these two players look to try and push the issue and continue trying to focus him down now that his ultimate has expired?
Wufong's going to be looking to his last minute, hoping to try to get up to 5 eliminations or even potentially 6 as Yak puts himself in a spot here looking for a parry. It's going to be 5 eliminations for Mike. It's going to be 4 for Wufong. Yak gets himself to force the F1 coming up from Mike, and as Mike goes ahead and Dreadful Whale picks it out. Lethal Jab comes through. He gets caught. Yak might be deleted out here, but no, he doesn't fall off the side of the ridgeline. He's looking to get caught by Blue Focus. He has ultimate, and was something he was kind of hoping to use into the end circle where he's able to knock away, but it looks like he's going to have to force it out. Now, Mike is at 40% for the ridgeline. He's looking to get caught here. Wait, that was a nice strike. That was a great strike. This means that wait, potentially Mike could get knocked back again. F1 is invested as Yak looks for the tap dodge. He's not going to read it. The parry doesn't come out this time, but he gets it. Oh! Last hit confirmation. Laser beam comes out. Wufong in the ultimate. This is the danger zone. He's looking at the final boss because you know there's nothing that's going to get more Syra enjoyment than just look at the laser beam and the target away, because Yak is going to be the last elimination as Wufong gets himself 5 kills. First place, taking that multiplier, taking the ranking points, and actually earning 9 points as a result.
What a performance coming out from Wufong. He seemed as though he was just fully locked in that game 1 for the day, reading all of these option selections from these players and just dominating. But, you know, it has to be said, are we all that surprised that the first MVP of the day is going to be going over to a Syra, considering her performance, her dominance on the first day?
Yeah. And we can't count out the amount of disengagement that was allowed there, the amount of aggression that came through, especially in the heart of Imperium. The crazy thing being in a battle with Imperium is that it has a lot of spots for players to look to catch up. You even saw how strong the players, maybe not earning kills, but you saw the amount of tenacity that came out. We saw from Hypernova making it through in terms of his catching as many dodges as he can. This man even smiled when he got killed by Pace. He's like, man, I can't believe I lived for that long. Because everyone was on to that low health, target, but no one was able to lock it down until the final moments when he was caught out.
Yeah, no, it was extremely hard fought lobby, not easy whatsoever. It is certainly a shame that those Yang depletion situations ended in such a way, but some of them were able to come back. It was good for Paste, not good for Hypernova. It is what it is. 2 players on blue armor in that situation. Usually the best situation is that only one of them makes it out, because the likelihood of both making it out alive is pretty low. But hey, what a game. What a game 1 of the day. BWG Tryhard in that end zone, unfortunately wasn't able to pick up any kills, but he did survive quite a long time, and props to him for being on that disengage, for managing to stay out of the clutches of Wufong for so long. It felt like we were watching the other engagement on the other side happening for a full minute and a bit, and we cut back to him and he's 1 HP. He's clutching. He sends the 1-2-3 with the grapple cancel into the F. Oh my goodness, what a crazy game.
Crazy games, crazy questions. You know what to do in Twitch chat. Question is for you guys, which hero did KFL Yak use in game 1? Is it A, Hadi Ishmael? Is it B, is it Ping Ying? Is it C, Liam Leo? Is it D, Matari? For y'all in the YouTube chat, I know you guys are out there. You got to make sure if you're going to be tuning in as well, check out the Twitch chat. Make sure you have yourself tuned in, have it binded to your NARAKA account, and making sure you can also get those drops that are included as well. And if you do win it out in chat after the 3-2-1, you'll get yourself a Peerless Treasure Choice gift. Don't miss out. It is free gear. Free stuff is good stuff. And we know we love to take the chances here into the gacha world, but we got to take a chance of actually recognizing Yak, right? Taking himself into that game for himself, having played Answer with Hadi and been able to kind of kite out as often as he did. He took that first Rumble Yang, and I was like, man, we got a chance of seeing a Rumble Yang player getting a chance. And then the crazy part is, it's very few and far between where you see a Hadi parry and ult. And especially, he took the knowledge of seeing how that position worked out in his favor because he saw his opponent using the dagger, right? And that horizontal launching into the air, that was a free position for him to find the parry. Plus, since Hadi can parry into a level 3 strike for free, that accrues the burn, it allows for him to get all the DPS out in a short amount of fashion. He's able to use it in an omnidirectional format, looking up, looking down, looking left, and looking right.
Indeed. But here we are taking a look at the scoreboard off the back of game number 1. Wufong, of course, sitting atop the leaderboard here with 9 game score, 5 eliminations, 6 kill points as he did secure that first place finish, getting his hands on that multiplier. Mike in second place with 6.5, Yak in third with 4, Star in fourth with 3.5, Frostivus in fifth with 3, SS1 with 3, Own with 2.5, BWG with 1.5, Sin with 1, Hypernova with 0.5, and then unfortunately D229 and Miss You going out relatively early, not accumulating any points whatsoever.
Yeah, having the first round in terms of Midoriya, knocking that out of the way, Holoroth being the next one. Players looking towards the drops, and you saw how strong and heavy those drops were in the beginning. I mean, it changes the flow of what you might have expected, but then again, that's where we bring ourselves into the standings, the flow of what has been done. D229 not having any points first and foremost, but Hypernova taking a 0.5 in terms of his first day, 17th. We got Mines at 1 point in 16th. We got Alliance and Frostivus at 3 points in 15th. We got KFL Yak here in 14th. But Ares' Misu is on the gatekeeper spot for right now. 12th place, 6.5 points. BWG Tryhard at 7.5 and 11th. Wufong, first day of playing, first match of getting through, 9 points earned. And Polaris had a first day playing, he had 10.7, but we have Verse here, who's not playing today at 15. The second day of playing, Zeldinch is at 20 points and he's at 7th place. Our top 6, SS1 Space, having 22.5. TE Star, 23 points. And even with Arano not playing today in 4th place with 24.8, as well as TT25 from YZG with 25, 38.5 accumulated so far from Mike in 2nd. And so Spider still had such a crazy day. It is most likely that Mike's on track for that breaking of the threshold for first.
Yes, definitely. He is most likely, unless he has an absolute disaster of a day for himself. You know, I mean, it would definitely be a disaster for him if he can't manage to surpass Spider here. But then again, in that 3rd day of solos, Spider, I'm sure, will attempt to reclaim that first place spot as would be expected. But here we are. We expected to see this. The highlights off the back of that game, sponsored by Thunder Robot. X1 did get that MVP, but we're taking a look at all the action that took place in that game. That early game fight between Miss You and Mike was so close, but Mike coming out on top, and this whole engagement on the Mercury River. Star, oh my goodness, boom! With that blink into the RMB, beautifully done, and then managing to catch SYN Mines here as well, just unable to disengage.
And a huge hit coming out here from the Zion Fang for the 1-2-3. Mines getting eliminated as a result. Now Mike had a kill off of the lobby 28 to 9 inside of the Verdant Chasm, getting rid of that Romy depletion, and then finding himself into fighting out against Frostivus. You see him up against Pace. Now Pace, this was a close fight. Look at the HP threshold coming out here with the 1 HP. I don't even want to think about how close this man came to death's door, especially with the zone tick damage being right there, and it's passively losing HP. In the moment that the body fell through, he's like, bro, I can't believe it. What the? If Mike, having the audacity to go through with the Dreadful Whale, finds a final blow like he's a character from an RPG.
And right there at the very end, Wufong able to close it out with the laser beam, taking down KFL Jaguar. Props to all of these players, all of those in those end games, and everyone playing today for doing their best. But hey, one can be the MVP, and X1 Wufong is that man. His first MVP so far with the F1V1 Syra, managing to accumulate 30.5 thousand damage. 12,000 of which was done with those dual blades, almost 6,000 with the fan, 4.5 with the katana. Surprising that there wasn't more done with the ultimate, but I believe he was just he was in such a good position that he wasn't forced to utilize the ultimate all that often, and he was able to play off of those resources, the weaponry and the armor that he had at his disposal, as well as that buff that he'd managed to get through the realm of Yang, running around and just being an absolute menace.
Yeah, it came in clutch and having the advanced heal. A lot of players actually having the J going through, but specifically with Syra, right, we don't want to see how Syra ends up going through it, having to expend the ultimate, because everything comes down towards waiting for that Syra ultimate to end and then burning her down. She could try to self-heal with the 120 heal self-orb, you know, just going in place, but once the players recognize the fact, knowing that A, she can't take the aggression, B, she's in a defensive position, that means that they can go ahead in full-on onslaught mode. You see how fast Mike was able to kind of pull that out, especially with Liam, and looking to try to use last hits off the Auric Sword and just pushing on. But the crazy thing is that Wufang ended up starting the match up with a bunch of purple weapons. He saw the fan being the second most damage, but he utilized the dual blades as often as possible. He had the third stat being the katana, but because you've seen how players are able to use the dual blades into katana, or even just dual wield weapons into single edge weapons, having that chance of just striking back for the neutral and just swapping out just for quick blue focuses.
Yes, indeed. The weapon swap is something that I have talked about many a time. If you'll remember, if you know, you know. I've talked about this plenty of times, and it is being shown here on the big stage how useful, how much value you can get out of this mechanic, the ability to swap between those two weapons. If you're not sure exactly what we're referring to, when you have a dual wield weapon, you know, dual halberds, dual blades, and then you have a katana or a hang sword, you're able to utilize the fast moving, the fast startup vertical light attack from those dual blades or dual halberds, and then transition into a Hong Sword or Katana horizontal light attack, and then transition into an uppercut into the full combo. And the way that you get that done is by crouch swapping incredibly quickly. When you try and swap normally, you throw out an attack, you try and press that button to swap to a different weapon, it's not going to let you do it all that fast. But if you input something else like a dodge, a jump, or a crouch in this situation, you're able to swap extremely quickly and access the other weapon, allowing you to do a lot of interesting things.
Yeah, and the crouch swapping doesn't even just apply towards using the katana to the dual blades. A lot of other weapons, in terms of just trying to, you know, psyche out your opponent, comes into play. We've seen players use a katana and a dagger.
Yes,
something that can create an interesting notion, right? You use a dagger, you clink it to soul break, and then they try to look for an anticipation for the soul break release or a parry, and then boom, katana, and that's what, a neutral hit, boom, LMB, uppercut, grapple bump. That's everything that comes out towards those hits. Now, for case scenarios, it's up to the players and what works best for them. We've seen the nunchucks being used more often, and it's crazy enough, we didn't get a chance to see a lot of fist plays that round, but I know for certain it's definitely too early to tell whether or not the players are still going to be deciding to use those.
Yeah, well, I will say that the nunchucks are certainly in a very good spot at the moment. You know, nunchucks did receive some buffs, some increases to its power relatively recently. You know, it had the damage on that vertical focus buffed, so it does that little bit extra damage. It had some of its damage on the double charge release with that Fury Rage resource.
Binding Fury meter.
Yeah, Binding Fury, exactly. When you consume that, when you consume multiple bars of it, you enhance your vertical blue focus attack into a sort of flurry of attacks, and it's had its damage reallocated slightly so that you're able to actually get more damage out sometimes, as well as the startup frames. It's definitely in a really, really good spot, especially with Velocity Untold and Trigger. When they overhauled all of the Soul Jades, they combined these two Soul Jades, making it unbelievably strong.
Yeah, when you see a Velocity Untold, you gotta be very wary about that blue focus being held out. It's a different animation. You'll notice it from the moment that you fight in terms of that target, but the other part about it is once you unlock Trigger, that allows for you not to burn any of the Binding Fury meter, right? You're taking into consideration what happens is that you eat up damage, you do damage, and you build up the meter going through. You go for a horizontal hold check, and then all of a sudden it clinks with the blue, and you end up going ahead and gold focus. You're stuck in gold focus, but your opponent won't even realize at that point on is that you still have your meter ready to go for one thing into a meter dump or into a blue focus, you know, spam coming out with a special animation. But another thing too for Trigger is just blocking off range shots. We saw Frostivus do that in terms of Summer Split, and I was like, man, that's crazy, because everything comes out, you don't expect it, and it's those small things, aces up your sleeve.
Yeah,
Jades, or even to the case of sustain that you might have, such as what we saw last round, only exclusive to Midoriya, but the Vulpine's essence start having that and surviving throughout.
Yeah, absolutely. Vulpine Essence is that sort of that trap card, the thing in the back pocket that all of a sudden can turn things on its head. You know, if you're fighting against somebody and you have them at a very, very low HP situation, and you commit in a dangerous way to try and finish them off, and then all of a sudden, the moment that you think that you're about to do that fatal damage to them, you end up being surprised by this knockback and them having fully healed up 1,000 of their health points. And that is, it's always, you know, what?
It's a moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because one thing too is that if you get that chance of seeing 1,000 heal, that's also 40% mitigation for 5 seconds, meaning you won't deal as much damage as you're hoping for. Plus, they're already at that point of being at a full reset. But like I said, it's only exclusive to Midoriya for doing the puzzle in Arcadia. You'll have a chance to see that later on. If everything comes down towards this area, though, have to keep an understanding this is still for the first round. Light Hypernova having a chance of showcasing himself and surviving. You see how much he's like, you know, disengaging throughout the partition. But one thing that makes it a very difficult position right now is just looking towards a single game and seeing how he's feeling about it, right? How comfortable he's kind of attesting to himself and the skill set that he's put forth in that round, and taking the momentum further. This is his first day playing up against the CM players, up against the C players, up against the EU players, and his own folk with the NAs on the group stage. So if everything goes out for this, it might be a chance scenario in the, you know, a little bit more for, you know, for the lack of a better term. It's going to be a good practice session from that first game, but now the jitters have to be removed if he's going into game 2.
But we're going to be going into game 2 very, very soon, and it is, woo! It's heating up, ladies and gentlemen. We're taking a look at the round selections for these players. Star and Minds are going to be kicking it off. Frostivus and Zeldate in that second round. Paced D229 in the third. Mike and Tryhard together. Light and I think it was Yak as well in the fifth. I didn't catch the sixth, but it's the last 2 players of the lobby. But oh my goodness, I'm so excited to see what these players are going to be bringing out. I wonder if it's still going to be Syra first pick, and we're going to find out in a moment. Here we are, Minds and Star. Are they going to pick double Syra, or are we going to see the potential triple Syra lobby? Minds unsure, does finally now hover that Syra is going to be locking it in, and yeah. You know, I was thinking maybe something else, you know, maybe Hardy, who knows? But no, he is going to be locking that in. But for the second round, Frostivus and Zeldate are going to be going for that Hardy in and the Liam there. Neither of these players seem to want to be picking the same sort of things. These rules, these hero phase picks, the rules of them have been a bit up in the air. Before it was somewhat set in stone to some extent, or it was a little bit more decided, but now it's all over the place.
It is all over the place. I mean, before we used to have the same 3-space system that we saw in trios, but seemingly so, it allows for the diversity of heroes now to be more so in a sensitive fashion what, you know, players are able to decide upon using. Now, a Temi and a Justina in the same row in round 4 selection, kind of such. I'll be 100% honest. We're gonna have to see into round 5 and 6 because there is a Temi available for Yak. That's possibly Justina coming in from Light for his second round. This is Holoroth.
Do we see it?
He gets it. That's
there it is.
Take for the taking. Misu and Wufong is now. You know, I mean, this is going to be potential for them to pick up a Liam. This is going to be potential for them to decide maybe play an Akos. But like I said, in Holoroth, you wouldn't really necessarily see those unless it's just the pick your poison type choices. And usually you would see Akos coming out for it inside of more solid. But we can't forget about Valda. And considering I know the player has been playing Valda, it looks like Misu's going to opt in for that Liam, while Wufong chooses the Valda gameplay for this game. This is going to be game 2. Holoroth and Sunny. No Fireflies available. The only Firefly so-so for the Firefly cage is going to be available would be in the Yushan village and spots around the map. So for the players taking the off-drop spawn, especially the off-drop for the Salvation Podium, we've seen Star do some good work on a zip prior with the Salvation Podium and taking Gold Longsword yesterday for day 1, doing great work with it. Maybe not catching first place, but catching up to above 4 eliminations. But this always comes down in terms of the cost. If it comes towards Salvation Podium spawn for someone to contest it, it's the dangerous predicament for them to go through.
Oh, interesting thing to note, Serb, is that Yak is actually going for a slightly different configuration. He's going for that V1 on the Tumult instead of the more commonly seen V2 3 that Tryhard is opting to utilize. Interesting to see. I will say I'm not overly surprised, and I'll get into that in a moment. It looks as though every other player has chosen to play, you know, what is typically expected of those characters. Although I do think that Hypernova has chosen V1 on that Justina, and you know, we've seen a lot of V2 in the past, but you know, it's not fully decided yet. But oh my goodness, that is a lot of players. But before we jump in, you know the drill. Will the top scoring player use Liam Liu? Is it A, yes, or B, no? Yes or no question, 50-50. What are you going to pick? Get your answer in, but we're going to be jumping into this game very soon. It looks as though Alliance Frostivus is going for a very slow and steady approach, landing out to the east, all on his lonesome, but everyone else is very happy to get Oogly in the west, sir.
Bro, I'm looking at that position and I'm thinking, okay, we're going from Pinnacle Tower, we're going from Ignis Mountain up. I mean, that's all into the Altar of Tranquility right now. This is the same position that we find ourselves in from, I think, day one when we had the chance for a Tryhard to find the kills and fights. And now we multiply that by 3. For everything coming out, Mike is at a spot for throwing the blue focus. He has a Comic Katana, almost gonna cop at the last frame for the blue focus, but the fist blades come out. We were just mentioning about what happens next. There's gonna be the RMB, there's Carry. Oh, the solo pickup comes out, but no armor for Mike. Oh, RMB gets dodged, and he gets a Scare Rush denial from that jump homie Messiah, but there is one chance for an armor swap for Mike if you can find it in the first place, because Pace, he's getting crazy with this. He's making sure he can get an opportunity right then and there to try to Dragon Slayer out, but Mike is gonna get caught by elimination as Pace is able to find the kill.
He does get taken down there finally. He was in a very low HP situations. No armor swaps to be had, unfortunately. But now Pace has turned his attention over to Yak, looking for the engagement. Yak, with no armor to speak of, is certainly the target, the focus between these players. Now being forced to use that F1, trying to disengage. A Scale Rush. Was that a Scale Rush? It looked like a Scale Rush. Oh my goodness, but there's a Scale Rush certainly there from Pace. He does get taken down, though, by Ares. Miss you instead. Pace, unfortunately, not able to claim the kill, but still happy to pick up that Soul Bloom and continue his aggressive approach. Oh my goodness, a beautiful parry coming out from Pace there, swapping over to that spear to get that vertical blue focus, bonk focus there. Oh. But Mines, he's responding with a parry of his own.
His man's on the offensive. Oh, we throw another blue like that on. One comes out with a drop down, comes Smoke Dazzle. The tap shot is good, but the 100 heal was not enough. Pace finds his second kill. Blue armor is instead. Saw earlier in terms of Star getting elimination against Tryhard. I'm not sure if that was in contesting for his zone, so we'll have to see where Star just depends upon in his spotting. But we are going towards the core race. OWS and Zeldin gets caught by the parry as D29 from Lobby 28 is going to go for the pressure hold, and he's going from the offensive. There's going to be the fist plays, horizontal 1.0. Keeps going through and try to kite around here. This is perfect for Zeldin. Dagger and a lot of rocks for him to kite off of, and 10s to be bonused off of that. Zeldin holds the blue focus, burns the F2 off of the opponent, maybe whether or not D29 finds usage of this Hottie ultimate. He could potentially catch one strike or two. Zeldin tries a nice blue parry, a blue focus, but if Zeldin has an ultimate to cast throughout here, you can try to lock it down. The binding can always stop a Hottie in its tracks if they try to swipe throughout the field of the Auric Sword.
Oh, but he catches him with the horizontal focus as he looks for that fade in, but oh no! Zeldin is going to have that kill taken away from him, unfortunately, and taken down himself. Mike fully unleashing. He's just going in with that ultimate, ready to go. No care in the world. As you can see, you know, he's regenerated that ultimate extremely quickly already back to almost 90%. And that's one of the big things in Immortal War. It's different from the normal ranked game mode that most players dabble in, is that Soul Blooms give you double the resources, making it so you can not only get double the health, double the armor, but also double the rage on pickup, making it so, you know, it's a little bit more worth it to just use that ultimate and confirm the kill.
Exactly. Now we're going to see Hypernova get himself caught by a grapple with Stagger. A little scary right now, means he's on performance. Oh, wow. Frostivus blistering edge drop down. Didn't expect that one. And now Hypernova's getting chased down here with the V2 ultimate, right? 2 dash, so he's got to be careful about whether or not he wants to invest this as an escape tactic. F2 comes out from the Hottie to knock back in midair. Nova looks for the hold check, activates ultimate. He's going in the underground of the Achilles Crest, north and south towards the courtyard underneath Plume Castle. So hoping to see if he's safe enough for that. Mike, though, on an onslaught pace, taking 2 eliminations so far. And with having, you know, a chance of seeing Mike go for the yoinks and catching 2 kills back-to-back, has enough gold for the later on in this match. He's got gold, he has a purple weapon, purple armor. He has a chance of resetting here, now the hotties in the sky, and you can see it, it's a game of Matador. The Matador with the gold coming through. The freeze attempt was kind of crazy. I mean, the position was good and nice and tidy, but Mike investing both of his dashes coming through here with the V1. Now he's going to be going way past his area of control in terms of pace. Pace can't do anything about how much his terrain is going to affect him in the long run.
Yes, indeed. And Mike, he has to be a little careful here, I will say. He is now in the... oh my goodness. He's certainly in the driver's seat. He's going on the offensive. Very happy to take this fight, even though, as I was going to say before, he'd already utilized his rebirth, making it a bit dangerous to take a fight that he's not confident in winning and taking for himself. Pace does find that armor swap now. Mike looking for that reset, recognizing that if he gets a reset and Pace goes for a reset, he's going to come out with more effective health overall. Dodging, using these black dodges, the sort of the dark aura from the fist blades, but getting caught on the exit of his F ability. Pace tech chasing him down. Mike with the counter grapple, not able to do it early enough, and Pace finding that, oh my goodness, that quick combo, but Mike with the half charge is going to take him down, going up to 4 eliminations so early on.
And he's got Romiang nearby. He's got 4 kills, 24k Dark Tide coins. He could purchase anything he needs to, but he could just save that gold for later on. Misu onto one of the statues over to the northwest of Flume Castle. He is looking towards Hypernova. Now Hypernova cannon shotting, knowing Justina. Whether or not he realizes this might be the same Justina. We haven't seen how far that fight has excluded itself from the point of view, but he knows it's one Justina with the V2, right? He knows it's the second variation. Oh! There's a parry coming out from Misu, forcing out the R&Bs and tech chasing out the Pole Sword Storm Form. This is going to be a dangerous game for Misu. The whole checks, the Stone Form, the tap dodges, it's all coming down towards short, quick-winded moments. Parry like that, burning F1 though, forcing Misu in the background. Zeldin looking to try to yoink this out as the F2's invested, as Hypernova gets himself the proc ultimate. Remember, 1 dash. And seeing it, it's going to be coming out. Misu has to take into account that it is that V2. The animation is also different for the dash itself, so quick notion of seeing about that. Knowing he's...
Wait, is he on V2?
Oh yeah, Mike's on V1.
Oh, it was Mike. I saw Mike's thing. Then my mistake. I thought it was Frostivus. Oh, not Frostivus. I'm getting very confused now. I thought it was Hypernova on that V1, but no, it is Mike instead. But and speaking of, he finds the freeze so high in the air, but unfortunately just not able to capitalize with that drop down. Goes for another freeze, but gets cut off by this little gazebo tower thing. Mike constantly trying to grapple up and trying to stagger him out of the air. Will he find the dash? Will he find the freeze? He goes for the dash underneath him, trying to catch him. Oh, the focus attack, but it gets avoided, and Mike is denied the kill.
There's so much work to be put into that for Mike.
Yep.
And all it came down was the final seconds. Once that room opens up, D229 took the initiative for it. Star, though, winning out the Salvation Podium fight, having golden undies now on hand, and having blue armor. This is going to be where Yak is going to take this fight himself with the nunchucks. For the LMBs, switching out to the staff. It's like Star gets caught in the parry. Wait, no combo breaker. R&B tech chase into the R&Bs, and now the ultimate comes out. This is the final boss music thing comes out. Yak just loses all of his armor. F1 comes out. B1, you were talking about this earlier, and it's going to be a chance of seeing this in the Romiang for that 60-second duration, because I'm pretty sure Star having to lock through. That Wistro attempt was so close, and you can see it. Yak is making sure he can just go ahead for a heal off as it comes down towards Star's ultimate ending.
And he is at advantage if he gets that full heal off, but no, he's not going for it. He goes for the aggressive horizontal, catches him, forces that combo breaker, and now has that combo breaker in his pocket if he goes for this focus attack, if he goes for a neutral read, and there it is. He does get uppercut. It takes a little bit of chip damage. Star with those golden nunchucks doing so much damage. Yak trying to find an opening, but Star, he's just clogging the lane, throwing out light attacks left and right. He knows he just needs a little bit of damage, and he finally takes him down. Now heading on over to X1 and X1 Wufong and SYN Mines. Wufong taking quite a bit of damage, getting caught on that dodge there. The 1, 2, 3, the send it. He's very happy to send that one. Now with the Valda Spear, he does get the stagger, but this could go very, very wrong, Serve, because that ultimate from Syra is going to be coming out any second now.
You just called it right there. Got Scarce moment, because now it's up to Wufong to survive. He's going to kite around if he can. This is a good position, but guess what? 2 dashes and Mines is already there. He's looking to dazzle as well from that ranged spot. He's going ahead. He's missing it. Wait, we got a couple of seconds left for that ultimate to be ending. We got F2 still. Wufong has his spot getting caught. Dazzle strike on the ultimate end, and he has one F2, but not enough spacing. Mines takes Romiang victory, gets a purple armor, gold weapon, Jade to be included into this. looks like he's going to get a Soul Shatter actually picked up here. And this is going to be a gold longsword in his stead. The longsword being very strong, catching one neutral R&B, and it's over.
Yeah, I mean, the longsword is definitely a very solid weapon for a lot of reasons. I will say that after the nerfs it receives, I mean, quite a long time ago now, you know, it used to do quite a bit more damage with those focus attacks, but now not so much. However, it still makes up for it in a lot of different areas. The light attacks, the frames on it, the mobility, all of it, the range essentially with those focus attack releases is extremely useful in so many different situations. But taking a look here at the edge of Plumed Castle, Ares, Miss You, TE Star, KFL Yak, and BWG Tryhard all in the vicinity, all very close together, and it looks as though Yak might be on the chopping block as Star is very willing to immediately engage onto this Tumulk. Oh no, the betrayal! Tryhard with that Wisp, sending it out. Star now popping the ultimate. Yak trying to get away, but he's got nowhere to go. He's up against the wall. He goes into the ultimate, but there it is. Oh my goodness, the damage.
The damage, the boom, the bam, the pow, the 1-2-3s. We release those as Mike comes up from the sidelines and he continues the 1-2-3s, but he's missing it. This is going to be a spot for Star, though, to use his F1, turn around, holds horizontal, back it up. There's a heal, there's a dazzle, maybe potentially. But Mike has 3 dashes, right? V1 versus V2. What is it? What is it? Until the dash comes out, there it is. Confirmation. Oh my goodness, the bow shot from Misu comes out.
No way.
And he has soul. He has the Romy depletion. Misu would not being able to go through. I think he actually did cleanse it just in a moment ago, so he's kind of safe for a second.
Did he?
Hold on. Yeah, apparently.
What?
And it might be a chance for him to stay in the game for as long as time comes.
That's crazy. Well, speaking of Yang depletion, Wu Fong here, the MVP of the previous game, going head-to-head against D229. D229, interestingly, going for that ultimate. Oh my god!
Bruh.
Rounds the corner, kick to the teeth. Wu Fong says, no, get out of here, Sonny Jim. He claims that Soul Bloom for himself, cleansing that Yang depletion. Damn, I was very surprised that D229 was going to go for that ultimate, considering that his Vermilion Bird's Might was going to be expiring within 30 seconds. A dangerous game to be playing there, but he does go down while his buff is still active, thankfully for him. But Hypernova, he's not in a good spot himself. Forced to use this ultimate now on 0 dashes. He will have to cancel to get access to his F ability, and he's just trying to grapple away. It's looking pretty rough for him here, so.
Yeah, got Mines on the head of the lead of the race and looking for the kill elimination himself, having Vermilions for just around 30 seconds. And this is going to be where, like, it caused by RMBs, LMBs, all the beats. And there is Tryhard for elimination. Soul Bloom not going to be going through and getting, you know, chosen. But for Mines, this is good. This is okay. You know, we're chilling out. We got ourselves going through the shop. We got to make sure we get everything, all our goods. 18K gold into the pocket. He can buy anything he wants, you know. He said, how much do you want? You know what? Just take the whole wallet. We're going through with this. Because Star has it decked up with 3 kills. Purple armor. He's holding down the Romy Yang for the Romy Yang class, just say, just defending it. While Frostivus gets caught by 1-2 jump extensions, and this comes out to 3 to 4. No, he's holding on here for the Glake. Maybe he gets a water buff. You know what I'm saying? It gets a moment.
Perhaps Frostivus now immediately, instead of going for that heal, that reset, immediately going to try and find a little bit of damage. But Wu Fong doing an excellent job of icing off this pressure. He does get quite a lot of damage coming through there. Oh, and the hold check on the ultimate. But Wu Fong now is going to be deterred from immediately chasing him down, although he does have his ultimate available. Frostivus has done an excellent job of making it so that Wu Fong has to slow down and can't immediately look to chase him, as he was taken to a very, very low HP threshold.
Yeah, and also making his way towards another objective, such as with that Romy Yang pool, or even going towards a Spirit Well. Now gives Frostivus the head lead. Mike, on the other hand, is stacked out for mitigation and 2 attack Jades, has purple fist blades on standby besides the purple dagger. We're going to see a swift cut coming in from Pace, having purple katana. This is going to be the psych out coming out from between both these targets. There it is, the musket shot, common rare. There's one Clink. Looking for number 2 for the neutral hits. Might be looking for a musket shot again and again. You can see how close Pace is going. Oh, Clink number 2 coming out here. There's a burned F2 that early on. There's a swift that comes through again and again. There is going to be a chance of
the read.
Uppercut, grapple bump into an R&B. What are we looking for? Oh my goodness! He got him with the flashy finish. Pace with that kill into the realm. Gold armor to be picked up.
Beautifully done. I remember when people were saying, you can't grapple combo with this Jade. I did it day 1. Yeah, you can. And it looks Cool as hell. Oh my goodness, a lot of main character vibes right there. Mike goes down, being read like a book, but I'm sure he will look to find a way to recover. But for the moment, we've got another fight taking place in the realm of Yang. D229 finding a very nice catch onto Star as he tries to chase him. That stone form dodge into the blue focus, the hilt blue focus hit there. He does get hell dodge though into the LMB, into the uppercut, forced to use that combo break now. Swapping back to that golden spear, trying to find the scale rush opener. Star catching him at mid-animation on that horizontal attack, and now it's gonna be a rough time for old D229 as the Syra is just going to be really hard to deal with. Chasing him around in the skies. She's higher up in the air than he is. What complete absurdity. Oh my goodness, his ult is out. The combo break being forced. Star's full HP and just has to give him a quick love tap to take him down.
I'll be honest, D229 did some good work with how low he was and having to go up against a character like that. We are going to see Star pick up a Universal Slash and a Blistering Edge himself, and he has a Purple Greatsword, so he can convert that to a full sword if he's feeling it a little bit. But those gold nunnies are doing work for him so far, so he's going to keep that to his main threshold. Now, pace up against Mike again for the second time in a row. This is going to be funny, because this is going to be where it's coming to prediction versus what you expect to come out versus, nah, I'm just going to go ahead and release a 2.0. But there's the Fist Blades. There's going to be a chance for Pace losing all of his health, for his armor a little bit at least to be left, and there's another grapple bump. That's free. That's going to be a little bit of a neutral hit.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, delays it, catches jump LMBs. Nope, but it's going to be an RMB with instant casting ultimate. Mike, having caught by a longsword beam, goes ahead for this engagement, maybe the kill. He does not care. He doesn't get the dash show just in time for the pin. As Tryhard gets the kill.
Oh my god, the expression on Mike's face. He literally slammed his desk there. He is not happy about that one. Tried to catch the freeze onto Pace, but not able to do so. And Tryhard with the pistol shots, able to come in and snipe away that elimination. Oh my goodness, that was a huge potential game from Mike. He had 4 kills under his belt. If he hadn't blundered in the realm of Yang, he would have been able to potentially accelerate that even further, but he does go down now, but it's put in a very bad situation. Speaking of bad situations, D229 are being chased down by both of these players. They can smell the desperation. They know that he's in a bad spot. Oh my goodness, the jump LMBs. Tryhard tries to jump in with that focus attack to take him down instantaneously, not allowing the kill to go over to Wufong, but D229 is now able to activate that ultimate, go to the skies, and get the reset that he needed.
Now he's got 3.5 minutes for that Romy completion. Now since his ultimate's going to be casted out, gets Zelda's full capabilities on this. He's playing that Liam. He's looking to try to low for a lockdown, post the ultimate disengaging, and there it is. D229 falls to the ground, goes ahead F2 after getting caught by the grapple stagger. He's able to fly past. He keeps the stagger immunity by attacking in midair and just keeps posting up for the dash LMBs with the pulse sword and just keeps gliding. But look, Zeldin is right on him. He's like a bumper car. He's back-to-back traffic. He's honking the horn. He's take the left turn. He ain't taking nothing for it. He forgot the emergency lights are on. And now D229 throws out the Blistering Edge and goes for the RMBs. He's looking for a swap into the uppercut, but there's going to be a hold blue focus. There's a Clink #1. D229 looks for the blue focus to the face, and he's going to eat up a lot of that. The Clink comes out for that Dragon Slayer, but look in the background. Mines is looking to charge out with the longsword. If he's gaining himself enough tread, he can go for a blue focus to disrupt this fight as a whole.
Indeed, D229, the time is ticking down. He finds the blue focus scale rush there. Zeldinct is not backing down. He recognizes that this is a worthwhile target, but oh no! He comes around the corner. He bonks him with the golden spear and takes him down, but sadly, ever so sadly, he's not able to get the Soul Bloom and is now yet again tasked with finding an elimination, or perhaps simply the Soul Bloom, to cleanse this depletion, this debuff, that if he doesn't find that Soul Bloom within 2 minutes, 10 seconds and counting, he is going to be eliminated from the lobby. A very sad sight to see whenever that occurs.
Yeah, but we've seen people get Soul Blooms at 1 second. The type of scenario for that to happen is kind of small. It's too small. It's too small to even count. Decimal points are just, 0, 0, 0, 0. But the things that happen when the small moments happen, where there's so much actions, like, look, there's 5 players right here, for instance. Things could happen when one person throws a blue focus, another one goes ahead, parries it, and then activates the parry in the opposite direction, and it hits someone else that's low enough. stuff like that can always occur in mixed fights, but the players knowing the space is part of the trick into that and making sure that never occurs. But for Wufong, having Valda, having that HP threshold, we're going to see whether or not he's able to take fights in his own memory. But because the Moonbane, this is the second to last Moonbane into the game, Mystic Might Spear Well is going to be available for the players to kite around and try to look for the objective clear in the southern end of the circle for Shadow 4. Now, D29 is posted up here. He's at 90%, but he's got 70 seconds left, 75 really in terms of the clock for his roaming depletion to be get rid of. His rage per second is ticking in slowly. He's able to kind of work himself into building that up, because if he finds himself to use it to catch somebody, he's going to look for the yoink more than likely and just going quickly in and going out.
Yes, indeed. I believe that no one except for that person who was able to yoink that Soul Bloom is actually fully aware that this player does still have Yang depletion, as in the kill feed it showed up a Hardy taking down a player. So for most people, they likely think that he doesn't have Yang depletion, but the desperation was evident. They could smell it. And Wufong with that pistol shot is going to take him down. He went very, very low HP. Wufong with the reads. Tryhard tried to get involved there and take the kill for himself, but unfortunately was not able to do so. And Wufong is going to claim that elimination, taking him up to 2. Let's take a look at their scoreboard here. Now, Mind with 1, Frostivus with 0, Tryhard with 2, Wufong with 2, Star with 5, and Paste with 3.
Star kind of stacked right now, too. Right?
A little stacked, just 3 gold weapons.
And he's like, I'm going to parry you, right? I'm going to parry you. How about another parry? You get a parry. You get a parry. Star has to really work out here, though. But here's the spot. This Spirit Well is Mystic Might. This is mitigation, and he's looking to proc. Oh, wait, whoa. All right. We're back in the motion. My man was like, I'm going in.
Jump in the gun. Oh, hold me back.
This is the buffet line. Hold me back, because I'm about to eat everything. And then he forgot to plate. So now it comes down. Frostivus is in Force Ultimate mode. He is going to have to try to kite around here as often as he can. Oof, doesn't have the melee weapon on him. Okay, hold on, we're good. We're chilling out. The Yurt's going to be our protecting grace, but Star, remember, Mystic Might has vision through the walls, gets that mitigation. He can take this fight as long as he wants, plus that full sword. I mentioned earlier, having the Blistering Edge as well. This is going to be a little bit dangerous for Frostivus, because now everyone is here in the vicinity of just looking for the hunt down.
Yes, indeed, and it's going to be a real struggle to disengage, as Star does have that Mystic Might, so he's going to be able to keep track of him continuously. And I imagine that the other players are well aware of this fact and are very happy to simply follow Star around, as he's the one who's going to have that information and know where Frostivus has headed off to. He does find that armor swap here, but it's immediately shredded down, and the ultimate is now going to come through from Star. Frostivus able to find yet another, oh my goodness, another armor swap. But oh, what the? Whoa, where's that damage coming from? Tryhard jumping in with those fist blades, absolutely one-shotting him.
Bro, I was like, wait a second, where
did he go?
And he disengaged so fast, no one was able to catch up with him. And now he's going to be looking to cut away from Wufong. Wufong was hunting down. He's like, I wanted that kill. That was mine. Stanchion Sky Pillar, though, Hexa Harmony Spear, and a Tempest Kick. This, Tempest Kick, man. I don't know how I feel about that vertical, because once it locks you in place, your opponent can run up to you and parry you, bro. It's scary. It's a dangerous game. I don't want to find myself in. Twin Shot, though, and Rupture Gale Orb for Wufong. So if he finds himself that cannon usage, he's going to be able to get some hits, unlike any other player, into the field of play. We are going to see a Soul Slash for Pace. He picked up that Swift Cut, and the Gold Fist Plates is on standby for him. He can actually psych out someone so heavy, thinking that he has Swift Cut, but he
has both.
I know.
It's crazy. It's one of the very cool interactions that came about when they added this Soul Jade, as they gave it a very, very similar animation on startup. Yep. But something to note is that, you know, if you're holding vertical focus with both of these Jades, you know, it's going to turn in a certain direction.
Yes, it will.
Clockwise or counterclockwise. And then depending on whether or not you hold horizontal, you go in the opposite direction. So, you know, if you only hold horizontal, then they can't actually tell whether or not it's Soul Slash or Swift Cut that you are utilizing. However, if you swap between vertical and horizontal, they can actually tell that you have both. And you have to be careful about that one, to not give away those cards, not give away that information unnecessarily.
Yeah, you're going to see a release coming through there. The crazy thing, too, is that Soul Slash got that buff. You know, before you see Soul Slash, you're like, it's like Air Trigger. I'm not using reason. But now that Solar Slash has new, better frames for the hits, better hit trajectory, and is controlling one person in the spot, it just makes things a lot more dangerous as a Jade in terms of circles or quick hits. Pace, though, burned his F2. He got pressured out right now. He is at no armor whatsoever, and all the chip damage comes out. The armor swap ain't good. It's empty, but the blue focus parry didn't happen.
Dangerous.
It was dangerous, and I think Tryhard is noticing now there's going to be a man under pressure, and if he can find a jump parry off a Soul Slash, it would be persecution from this point on. 1, 2, 3, there it is. Jump horizontal comes out, drop down blue from Wufong. F2 early investment, he needed to do that, but now it's up to Ultimate to kite out or a range shot that we could potentially see from the background.
Oh, he's trying to hide around this terrain, but it's not going to be easy. He could meet his fate, is very quick death with a scale rush, but it looks as though instead of pushing the issue, these players have decided that if we chase this guy down, he's going to turn on us with this triple charge, and we might end up being the focus of the lobby. So now that we've forced out his ultimate, we're happy. We don't have to worry about his ultimate for a little bit, but considering that the clock is ticking down, 2 minutes 45 and counting, they are going to likely have to force out that ultimate or deal with him before it gets to those last few moments.
Yeah, and it's going to be a dangerous game right now. Mines and Stars still in the lobby. Both Sirens have this. There's a Blistering Edge. There's a Swift Cut coming out. There's a physical R&B from the background. There's another Scare Rush. Oh, wait a second. We burned the F1.
Wait a minute.
The Soul Slash confirmed. Oh, wait a second. Wait a minute. We need one last hit on Mines. And there it is. 1500 HP shield. Hey, guys. Y'all paid attention. Y'all know how much HP she's got. And look, the Sustain comes out. Each orb of those to the self is 220 heal in the background.
No, and Tryhard.
Struck by Star as the blue focus comes out. And this is going to be Star's 6th kill, knowing the enemy Syra is not going to have an ultimate, has that in the back of his hand, while the other target, Wufong, is keeping eyes unpeeled.
That is extremely sad to see. Mines being the focus of the lobby, but as soon as he activates that ultimate, immediately, what can you really do? You can't walk up to him and hit him and try and burst down the shield, because it's just too much stagger and puts you in the hot seat, makes everyone look at you instead of them. But hey, it is very sad to see. Star took the initiative and went on to Tryhard in that situation, focusing him down and catching him on those dodges with that pulse sword, but oh my goodness, Mines. Oh! The parry, beautiful. Icing off this pressure a little bit from Paste, but he's still being, he's still being focused down. The focus attack coming in from the left flank. Wufong claims the kill, going up to 3 eliminations.
Man's got Blistering Edge. He procs it off with a Flying Hottie as Pace puts himself in the spot. Level 3 swing coming out here. Pace gets himself into heals into the sky. He's got no vitalities. All he's got is armor powders. He still wants to try to pressure off one person, but there's 2 targets that have enough stamina on the ground to look for those tap dodges in succession as Pace gets to the sky. No vitalities, as mentioned before. He has no way of healing up the white health, so for right now, Wufong holds himself to the ground, having enough time to look for counter grapples here. Crossbow bolts, I was wondering about that earlier. I was like, man, this man's looking for a little bit of tick damage here and there. Gets himself the shunt, sets up the blue focus, making sure that Stone Form comes out. Blistering Edge will be revealed, coming again and again. Now Wufong has F2 still. Dragon 4 is gold focus, so he's got to avoid his target Star, as Star looks to the grapple counter. Goes ahead and holds a horizontal, goes to the clink, catches that shunt, potentially for the parry. This is tough for Wufong. Having F2 still available, he could look for the lockdown here, because if Wufong finds it, this could be a double kill.
Oh, it could certainly be, but he does get clipped there by the Dragon Roll going at the edge of the zone. Oh, Star with the parry, beautifully done. That sap as well, gonna do a little bit of work to keep him topped up, but does he end up claiming victory? Are we gonna get 3-way tie?
Oh my goodness, no.
The 3-way tie!
Wait, what?
No way!
Bruh.
Has that ever happened?
Bruh. This only happened, I think, once ever. So 3-way tie coming through here. Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm positive, bro.
I've never seen a 3-way tie in solos on this stage, I don't think.
Yeah.
Well, MBPL, Jacob, whatever it might be, I've never seen a 3-way first place tie at the end of a game. That's insane. 3 people able to stay alive until that last second and well, denying the first place from anybody left alive. But Star, with that MVP, is certainly bound to be very happy with his performance, as I believe he did end up having 6 or maybe 7 eliminations by the end of it all.
6 eliminations, I believe so, taken into that placement points. No multiplier, like you mentioned, first place, denying the first place. been able to go ahead and just see 3 players get that 3rd place spot. That's how the tie system works in this case scenario. That means everyone gets a place for 3rd place. If I'm not mistaken, taking in 1.5 as a result. So for everyone kind of working off of that, that means it's a little bit more chances for the trudging through for points, right? Making sure that once rounds 3 through 6 occurs, they're going to be having more chances to get those points that would have been otherwise earned up in a multiplier fashion. Decimal points do a lot, guys. We've seen decimal points, grief.
Yes, indeed.
So for players that are just seeing these points not be awarded for the multiplier, or even just a +1 or even +2, consider there was 2 opponents there to be given to a certain benefactor for those points, it works out in the end on all fronts.
Yeah, no, those small decimals, they do make the difference, as we've seen time and time again. Players not qualify, not take the dub by just 0 point something. So getting that little bit extra is certainly gonna be impactful. Unfortunately, not able to secure it, but it is what it is. Nonetheless, he is gonna be happy. Yeah. But moving forwards, that was only game number 2, right. Ladies and gentlemen. It feels like just so much action, so much NARAKA being consumed by us and the audience at home. It's a great time to be a NARAKA lover. But hey, you know what else? You know what time it is? You know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. Answer 4 treasures. If you want to get your hands on the Peerless Treasure Choice gift, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. How many kills did TE Star get in the game number 2, the game that we just had? I was just discussing it. I wasn't sure either. Was it A, 6, B, 7, C, 8, or D9? Make sure to get your answer in the chat if you want a chance of getting that treasure choice gift, and to keep an eye on your whispers and the chat itself to make sure that if you are the lucky winner, that you are able to claim your reward.
And you gotta remember, man, you gotta make sure keep it open in the chat. Make sure you guys are respecting the crew out there, because I know you guys got a little bit of messages here and there. But TE Star taking that answer into your face. That's 6 kills, y'all. That's a 1.5.
It
points
was
for 6. 7.5 for himself. 4.5 for Pace. The next one's Wufong. 4 points for Mike and Tryhard. 2.5 for D229, and Misu taking that as well as Mines. Now Frostivus got 1 point, and there was a 0.5 for Zeldich, but Hybernova and Yak getting 0 points both on each side. Now we saw how crazy the beginning of that match went throughout, man. Pinnacle Town, Ignis Mountain somehow had 5-6 players, and it stayed.
That was crazy. That was insane.
It stayed its way north and then into Falcon's Perch, where everyone's just convoluted into that. They're just tight throughout that whole entire area. But the drops are here for the standings. This is where we're looking in terms of overall. Nova taking a 0.5 so far, D229 taking 2.5, and with SYN's Mine taking 3.5. 4 points in 15th for Yak, Frostivus in 14th with 4. Taki, not playing today, but 5 points coming through here in terms of 13th place. Ares Misu has 9 points in that spot, but Polaris not playing today, 10.7 in 11th. Tryhard having 11.5. Wufong having 13.5 in 9th place. FPX is first with 15 points in terms of first day of playing. 20.5 for Zelda. This is the second day of playing. Still has, even though he has 3 points today so far today, he has a spot right now to just try to cash into the motion. We still have himself to work into Morris Isle, one of the few maps that a lot of players are just fully recognizing and understanding.
Indeed, and then in the top 6, the top of the top so far, Arano and T225, who are not playing today, still holding on to their spots so far. But SS1 Paced, Star, Mike, they are trying to ladder up and get their way to the very, very top, as it's always your goal. 7.5 so far today for Pace, 11 for Star, and 10.5 for Mike. Spider still atop the mountain with 43.9, but certainly not for long, as he is less than a point ahead of OUG's Mike. But again, you know the drill, so take it away.
We got some clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot. Born for gaming, gamers united. You know, that's why Mines gets that parry, and Pace is like, I catch your parry back and forth. That's no F1 usage, even with a little bit of heal of 100, still not enough, but Pace, he found it. Mike, oh my goodness, the yoink of the century, finding the first kill on D229 and going on the set for the second kill there. And then Star said, Temi, who? I don't know what Temi, you got the wrong number, and he's going ahead and knocks Yak out. This is that second fight against Star that we see. Now Wufong puts himself in the clicks, and this is the moment we saw him. He opened the door. Once he went to that 10 side, he threw the 1, 2, 3. He went inside, noticing the push, goes ahead and strikes him out.
But hello there. Comes around the corner, gets smacked in the gob. He gets taken down. But here, this was beautifully played by Paste, playing around that swift cut. Just the threat of this Soul Jade is so unbelievably great. Mike here in this spot, so unbelievably sad that he's not able to go down and claim that elimination and cleanse his Yang depletion. And there, as I said, he did indeed punch his desk. He was not happy about that one. Star going for Tryhard here as well in that end zone, as Tryhard had been one of those initiators putting the other Syra in such a dangerous spot, forcing their ultimate. But the Syra buddy coming in to fully capitalize and take down Tryhard as he was in a vulnerable position himself.
Yeah, and having old actor go through it and just running it out. Star taking his first MVP though on the Jacob stage. Dragon Warren instead, explosive armor has been held onto, so if a knockback happens, he can get a free blue focus. And then Blistering Edge was there the whole time. We've seen him throw that out and release it. And but the more important part, that Sap Soul Jade comes into play. I mean, look, you can try to anticipate all you want, but by the time that parry happens, it's already too late. Nunchucks was the main source of damage. He picked that up early on, taking Salvation Podium, and then worked his way out north. But then we see the Pole Sword being used just to try to go for those securements of just utilizing the stone form, but then releasing it when they least expect it. And the first time we're actually seeing it in terms of for the MVPs today, skills and ultimates in the stat line, 3,600 damage.
Yes, indeed.
And so taking all the laser beams, you know, pew, 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 pow, you know, Dazzle comes out here. Everything comes out in terms of seeing Syra working out the potential of that endgame scenario that we've been trying to see about since day one, how it's turned out. Now, funnily enough, right, we saw in the first half of day one, seeing how strong she was. Then you see in the second half how it kind of like, you know, faltered a little bit. We even saw Timosh getting an MVP, but now we're in the same rhythm where day two, first half, Syra kind of working through. How are we going to see her go through? We'll catch you guys later in the break as we get into round 3 in just a moment.
I'm Frostivus and I play for Team Alliance. One of the unforgettable experience is when I win the Asian Challenge, and then the next year I won the Morris Cup, and then they call me the first international champion. In the spring is my first season for NBPL, is when I first transferred. My expectations was to at least get top 5 in the grand finals, but at the end I got 8th place. And so going into the summer season, I was just going to try my best and see how I do. But as it turns out, with the different scoring format, I didn't do quite as well compared to the spring season, and I ended up not qualifying for a lot of the bi-weekly finals. Technically, I could go back to Southeast Asia and compete in the Jacob qualifier there, which is easier, but I felt like if I stay there, I feel like the game will be too easy. It will be quite boring for me. So my goal was to transfer to NBPL because that is the highest level of competition for the game. I always look at their winning perspective. Like in Bilibili, there are videos where the players who won the tournament or like each game are posted on the website, and then I just look at them and try to see what they do differently compared to me, and then try to apply it myself on the next tournaments. During the day of the qualifier, on the last day, I didn't get any sleep. I think it's because I was too nervous and excited, I guess. I was too tired, but I was also happy. I still make it to Jacob. Kicked one of the emperors, they call it in China, which is a DRG. I think of myself as always good under pressure. I think I can manage the pressure quite easily. For my own goals, I would try to at least get top 5. And if I can do that, I would try to maybe be at the same level as Spider and maybe Mike also, because that's also my last year's goal. I go into Jacob and go into stage, and when they call my name, a lot of people were cheering for me too.
gentlemen, to Shanghai, to the solo group stage, and oh my goodness, the beat was going crazy. That felt tribal, like, ooh.
I'm fighting everyone.
We are
seeing
getting
everything.
oogly today, and I'm all for it, sir, as I'm sure you are too. We're going to be going into our third game of the day very, very soon. It is definitely exciting. It's a nail-biter, as this is the last chance for players who have already played in the first day to have a chance at qualifying for the grand finals.
Yeah, this is going to be where we enter the turnaround era, hopefully for some of these players. 4 rounds to make it happen. 4 rounds. It feels like it's like for some plebes, it might be something that they like. I got the turnaround going through. We saw Tryhard kind of earning the kills, the yoinks, and somehow
it was working really well for him.
Yeah, and we saw him take the solo off of the kill that Mike earned, snuck away, killed Mike later.
Yeah,
you know that moment. If it comes in the replays, you can see the death stare coming out, but.
Mike was not pleased.
He was not pleased at all, but then Star took advantage of seeing the Temi and tried to get the Temi out, knowing how much of a threat Temi ends up going to the endgame circle. And then, you know, we saw Yak in that game, V1 for the Temi. 6-second duration. I was, you know, we mentioned it briefly in terms of Cena into the Rummy Yang. Unsure if the players really want to go through that option, just because like V3 works how you might not think, but you can pass through any Temi circle and you'll activate that reset in the Wisp throws. And sometimes that can throw another Temi off, and it gives them more the opportunity of just taking a longer duration ult and just resetting those Wisps more often.
Yeah, exactly. It's the silliest interaction, I feel like.
Yeah.
Tamogs just have this interaction with each other's ultimates, and it's very goofy. You know, they can use them to their advantage, and it's just kind of annoying. You know, usually like Tamogs are actually weakest to other Tamog players, as they can just wander through that sand wall without being staggered. Yes, they do have their stamina sapped away, and they do have that reduced stamina regeneration for a short time. However, they don't get staggered, so they don't have to worry too much, you know? Not as much. Hey, the quick wave. KFL Yek, my boy, he's like, oh, you're going to the game soon, buddy. It's like, okay, let me lock in.
It's like, wait a second, is that a Viper on my screen? No, move away. You know, it's crazy too, because we've seen the opportunity of seeing the foreigners being able to play, and seeing if any opportunity of any comfort picks come through that normally wouldn't be seen in the MPPL stage, or a skill selection that kind of doesn't get showcased as often. But phase picks will now dictate that. We're on Morris Isle, we're in the 3rd round. We got SS1's pace in that 1st round with D229, and Mike and Tryhard in phase 2 with Team Light's Hypernova taken into phase 3 with Yak from KFL. Ares Misu takes phase 4 with Wufong from X1. T-Star in phase 5 with SYN's Mind. So kind of catching, you know, more of that, you know, switch around, you know, instead of it being reversed from the first 2 rounds, now things are where the phases go left and right for the players. Taking an understanding of where they were going to end up once they, or knowing where their 1st round selection comes out, it is up to them to calculate it going through this day forward. Syra from Pace, D229 opting in as well for that pick. That's going to be 100% the case. I've been calling Syra to come through as a double pick for this Jacob once we saw it in terms of her performance, and even right beforehand with the buffs, and it's happening because Tryhard opts in for Hadi, and if Mike doesn't take the Hadi, that means he's gone through, and he's making that decision right there.
There it is. He does opt for the Hardy as well. They have the double Syra, double Hardy. What are we going to be seeing in that 3rd round? We have Hypernova hovering that Liam, and then Yak is going to be bringing out his ACOS. Now ACOS, as well as his Tamog, unfortunately his Tamog did not do all that well in the previous game. His ACOS is another thing, another character that he is reasonably well known for. He is certainly a Tiger Man enjoyer. He is he runs F2 as well. He doesn't go for the F1. He believes that, I think that he believes that F2 is just, it gives you a lot more agency to create openings for yourself. The other one as well, the other round that we just had, I believe that was the Justina and the Liam pickup there. And now on to the 5th round selection. What do we have here, Server? Zipping, and what else do you reckon?
Minds has an option on the table to pick Justina himself in the 5th round selection right now. He could just decide upon using that. If he has a Temi in his back pocket, he will go for the Justina instead. Now Frostivus, Zeldinch, we saw an Akos game from round 6 yesterday for Zeldinch to take. If he sees that there's an Akos to be potential, he will potentially go for it, but he finds Matari. So does Frostivus. Okay, so Mataris are now coming out into the Morris Isle matches more often than what we've seen before, where she was a single point. And plus, we saw Zeldinch do Matari good yesterday in terms of playing her. The score valid that he was able to kind of go through makes it kind of a contention. We saw Matari kind of pop off in terms of that round that he was able to play off on. If Frostivus sees the potential of playing it out that way as well, this could be potential for Syra having a little bit of trouble. Maybe Syra can have a little bit of trouble, because it will be a great notion in seeing where the players see her stack up against them.
We will have to wait and see, but we're going to be diving into that 3rd game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, very, very soon. Players are getting ready, they're loading in, they've chosen their characters, and we're about to see which abilities they have chosen to take in with them. As I said, I believe that Yak will be opting for that F2 A-Class, and there it is. As I predicted, he is going to be going for the F2 with the V2. Minds opting for the F2 V1 Justina, and then Miss You is going to be going for the same thing, F2 V1. D229 and Paste both running at the F1 V1 as expected. Frostivus with the F2 V2. Also expecting Zeldinch in the same boat. Wufong, Hypernova. Nothing crazy here. Nothing crazy here.
Yeah, nothing crazy in terms of the Liam, especially considering we've seen V2 Liam coming off like from EWG Rana, for instances, and even from Fumiyosa's Taki. But we have ourselves inserting ourselves into a bit of a pickle now. Sunville Dwelling, Servant's Grounds, that's one of the things we have to look at. But more importantly, the prediction for you guys in the Twitch chat. Which of the following players will score the highest this match, or if they score the same, which will rank or higher overall as OUG Mike or TE Star. Make sure you guys put your points in for that prediction. But spawns, Eventai Temple, triple spawn. Tryhard and Mike are actually spawning, if I'm not mistaken, into the Crow's Nest by the proximity shot. And it looks like when they go down south, no, they're on that ridge line south of Eventside, and that's where a lot of houses are, a lot of buildings for the loot up. So if they go into that direction, they may make their way towards Synergy and TE for the fights that occur down into game 3.
It is also possible that one of them might look to try and cut north, but it doesn't look as though that's what's going to happen. We have a lot of players very, very close together. OUG's Mike managing to pick up a blue fan, as well as a blue armor here off the rip. TE Star, the slight disadvantage with that common fan instead, and they're going toe-to-toe. Ooh, Mike with that shift parry, almost catching him there. Could have been a very, very bad 4-star. The crouching horizontal to catch him going into the corner. Check chasing him on that dodge star, using those scale rushes to disengage. Mike is hot on his heels, trying to catch up to him, but it's not easy at all. Chasing a zipping is no easy task, is it, sir?
No, it's not, and especially considering the zipping made sure to keep that spacing throughout the kiting of the buildings. But more importantly, Tryhard taking the chase against Star into the Immortal Temple. A little bit of a wishy-washy spot, just because there's so many windows and there's so many terrain, quick scale rushable terrain like rooftops and walls. Now D229 inside of the Eventai Temple. Ooh, LMB isn't going to be confirmed, but he burns his F1. Zeldinch now takes the opportunity of backing off here. I'm not sure if he's going to take any time to reset. Oh my goodness, it dropped on R&B neutral. We're going for a stagger off those R&Bs. Zeldinch having those crossbow shots come out, but he's working with the terrain, right? He's avoiding the R&B fans or the vertical fan blue focus, and he keeps a blue armor swap off the rip that he didn't even expect to getting, and now D229, he's like, hey, sorry, I didn't want any trouble. I'm walking here.
Wait a minute. The jump LMB does come through. He tries to catch him again with the horizontal, but not able to follow up there, as it is soft true, and D229 is immediately able to soft combo break out of that by utilizing the ult activation. However, Zeldinch is very happy to make his way back on over, as he now has that ult advantage. The F2 coming through from Zeldinch, catching him there, getting that uppercut with the spear. No full follow-up due to the combo break coming out from D229. Now the hold check, the armor swaps are there, ready and waiting. Zeldinch trying to find an opening. D229 holding. Zeldinch dodging, weaving in and out of there. Not able to get the parry. Through the window he goes, and not able to get the full capitalization.
My man got window still griefed, and that's not a fun time, but he has Matari ultimate. He uses F2. He waits out the timer, sticks out of the building. He does not want to get dazzled. F2 still available. Oh! Whoa! We got to kill off the F2 inside the window, still to the door. Man, my man's cooking.
He is indeed. That was very nice. That sort of a dodge weave made me cough. I was, what is going on here? Unable to get the parry, unfortunately, but he does take the kill at the very end of it all. Here we are, SS1 Paste up against LT Hypernova in the money spot, as it is commonly called. Hypernova immediately dropping down after getting that reset, trying to get aggressive yet again. Paste very happy to send this blue focus here. Hypernova beautifully done, able to catch Paste on the dodge as he avoids the Oryx sword coming through. Able to just get out of danger, but only for a moment, as Paste is very easily able to catch up to him. And this is something that on Cyrus' release was not possible.
It was not possible. Her chase down before was like a tank walking through the, walking through. But the problem is she became a fast car. She went crazy in terms of the bust, in terms of speed. So she finds himself, he finds himself teleporting through. But the problem is, and this is something I was mentioning, the Romy Yang pass, trying to contest it against Osiris, that's an example of why you can't do that, because she will find you out and lock you down. Meanwhile, Daylily Meadow fight coming up against Frostivus and Wufong. Holy smokes, because the blue focus hold checks might come out here from Frostivus, and I'm expecting the blue focus to come out, and then Wufong is not having any of it. He's going for the LMBs. He's looking for the horizontals. He's making sure if whether or not he can go for an ACCA, he's going to go ahead and kite for it. But there's one parry to be negated from a blue focus, and Frostivus, F2 invests. He has V2s to still be available for him if he wants to get in the face of Wufong, but Wufong's ult still has to be proc.
Oh no.
Eats up a lot of damage, loses all his armor. Frostivus forced to ultimate.
He is indeed. That was very nice neutral play coming through. The conditioning, the attempts at conditioning over and over and over again. Oh my god, no way!
Oh, bro.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's
the gold trove opened up here, and now Frostivus. Oh my! You can see the look on his face. He's just like, oh my god, what?
The RNG and the fact that the RNG, there was a lot of items on the board there too. The amount of gear on that ground was a lot. Like I'm talking like a repair chest, a bow, a couple chains, so a stick of dynamite. He's like, wait, what's going on over here?
What just happened here?
Gotta tab out to try to swap the armor. Mike though, near to the in terms of the zest to the Artisan's Grove, I should say, is near towards Pace. Now Pace having blue, this man's getting stacked off the rib. He's got purple armor and purple fist blades. Now Mines has purple dual blades, blue armor up against Yak. Now Yak, you mentioned F2, so if he's looking towards his Moonbane that's being utilized by Pace. Pace is actually, wait a second. So Pace, we've seen this yesterday in day one. He purchased a Moonbane. I don't know if we ever even see a usage of it, but he used it on a shop out in the outskirts. Now he's actually using it onto this area where the players are fighting.
Yeah, and I believe that is also going to be covering that Realm of Yang entrance. So he's trying to secure that entry into the Realm of Yang, because now, obviously, if you've played solos, you played solo ranked, or Immortal War, you will likely know that the Yang entry is not simply, you just go over to it and you just get in. You have to wait for a 90 seconds until the Yang actually truly opens. This is simply just a phase leading up to it where players can look to try and contest this Yang pass. It's basically just a ticket that will allow you entry into the Yang portal. And if you are forced out of the circle, as OUG Mike has just been, you lose the Yang pass, and it is given to a person inside that circle. And Wufong immediately able to get it, and now DT29 is going to turn his attention over to Wufong instead of OUG's Mike.
Now, this is the interesting part here, right? Remember to mention, this is the double Oryx sword. He burned both of his ultimates, and Wufong only has a chance of canceling ultimate, maybe, hopefully so. Maybe he's trying to bait out in terms of thinking that, yeah, I have another Oryx sword, when in reality, he doesn't. Now for Wufong, this is where the condition comes out. Last second, he has F1, look at this reposition, gets himself a pass, and he's just waiting out in case of a free round. There is 3 Realm Yang rooms, 6 players total can enter throughout. We got Mike versus DT29 as the first entry points coming out, as Mike was able to reset and come right back into the mix. Purple Nunnies are in the what he's got in hand, and I think he's actually got explosive armor as well. So we'll have to see. The dodges come out here. He avoids the first pistol shot, but now he's in the face with DT29.
He is indeed Mike catching that RMB, that vertical blue focus damage onto DT29 as he is as he overholds on the parry attempt. DT29 now having utilized that combo break, but so has Mike. Mike looking to try and catch him. Oh my goodness, the confidence there from DT29 to not look for a parry here and just simply dodge away. But Mike, using that combo breaker, getting on top of the pillar, now does get dazzled by this Syra ultimate that he forced out. And he's doing a very good job of staying on the move, and I believe that D229 might be in a very bad, almost unwinnable situation at this point.
Yeah, clearly with the Hottie still being available, it's going to be a tough fight for D229, but if he catches neutral, burns F2, maybe even getting another blue focus. I've been seeing this man throw so many blues, I'm going to call it out. There's a lot of chances for him to get parried, but he is not getting caught. He gets caught with the Hottie slashes and the 1-2s, but he's getting almost certain that he's going to go for a scare rush as Mike is charging up and looking left to right. There it is, the stamina being expenditured off of this end for D229. Has only one heal he can potentially get. One swipe from Mike, blue focus to be thrown out, locked in position. Mike can then look for a swipe again, but the ultimate's set for Hottie. Wait a second, D229 has F1 to come out here in a second, but there's the 1-2s. There might be a just hit R&B neutrals. F1 to back off, but a taste down R&B from Mike. This is giving him a gold weapon. And we actually see in the Romy Yang is actually giving the victory towards Zeldin from OWN and SS1's Paste as well.
Indeed, it's BWG Tryhard unfortunately does go down to Zeldin. But one thing to note here is that Mike, White Tiger's prowess. Now he did this the other day on Syra, on Morris Isle. But interestingly, you know, at that time we thought, okay, he's probably choosing the White Tiger's prowess because he's very confident in the fact that Syra is very hard to take down. And while you're in your ultimate, if you have that shield, you are still going to be healing up. So if you are low or if you didn't have all that much health to begin with once you press your ultimate, even if you're not actually healing yourself manually, you are going to be topping yourself up during your ult duration because of the buff. But here, he's playing Hardy, so that goes out the window, I suppose. Mike, you know, he's just gaming. He does not seem to really care. He just puts that much value onto White Tiger's prowess on the first run of Yang.
If he finds himself to want to take aggressiveness, right, he looks towards using the WTP or the White Tiger's prowess buff in the sense of just catching as many kills in the vicinity or just taking fights where someone can't deal as much damage. The only person that would be someone who won Romy Yang, which he can identify immediately because of the Vermilion Burst Mine. But we go towards Noble Cave. Mike, a little bit of spot loss, losing his weapon. Not so much of a grievance that he's not going to look towards in the Void because he's still going to take the pressure on with the purple spear. He has bow shots to be head out here. The F2 investment from Zeldin goes directly into his face. LMP, uppercut, grapple poke. Oh, wait a second. Needs to do not with the drop down blue focus. And Tryhard finds a kill steal, and he could have gotten the Soul Bloom. I don't know if he got it. Indeed. And he got rid of the Romy Yang depletion. And look at this man. Purple armor, he's out of there, man. Gold, purple nunnies and everything.
Yeah, he is. But is Tryhard going to look to chase down this wounded OUG's Mike? Or what are we going to see come through here? Perhaps D229 might try and find a different target to chase down, but no, I don't believe so. I think he has set his sights onto OUG's Mike, or perhaps he might swap over to Tryhard, as Mike still does have this White Tiger's prowess under his belt, but D229, he's looking for it. He finds the opening damage, but Mike responds in kind. The combo break does come out here, and now D229 does have that vulnerability that if he gets put into a combo, he could be taken down.
A lot of blue focus is being hit out here. Nice grapple extension to the armies.
Oh!
Parry almost a hat.
Yo!
White Tiger's prowess has been hit. SYN Mines picks up the Soul Bloom. He finds that, denies it, and F2, Mike has no armor, so he's healing past it. Oh, wait a second. Hold on a second. Gravel bump into an R&B release for a free. We're looking for a freeze right here, right? Hopefully so, because whether or not Mines is going to be able to catch 1-1-2s, maybe looking for a dash out. Yeah, he's got to escape. He's got V1, so he's got another pair. Oh! Gets an R&B, burns F2, not yet. Mike is still taking this fight in his own set. Last arrow in the quiver, doesn't hit it, but someone's in the background, and it's Tryhard, and he's looking to yoink the kills.
He certainly is, diving in onto this wounded Justina. Very happy to look to chase this person down, but instead, no. He's taking his time. He's allowing Mike to do the work, it seems, and try and dive in. Tryhard sending a blue focus that Mines immediately parries. He goes red. Stopping the onslaught, icing off this pressure momentarily, but Mike is keeping it up. He's still chasing him down. Mines trying desperately to disengage. The scale rush comes through. The R&B. Will Tryhard be able to snipe it away? He does indeed. Now Mike, he's a little bit peeved. Like, what? He's oh, God damn it. Okay.
He's grumbling, you know.
Grumble indeed.
Jaw clenched, grinding teeth, making diamonds out of the tooth bone. He's going ahead and disengaging towards Sunveil, and he's got himself a Merciless Havoc right now. For Mike, this could be something for him to hold on to later on, but he's been using the spear more often. Why? After those changes to the spear, that horizontal change, especially the horizontal change, he's been looking to utilize the R&Bs as well, and finding spear usage inside of solos is something that you normally not see as often, but like we said, things could change. Mike, though, takes Romy Yang in terms of the circle and just looking to try to hide out here at the Sun Veil. But with the investment the F2, still having ultimate and getting in the roam, just like that, he is taking that for sure.
Yeah, he doesn't care. You know, I've been playing Immortal War here in China as well. You know, people chasing you around and all that sort of stuff, and then I just go into Yang. You know, all of these people just fighting like crazy. Just like, what are you doing? Just go in. They just decide not to because they'd much rather just look to fight each other outside. But there it is, Mike and Paste now going to be scrapping it out in the realm of Yang. Paste finding a good opener. That vertical focus attack damage from the Golden Fist Blades doing quite a lot. Mike, gets read like a book along with the Dazzle. Essentially just redundant, the Dazzle in this situation, but huge lead for Pace in this situation out as now he has full health and ultimate advantage going forward into this fight.
Now, when he activates ultimate here, there's around, what, 6 seconds left for that ultimate coming out. Mike is flying out, 3, 2, 1, drops down, 1 dazzle, and that's a guaranteed range. Oh, wait a second, there it is, drops down like a rock. Laser beam, boom, bam, pow. And maybe hopefully to see about another stagger here if he can. There's gonna be dazzle, misses it off the corner edge. This gives a little bit more chance now for Mike to focus to turn around. 1 RMB blue focus, and yeah, Stormstride Pace it should say. So he's looking for chip damage. If he can look for the tap dodge as often as possible. Goes for the crouch LMB. Nicely done for that horizontal attack, but now the gets a jump LMB, and there's elimination. Pace takes out Mike and then Romy Yang. This means purple armor and a gold weapon and a Jade that comes out of this. So for Pace, he's going to be picking himself up a Hearthstopper kick, gold fist blades, and there's a Rupture Gale, but he's not even taking that. I think he's deciding about taking up that Rupture Gale, right?
Yeah, buddy, come on. You got to take the Rupture Gale. If you're not taking Rupture Gale, I don't know. You must be trolling. Not gonna lie. It's kind of crazy. Rupture Gale Orb, as you all well know at home, as we've talked about it countless times, is so unbelievably strong in every situation, every game mode. It is just that good. Zeldinkt in a fight against a BWD's Tryhard. Tryhard actually finding a way out, guides inside this bush, but Zeldinkt, he's just got that. He's got the third eye. His chakra is open. He recognizes that Tryhard is in the bush, finds him, now popping that ultimate, tries to find the vertical focus attack, but isn't able to confirm it. Tryhard able to kite around these walls and is able to break line of sight yet again. Is Zeldinkt going to be able to keep up with him, or is Tryhard going to make it out?
1 teleport left in his name and an F2 skill to be casted out. Zeldinkt killed for an RMB stack and focusing to get avoided. That's the last teleport. F2 still available, but he can cancel ult and he'll have another skill refresh as it comes out. Now Zeldinkt is in there, but Star is around the zone, and the White Tiger's prowess makes things a little bit more dangerous because since it's not just Star, it's SS1's Pace. Pace taking this chance, taking the Syra off if he can. Mike is approaching the scene. He needs a Soul Bloom as well, but knowing that Zeldinkt may or may not be the target, so one of the Cyrus is definitely going to be making sure that's going to be the case. But for Zeldinkt, right, having a meter jump here, protecting his buns on top of the rooftop and looking to try to go for it, all it takes is 1 clink to force out a blue focus from an opponent.
Yes, indeed. But having your F2 forced out as Matari is not what you want. And Tryhard is actually going to be able to dive in and confirm that elimination yet again. He has just been doing this so much in the past couple games, constantly being able to confirm these eliminations in the third-party situations. But Tryhard now in a very bad spot. Pace is trying to chase him down. The laser in the sky trying to catch this confirmation, as so is Mike, I believe, because he does have this Yang depletion. The betrayal may come through as, you know, if he doesn't find a Soul Bloom within 3 minutes, or just under 3 minutes, he will be going down.
It's kind of an interesting notion what Tryhard just did, and I liked it. Went to the zone, hit it out. Star is now on the point of knowing where Mike is, has absolutely no idea where the other hottie went. Nice focus, though, so now comes out the RMBs, and the F1 immediately coming through. Star mitigates it out. RMB's come down for the slide LMB, Tryhard cutting into the zone, but here's going to be the pressure coming off from the zipping ult to make it happen for this RMB.
Oh my goodness.
Elimination. That Soul Bloom, he needs it. He's gliding. Who's going to grief it? No one? All right, he gets it for free. 4 eliminations for Mike, though. He takes his chance. While Pace has 6 kills, man's holding out for dear life. This is going to be a 5-player situation into the end game zone. We have 9.5 minutes. No one else is under the hands of Romy Yang depletion. But interesting enough, haven't seen much action from KFO Yak. You know, we saw him once or twice with blue armor and whatnot, and having the Akos gameplay, and especially having the chance of being an Akos, right, the only one in the lobby. Now it's up between the hotties to make sure they can go ahead and continuously make sure that the last second doesn't come through for those Cyrus. But then again, Romy Angry plays, always love to see it. Zeldin up against Wukong. This may get TOD.
It is indeed. I'm surprised that that horizontal from the dual blades into the katana swap is in fact true. I think I did know that that was the case, but oh my goodness, that's rough to see.
That's tough.
That is tough. The TOD as a Liam Liu player, you know, you're just licking your lips when you find a Matari in the realm of Yang, as if you do catch them that one time, you're going to be able to TOD them as long as you do have the right kit for it, the right weapons in your pocket. But speaking of weapons in the pocket, how has this guy managed to find two golden fist blades?
He needs it for each hand, bro. He needs it for each hand. And the crazy thing, too, is Assault Motor's in his hands, so he's going to be having a good time. But Pride's Fall in the hands of Tryhard, too. So he has Quick Shot Thunder Call, he's got Jabbing, he's got Blistering Edge. So it's just to be the weapon selection that he primarily likes to see best. But for Yak, there's the FG, there's the Strike. Who's it going to be coming through, as Yak is going to be the only Akos in the lobby, and it comes back and forth for the decision of just going ahead and getting him out. Bow shot from Pace gets his 7th kill this round, a Syra. Let me rephrase that, 7 kill Syra, right? And he's got enough chances of spacing away from everybody else, unless he gets focused down. Now, for OUG Mike, and for Wufong, or for Pace, I should say, it's up to whether or not Mike continues his chase down, or he just working counterclockwise in the circle of the Moonbane, because this is the second to last Moonbane. We still got one more, the 80%, and if it takes into the notion if a Syra comes out right next door, you know the players are want to set them up and just getting them depleted as soon as possible.
And here we are taking a look at this end game situation. These players lurking at the edge of this Moonbane, but as well the where the Spirit Well is going to be spawning in. Tryhard now taking a bit of damage there from the other players, the other characters. Paced being focused down, being peeled off by Mike. He is interested in taking down the Syra in the situation, it seems. Tryhard constantly being chased by Wufong. Wufong is not looking to let him disengage, and the weapon swaps coming through. Hey, yo, is that a little heaven step I see? Tryhard is certainly going to be forced to use that ultimate now, immediately looking for the heal. Wufong has that scatter shot, I believe, on the bow as well. May be able to pull Tryhard out of his ultimate form here, but unfortunately misses the initial shots, and Tryhard has found that full reset that he desperately needed. Oh my, hey yo! Does he find the follow-up into the RMP? And there it is! Mike gets his 5th elimination of the game. Beautifully done. The parry attack into the downhill, following up with the RMB, and then because of that ultimate startup duration, he's able to take him down.
Now Wufong's going to be the only Liam. He's going to be the only Liam. He's hype.
You guys fight.
The thing is, right, is that he invests his F1, he is in a predicament because there is no longer a way for him to disengage besides using his ultimate. And in this A-game circle, it's all about trying to burn out what they got left. The takedowns, the workarounds, the kiting, the thievius, you know, I'm not going to say the second part, but he is going ahead and moving. He's got to stay out of sight, out of mind for the players, and knowing that he's got a fan, especially considering what we've seen, right? The other hottie, Tryhard, he saw what he's capable of. He knows what he's got in his pocket and trying to set up for just a neutrality position of catching LB uppercut into extensions. If he takes it, yo, there's the F1, investment. The 80% Moonbane has just dropped.
It has indeed. Mike taking the initiative, diving in. Tryhard with that unstopper kick. Doesn't send that second part. Mike, oh my god, you're just the GOAT. Holy moly, sending out those reds, getting those parries into the follow-up. Wufong forced to use that ultimate into the reactivation of the Auric Sword. Now desperately trying to disengage, trying to avoid this onslaught. Tryhard diving in with that hard stopper kick. Mike does take quite a bit of damage. Wufong, he's trying to cut through the Moonbane. A dangerous path to take for anybody, and Wufong does find the heal, is still alive. Mike, he doesn't seem to care though. He's happy to dive right on in. The will form hook from Wufong may be able to keep him alive here though.
Oh, the Moonbane's right there too, and we've got 10 more seconds of pain, sorrow, and grief if it comes down towards it. There's going to be the R&B release with the F2 investment. Hotties are now going to be looking towards this. One knockback into the zone is all that they need. There it is. One hit, one blue, one dream, one parry, one something. There's the martial art will form hook. Gets a lot of sustain as a result. R&B's gets mitigated, and one jump LMP gets it to Tryhard. Now it's a 1 for to see the hotties. Hold on a second. Parry might be coming out here. This is 5 eliminations versus 5 eliminations. Whoever gets killed gets themselves into them in terms of the MVP. We got 4 minutes left on the clock right now, and Mike looks to try to go ahead and anticipate the hard upper kick. 1, 2, 3. It's gonna confirmed. The terrain kind of griefed out. It's a hottie ultimate versus hottie ultimate. Mike knows all he needs is 2 slashes, and he's gonna go into the sky as Tryhard knows this is gonna be the counterplay.
He gets that one heal off. That is what he needed for the moment. He's trying to get to a lower altitude so he doesn't burn through all that much of his ultimate charge just yet. He's trying desperately to get away. Mike has caught up to him. The combo break. The parry comes through though. Tryhard, he's on the ropes. Mike is doing him dirty right here. The Storm Stride is doing a little bit of chip damage, but Mike, he's still so topped up. He's not going down. Tryhard, he's trying. He's going to fight to the last second, but I don't think he's making it out of this one. Serve. Oh, okay. There we go.
Got the toe shot. Toe shot.
No need to go in melee. Just with that quick pistol.
Pow, 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 pow. Bam. Pow.
What a game though from Tryhard as well.
Yes.
Yes. OUG's Mike is going to be able to claim that MVP, and with quite a few eliminations. Tryhard himself was able to snipe away quite a lot himself in that second place. That's still a very solid performance, especially, I'm liking to point this out because the day one unfortunately did not go all that well for him, and this is his last day to play along with OUG's Mike, so everything counts.
Everything counts for this. He gets 7 points because of the result of second place and 5 kills, which is already better than his first day performance and all the points gained. This is a good mental boost coming through from this point, right? Because we got to remember, right? Taking day one in consideration, now pushing into game day 2, the 7 points into one game creates the stead of when it's going to happen between now until the end. We still have 3 rounds to be preparing ourselves for, right? We still have into the Midoriya map to be daytime, but the Firefly map to continuously bring down that pressure. But more importantly, seeing how it came down to that final zone. We saw 2 hotties miraculously being in the final endgame zone, but we saw how much it came down towards seeing Syra being taken out as quickly as she did. And once it came down with no ultimate, or not being even able to proc the ultimate, there's so much startup frames for her that they saw.
Yep.
They took the opportunity of making mention of like just looking how long it took. And you got to remember that was also a change that happened.
Yeah,
to her,
it
right?
did get buffed.
So
it got buffed.
It's faster now compared to before, and yet it still wasn't enough with that LMB that came out on top.
No, unfortunately not. That damage from the pulse sword parry into the R&B, the vertical follow-up into that LMB, quick chop to the tree, and he goes down, not able to get that ultimate off. And it was, you know, it is the terrain that did give allowed for that to be possible, because typically you can't do that. You can't follow up with an R&B off of a great sword or a pulse sword parry. Typically in that fashion, usually you want to go for a potential jump LMB or a crouching LMB, or a jump RMB perhaps. But it's, you know, he definitely would have been able to get his ultimate off in that situation, I believe, because that sprinting R&B does quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, you know, a weapon that we actually see and mentioned, right, or we saw a lot of, was the fist plates. You know, something that I said in round 1, man, we didn't see a lot of fist plates coming out from this game. You know, round 1, what's going on? You know, everyone's using dagger, but then the fist plates showed up in round 2. Then the game showed up with game 3 with the fist plates. So 1, 2, 3. We saw Mike really honing in terms of doing the 1, 2, 3s, right? He's always looking to try to catch it, even when the terrain doesn't work in his favor. But at the same time, that's almost what's cost him that last kill, or rather, in terms of the timing of the damage that comes out. It's something that keeps the players in the notion of knowing what is confirmed and what is not, and the only thing that can deter that is just the spacing of how far they are before they're hitting A, a wall, or hitting A, the ground sooner.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I will say, I believe that was definitely a situation where he would have been able to extend it much further with those jumping light attacks, with that jump horizontal on the fist blades, as it is so unbelievably strong and very good at tracking players. But here we are taking a look at the scoreboard off the back of that game, game number 3. Mike in the lead, taking the MVP for himself, taking that first place finish with the multiplier 10.2. Pace coming in second with 7 eliminations, 8.5. Tryhard in third with 5 eliminations, 7 game score due to those ranking points. Wufong in fourth with 4.5, Zelding with 2.5, Star with 2, D229 with 1, Yak with 1, and then a few players down towards the bottom of the standings. But here we are with the total standings. What's it looking like, sir?
Well, Light has so far in terms of 1 point for that team, so Hypernova's going to have to really try to lock through in. This is similar performance going through, but hopefully the match out where more points is earned. Because D229 is in 17th place with 3.5. Mine's first day playing 4 points. Frostivus 4 points as well. Now, cutoff point. Aries Misu takes into 9 points earned into the overall games between day 1 and day 2, so he's going to be the gatekeeper. While TWSS Polaris at 10.7, FPSS versus at 15. And this is not the stopping point because EWG Rano did such a great day. He's not playing and he's still into the top 6 and 25 points as well for Team 5 from Team YZG. But TE Star at 32.5, 35.5 for pace. Spider has now been overtaken as he is now in second place with 43.9. Mike is taking that first place crown so far for the qualifiers in terms of placement with 52.7 points.
Absolutely, an inevitability. I thought so at the beginning of the day, as you know, Mike was coming to play, and it was his last day along with all these other players from Group A. But you know, we saw it there. Tryhard has managed to more than double his points from day 1. But here we are yet again. You know the drill. We're taking a look at some highlights off the back of that game, sponsored by Thunder Robot. Zelding, this fight was this was just all over the place, and then he manages to close it out very nicely with that empowered F2 through the window. Wufong, this was so unbelievably sad for Frostivus. The Trove, as they were fighting right next to each other, Wufong opens it up, instantly grabs a purple armor that just spawns in front of him.
Yeah, it was a painful moment for the loot game, but Pace finding himself on parry and eliminating Wufong in that Rumyang for the kill. Now Mike taking an R&B through face fight against D229. D229 looks at R&B again, but gets caught, and this is all that's needed for Mike with the scaling of the weapon himself. One R&B, one jump melody. That's going to be what the horizontal comes out to play for. Pace putting into chase down against Mike, something you don't see when the jump parries, telegraphs it, and just in succession gets that kill. Now Yak getting a chance here as the Akos. Now one thing comes through here, everybody in the lobby, they see a single person in terms of the target that they can try to focus on. The defensive measure comes out in terms of the playstyle, but Mike was getting the last day confirmation and he was going through. He saw an Akos going out, and then everyone was like, wait, how did he die so fast? Everyone wanted to see what the range weapons were going to be doing that game, and that's when it came down to the final kill. Hit Tryhard as Mike found it with the pistol shot and the toe shot right at that point for 20-some damage, getting himself the kill, getting himself MVP, and earning himself the most points so far.
Oh, well, it's good to see the smiles on all of their faces just there. Obviously, they were doing rather well in that game and so far today, but it's good to see that sort of like that fun, you know. It's when you see the serious faces, obviously you could say they're locked in, but usually a smile is always good, because it's when you're having fun, you're playing better, at least in my experience and for a lot of people. But here we are taking a look at OUG's Mike, his 4th MVP so far, 35,000 damage, 18,000 healing, 29,000 of that damage being done with melee weapons, but spaced out between lots of different choices. Pulsar, Fistblade, Spear. He was gaming with all of it. Stormstride, Phantom Step in the pocket, Blistering Edge. You know, Phantom Step with Stormstride is a devastating combo, as we all well know.
Yeah, and then even to the inclusion of the glyph board, having wave roll on top of that, this creates a semi-mitigation, you know, type strat of just being able to tap touch as often as you would like in a certain direction. Now, obviously, players take advantage of just trying to catch that out, but of course, if everything comes down in terms of the situation, you could just find that type of immunity come through. But real thing coming out here is for you guys in the chat. We got a question for you in there. Hope you guys have a chance of playing it through. And the question I got on the question board is for Yak, you know, and the question is about Yak's usage in game 3. What hero did he play? Was it A, Syra, B, Akosu, is it D, Hot Ishmael, or D, Tumulch? This is gonna be the question to be on the board for you guys in the Twitch chat. Like we said, make sure you guys have your NARAKA ID handy. Make sure you guys have everything set up, especially your whispers being open, and you may be able to earn yourself a Peerless Treasure Choice gift that drops through. Now, now the question's out of the way, Duncan,
yeah,
it's crazy. Abracadabra.
Yeah, look at this. We have spawned a KFL Yak for you, ladies and gentlemen. And do you want to tell us the answer to that question?
I'm pretty sure it's B.
Yeah, B, the Akos? Yes, it was indeed that F2 Akos that I predicted. Welcome, Yak, to the caster desk. How are you feeling so far today? Because unfortunately, it's not gone all that well for you. You know, it's not been as slow as some other players' performances. But what do you think in your eyes?
So I'm gonna be optimistic. I still have 1 day and 3 games to go right now. So I'm like 5 points so far. If I manage to double my points, it would be good. I would have a good day. I can say for now that Akos is not the best pick in the league right now. It's pretty hard to survive as an Akos. I was just trying to survive the whole game, trying to get purple armor. And then in the end game, Mike sees me and he shoots me like I die in 1 second.
I mean, Mike is a threat in terms of a lot of players' minds, you know, taking in inspiration from him throughout. Is there a player such as Mike that you take an inspiration from in terms of your play styles?
I would say Wu Feng. Yeah, Wu Feng.
Yeah, Wu Feng, he's come onto the scene and he's definitely shown up. Yeah. You know, he's the new blood. Definitely impressive in his dueling potential. But what do you think? Do you think you're going to be making any specific adjustments moving forward now that you've had a chance to play on stage? Or do you think that it's that your plans have just not gone the way you've wanted, and that if you get that objective, that you will be more successful?
I'm going to try to be more aggressive. My objective is having fun, so as long as I'm having fun, so I'm happy. Like, if I win, it's good. If I don't win, at least I'm having fun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that is certainly something that is definitely important, especially in my eyes, in a lot of people's eyes. But winning is fun, you know. So we shall see.
Yeah. And, you know, one thing that comes out in terms of that round, you know, being able to play it out, studying to the question, but you know, with you playing Akos into that, you know, into that round, that's just something that the players are able to recognize and see in the usage. But Syra has been making kind of threads between day one, you know, and studying that out.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely.
And seeing how it's changed up how the players are going through, do you think there's a chance for, you know, for her to actually come through from now until the end?
Of course, I think like from all the games I've seen, Syra is insta-pick from the players because they know if you pick Syra, you can win the Yang, most likely.
Yeah, well, definitely. And
yeah, absolutely. And just to reiterate the answer to that question, what was it again, Yak? It was
B.
It was B. Yes, indeed, it was. Just in case you weren't watching that game, but yeah, I saw you picking that F2 Akos. You know, I predicted it. I was like, this guy, he's running F2. He's running F2, and you did indeed. I mean, I think it was possibly the fact that you were on your own in that lobby.
Yeah.
Do you think maybe if not for that, you would have been all right, or but?
It was maybe a problem, but that was not the only issue. I think Akos is off meta because of Syra.
Yeah.
Well, that puts us into a moment, guys. We're going to be right back after break. Thank you, Yak, for coming through for the interview.
My pleasure.
We'll see you guys in just a moment. 4 rounds, 4 through 6. See you then.
My name is Tryhard. I come from the NA region. I originally grew up in New Jersey of the United States. Obviously, my last year's performance was, to be honest, lackluster.
Tryhard needs to go down and make something happen. Akuma is up above everybody, holding on for dear life. Tryhard eats a huge hit coming in from Hadian.
I would say to all those people who question me, I used to care a lot more about people like theirs opinions, if that makes sense. But I feel like, you know, a lot of people really don't see everything outside of the game. They kind of only see when you compete. They have no idea what else is going on in your life. And, you know, that by no means is that you know, making excuses. But I feel like this year I've come a lot more prepared, not only outside the game or inside the game, but outside the game as well. And I'm excited to just play and let my results speak for themselves. I think my main adjustment this year for the upcoming group stage is mainly just focusing on like keeping a positive mind. You know, if you watch MEPL, if you watch the bi-weeklies, if you watch all the finals, you know, when people are having the worst games, they still find a way to win. And I think that's something I failed to recognize last year and something that I will definitely not fail to recognize again this year. I think something that I've improved a lot on from the previous years in terms of like my combat and strategy is definitely my choices of what heroes I decide to play during each match. I feel like that's because last year the new phasing system was introduced. It was definitely very complicated, and I feel like the people who adapted on the spot, you know, found a lot of success. But now that I've had over a year to kind of digest that new system, I found a lot of success in myself while using it, and I feel like I can translate that into the group stage as well. Those wondering what I have to say to the people who have questioned me, maybe in the past year or the year before, I just really don't care. You guys are all just noise, and I'm not listening to it. So after returning to, doing a whole new process of going through J-Cup again and returning to the group stage, I have not set any new goals for myself. I feel like I've always set the highest possible goal, which is winning. That's something I've always been focused on. And I feel like if you aren't setting that highest goal for yourself, if your goal is not to win, then you're really here for no reason.
I'm Frostivus and I play for Team Alliance. One of the unforgettable experience is when I win the Asian Challenge, and then the next year I won the Morris Cup, and then they call me the first international champion. In the spring is my first season for NBPL, is when I first transferred. My expectations was to at least get top 5 in the grand finals, but at the end I got 8th place. And so going into the summer season, I was just going to try my best and see how I do. But as it turns out, with the different scoring format, I didn't do quite as well compared to the spring season, and I ended up not qualifying for a lot of the bi-weekly finals. Technically, I could go back to Southeast Asia and compete in the J-Cup qualifier there, which is easier, but I felt like if I stay there, I feel like the game will be too easy. It will be quite boring for me. So my goal was to transfer to NBPL because that is the highest level of competition for the game. I always look at their winning perspective. Like in Bilibili, there are videos where the players who won the tournament or like each game are posted on the website, and then I just look at them and try to see what they do differently compared to me, and then try to apply it myself on the next tournaments. During the day of the qualifier, on the last day, I didn't get any sleep. I think it's because I was too nervous and excited, I guess. I was too tired, but I was also happy. I still make it to J-Cup. Kicked one of the emperors, they call it in China, which is a DRG. I think of myself as always good under pressure. I think I can manage the pressure quite easily. For my own goals, I would try to at least get top 5, and if I can do that, I would try to maybe be at the same level as Spider and maybe Mike also, because that's also my last year's goal. I go into J-Cup and go into stage, and when they call my name, a lot of people were cheering for me too.
Well here, making it extremely difficult for Pace to actually find all that much damage and threaten a focus attack in this situation, as it will simply block it all. But Pace, he's getting cooked here! The damage, the fire damage, the combo break coming through from the Huddy, the combo break from the Valder as well, Arano, both of them a 1 HP situation. Who's coming out on top? Oh my goodness, and it's Arano! It's in comparison to the normal P1, where you have 3 dashes, but able to get a third. Disengaging, but Taki now looking to try and chase him down, biting off a little bit more than he can chew perhaps, getting caught with the weapon swap, and Taki just getting read like a book here on the disengage. Yeah, what's going on here? T25 getting a very oogly indeed, sending out these focus attacks, doing quite a lot of damage, but it looks as though Spider is very ready to take him down. Oh my goodness, but he's in a position right now, but it is looking rather even. But as I say that, Pace sending out a rather aggressive blue focus, does get parried. The sap from Mike going out, and yet again
and another parry. He can take the pressure on. Looks at a parry as the horizontal gets released, and Mike throws it again. The box comes in the clutch. Mike looks to try to go for the R&B stagger and waiting for the blue focus to come out into his favor. Goes for Dragon Slayer. Everyone from start comes out, and Mike looks to try to hold it out again. Now blue focus gets parried. There's a sap hit, and one R&B. Mike takes the victory in his stead, and getting that Romy Yang kill.
Ball, the combo break gonna come out, not gonna connect with the bubble. Toronto gonna go for a ride. Pace with the Raw Dragon, gonna get the upper. Does he get the follow-up? He does time it perfectly. 2-1-1's gonna come out, and EWG Toronto is gonna fall. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take to the skies. I am Raven PLZ, and I am joined by the beautiful Moxie. I am Hadi, she is Faria, and we are on to the second half of today's solo group play. Group A and C, still a lot of NARAKA to be played, but I am excited to see the NA boys, my former teammate Frostivus, Tryhard, popping off. Can Miss You bring it back? The CM side is absolutely crushing still, but it looks like things have settled down with the character picks.
I mean, speaking about character picks, like you said, you're Hardy, I'm Faria. Unfortunately, neither of us is Syra because she's 100% been the most impactful thing coming on through for this year's 2024 J-Cup, having so many MVPs, and we're seeing it in terms of the facing. There was a little bit of disparity for that first day of solos where everyone was sort of trying to figure out whether or not she was going to be good at a premier pick in solos, but now that we've had one entire day and we've got to see how she's able to interact and negate a lot of the ultimates coming on through from the other heroes, instantly every single first phase, insta-lock, back-to-back, double Syra to ban it out for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah. First day, we saw triple Syras, triple Hotties. Today, no one is letting that happen. You're only going to be able to pick Syra once if you're lucky. Maybe you get a double Hottie game, but Syra is just way too powerful. The end games have been very interesting too. I was wondering how the lobby was going to react to Syra, and it looks like the overall idea is if you mess with Syra, you're looking to get lasered and burned.
Well, speaking about looking, look to the bottom right of your screen in a matter of moments and you'll be able to join the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Discord server. There it is. Make sure to scan that one into your camera and you'll be able to instantly get invited to that link where so much stuff is happening, just like the current 2024 Honest Comment section coming on through, which I've been keeping an eye on. A lot of these players actually going to show what teams they're cheering for.
Oh. I wish I would be able to give one of my honest comments so I could get one of these special awards. You know, J-Cup, free stuff coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, the questions are easy. Make sure you're paying attention. But if you're not, that's fine. You can just watch for 2 hours for these pre-finals or the finals for a wonderful emote. I know I'm going to be watching for that one. If not, no problem. You can just be around and get some Peerless treasures just by chance. You just have to show up.
Or you can get the Kurumi Halloween skin.
True.
In that lucky draw, I've got my eye on that one. I normally rock the J-Team Kurumi skin all the way back from Darwin in a MVPL J-Cup. Back when they were running the Sand Siphon variant, we got the Kurumi Takeda and Yushan skin coming through from them. But looking at that Halloween Kurumi skin, might be swapping up my selections. Speaking about swapping up selections, phases are going to rotate, and we're going to get to see who is going to be able to have access to the premier pick of that Syra. Looking at Mike, he's had an interesting day. He's had a very emotional day. Whenever we've seen him on the face cameras, there have been a couple of punches, a couple of desk slams coming on through.
Yeah, I think that's the big difference between Mike and Spider's demeanor going into this J-Cup. It looks like Spider, even though he's very, very focused in, he looks very relaxed, very cold, very calculated, but you're not seeing the emotional responses from Spider that we have before. But Mike, on the other hand, even just a simple frag where he's down to 1 HP, it's normal he's going to die here. He's slamming his desk. He's showing that he wants this a lot. Is this the first time that we see the mortality of the GOAT of solos NARAKA? It's very, very interesting seeing Mike having to adjust. It's the first time he's really been tested this in his career, I'd say. He hasn't really had to reinvent himself like the other players, but heavy is the crown, and the new generation is gunning for him.
Well, not just the new generation, Spider too. Spider isn't playing, Spider's in Group B, so Mike doesn't have to worry about that, but he absolutely has to worry about the target that's been painted on his back, especially when it comes to the off-meta picks. Because we even actually saw Mike curved away from his usual off-metas. For the first time, we did not see him lock the zipping in game number 1. I wonder if that's also going to impact the off-meta curveball that he would throw into the second half of the day on that ACOS, because as we heard from Yak in his own interview, ACOS does really struggle into Syra, given the fact that even if you find that grab onto her, she doesn't get CC'd if she's in her ultimate.
Yeah, Syra, still an unanswered question for everyone. Everyone's reeling, trying to find something that isolates her pressure. So far, it's just try to keep out, keep distance, let someone else deal with it, come in at the
Temi
second.
was pretty decent about dueling Syra inside the realm of Yang. You still lost, but it wasn't in the ultimate duration cycle, which is improvement and market improvement at that in comparison to some of these other heroes.
That's still a really big problem if we're just dying a little bit slower. Now, for the first pick, Tryhard and Mike locking in that Syra. Really, really big drop for Tryhard to be in the same phase as Mike. A lot of the current phasing meta, whoever is in group with you really, really affects the outcome of the round. If someone has an off-meta pick, you get a sequence of 3 different characters that other players might not be ready for. And we're seeing a big shift right here. Valda being the second phase pick. Usually it's Hadi.
Yeah, usually it is Hadi. Hadi is instead going to be gift wrapped over to those in phase 3. I mean, the problem that Valda runs into, even if she goes for her V2, she still doesn't win the heal-off situation because Syra just picks her apart. However, as we saw in the previous games, Syra's and Valda's didn't fight each other. They went after different heroes, so it could be that these players are banking on both of those heroes not wanting the mutual destruction of taking a fight against each other and having to force their ultimates.
Yeah, seeing Liam pick on the 4th round and looking a little bit more standard now that Syra is in the picture, but the 5th and 6th round are the personality picks. This is where the player means a lot more. This is their comfort pick. It looks like Miss You is going to be going with the Matari. Wufang on the Justina. Wufang's Justina, one of the best in the league. He's very, very comfortable in this fighting. And Justina, one of the best characters to be picking off in these weird scuff situations.
Hypernova going to be opting for the Zip. Does Yak decide to go for the Zip as well? Zip has definitely been struggling in terms of the Realm of Yang fight and also the open world fight, given the fact that it is incredibly easy to be able to counter with the RMB in that Syra V1 if she's trying to just look for a scale rush disengagement, and that leads into the LMB, and we've seen so many players, both in trios and solos, be caught out by that one, and it looks like Yak wants absolutely no part of it. He's opting for that ACOS, but is he going to swap up his loadout, given the fact that he really struggled with the F2 earlier?
Well, I mean, everyone's struggling for an answer for Syra and ACOS. It looks like Yak is going to test this against the Syra. Now, ACOS mainly gets a lot of his points from going inside Yang. Day 1, though, Zelsic actually played ACOS and did really, really well on the outside. He doesn't really go Yang, he goes once in a while, but he has a lot of success playing around the Yang depletion situations, finding the third parties, finding those fringe edge of zone 1v1 fights where he's not having to fight the super, super beefed up Valdas and Syros waiting in Yang.
Are we going to see a change up as well in terms of that end game? Because now that these players have had a little bit of time to be able to adjust, they've got to see the full 6 games of day 1, they've got to see half of the games as well as have a little bit of time to confer with all of their coaches as we head into the second half of the day. Are we going to see any differences in terms of strategies of mix-ups? Something that we are going to see, however, is the 4th question of the day that you can answer over on the World Championship website, and it's going to be a head-to-head between SS1's Pace and X1's Wufang. which of the following players will get the most eliminations this match, and if they get the same number of eliminations, who will deal the most damage. And that is going to be massively impacted by the heroes that both of those two players are on, because if you remember the MVPL solo finals in summer, it went down to a damage done tie between Spider and Arano, and Spider was on a burst hyper carry, poor old Arano was on a third party Tessa pick.
Yeah, that was very surprising to me that rule even existed. It's never happened before, and it looks like in the money position to the north, we're going to get Miss You, D229, and Tryhard all looting up, trying to get their economy set up. A D229 getting luck to draw, getting the blue armor first. Tryhard sitting on the outside, trying to put Miss You in the middle, but Miss You binding his time, setting up the scale rush, isn't going to hard commit. Tryhard's going to deny that scale rush, space out a little bit, doesn't want to be the first one to go right now. And a Frostivus is going to find a kill onto Mines first, but D229, Tryhard, and Miss You looking for the light attack, not able to get it. Tryhard gets the double hold, gets the juggle. Miss You and Matari doesn't have combo break, is going to take a lot of damage, and now it's going to activate. D229 is going to be looking for the third party. Can Tryhard find the secure? Looks for the RB 3 times, 4 times, not going to be able to get it. Last hit situation, but Miss You's able to get the armor swap.
Oh, he goes for the F ability, trying to turn it on to Tryhard, and that's actually done the damage. D229 turns on to Tryhard, allowing Miss You to make out with a great armor reset. Tryhard now still with that blue staff, puts himself into the third party situation. The Valda burns through the F2 to deny the Matari the spacing, and D229 is actually going to be able to walk away with the kill, but is it going to be one elimination, or will he be able to take down Tryhard too? It looks like both of these players have decided to back on off, both of them burning through the combo breaker, neither of them wanting to risk taking a fight, especially since now OUG's Mike shows up for the third party.
Mike with blue armor, Syra on Syra, violence. Mike wants to see if he can get a nice timing here, but unfortunately for him, Tryhard did get the best of his first fight. He does have ultimate up. Mike's going to disengage right now. Still though, Tryhard was not able to loot up. All he has is a mini, but Mike's already down to 1 HP. Last hit situation, Tryhard's going to get the juggle. 1, 2, not going to be able to get it. Combo break's going to come out, but Mike, again, no! D229 with spin to win is going to get the double kill.
2 kills stolen by D229 directly underneath the nose of Tryhard. That is going to be incredibly frustrating, as we're going to be heading over to Arcadia to have a look at these players contesting those Thunder Coins, wanting to get that Volcoin Essence. Pace going to be going incredibly low. The 1, 2, the third! We throw those, and Wufong immediately loses the weapon off of that predictable parry, and off of the back of that, Pace is out of there.
Pace is going to get the armor reset, stabilized for a second, but Wufong, we're back in. Can't breathe here. Pace throwing out a max range focus attack, just trying to condition Wufong. Will Wufong take the bait though? Pace sees the double team going on. He is going to be backing off here, sliding, vibing, trying to get a reset here, looking for a backup armor, but Frostivus is not going to let that go. Jumping LB is going to come out. Nice poke damage coming out for Frost. Combo break's going to be invested. Pace still trying to find his way out of here, still just getting the pressure from Wufong and Frost, fighting his way out, but the one charge is going to come out. No armor to his name. Frostivus coming in, bobbing, weaving, throwing out the arm beam. Wufong said, get out of my way, I want this kill, but Pace is going to get one more.
The Dragon Slayers! He's able to find the Nezha's. Pace has to go for that V2. Manages to get the full health reset coming on out. Wufong now is the one getting turned on to, puts himself over towards that door so he can scarish disengage. And that's going to give Pace the opportunity to heal. Valda does manage to heal back her health, but in that ultimate, if she's able to find the resources. But now that the V2 is gone, Frostivus is going to continue applying this pressure, and Pace is running out of space to be able to run.
Still back-to-back armor swaps. He does get the parry, icing off some of this pressure, but still Wufong and Frostivus just have eyes for Pace. Pace doing his best in this 2v1 situation, trying to get out of it. Armor swaps for everyone. We're going into round 3. Pace bobbing, weaving, blindside light attacks around the corner. Frostivus is going to eat a 1, 2, 3, get taken. His armor swap, and now Wufong is going to switch targets. Notice his Frost is really low. Combo break can come out. Can Frostivus have the same success as Pace?
Pace looking for that in. Had the musket before swapping over to the spear. Locks the Hardy down with the F2. Frost does have the ultimate, hasn't committed using it just yet. Now he's going to go for it, trying to put the pressure, looking to come on through with that triple charge, but has to go for a heal off before he can try and commit into this fight. Over the rooftops he goes, underneath the door frame, just making sure that he's not going to be clipped by any of the range damages coming on through. But that sets into motion the 1v1 with Wufong and Pace, which has to be finished soon, otherwise Frost gets the full reset and back into the fight.
Wufang has his armor stripped, Pace as well, but Dragon's actually gonna come out. We still have combo break on deck. Wufang is gonna pop his ultimate, put on the pressure, goes for the dash through, the double dash through. Nice dodging from Pace. He is gonna get a light attack. He does get the uppercut combo, and Pace, against all odds, is gonna come out on top.
That fight went on so long, he got a second Valda V2. Absolutely crazy stuff coming through. Pace doing a very good job of utilizing the F2 to just turn the focus onto players around him, as it is going to be Zeldinks now coming on through in this Hardy ultimate, trying to just break away from SYN's mines, puts himself into Purity Chamber. All of the different levels is going to provide so much escape pathing for this Hardy to take advantage of, especially with the combo breaker of that F. And you can see that Mines just has absolutely no clue where the Hardy's disappeared off to.
This area, just so much terrain, but one of the hardest places to really lock someone down. Can Mines lock down Zelzich? Zelzich able to get some armor swap. Double tap dodge is going to allow him to land the parry, and now Zelzich with the advantage. Can Mines turn this around? Zelzich going to make his way back up. We've been switching levels onto Mines. Now, with the ult pop, what can Liam do against this Hardy? Pushing him into the stagger. Siphon's going to come out, gets a little bit of health, but Zelzich is fighting back. So we're going to release that one charge into it, and now Mines down to 1 HP. Zelzich is going to find a light attack, is going to close it out, and the third party's coming in.
Oh, the drop down from TE Star with the jump LMB on these fist blades. Thankfully, Zell was able to pick up the Soul Bloom before Star could take him down, with him being so incredibly low. Has full access to the combo breaker as well as that Liam V1 ultimate, but so too does Zeldinks. He was able to get his ultimate and combo breaker back online, and he's actually going to disappear even further into that zone, just utilizing the Hardy movement to break away from TE Star. He has to be careful he doesn't go too high up though, because that is going to signal to other players in the area that there's a fight going on, and they're going to want to show up and take a piece of the action.
Now, Zelzich going to make his way to the tower. A lot of kiting here. Does get that armor reset again, but Star walking down his opponent. He still has ultimate up. One charge is going to be coming out. Deep frying Zelzich. Zelzich trying to make his way out of here, but the RMB from those dual halbies just absolutely cutting his retreat. Light attacks are coming out. Star trapping with the parries. Where can Zelzich go? He's definitely trying to fight his way out, but the gold combo break is going to keep up the pressure onto him. Star blinding Zelzich with the amount of damage coming to his name, and he's going to close it out with the ult.
What a clean Auric sword, as we're going to be heading over to look at OUG's Mike versus Pace. This is the 5th time today that they've taken themselves into a fight against this Realm of Yang. Mike does have that Syra V1, and as we've seen in the past, Valda V2 gets absolutely melted even if you can use your ultimate.
Light attacks are going to be coming out. Combo break, bubble trap is coming out, but Syra able to ice off the pressure. Her gold F puts her such great positioning. Nice job reducing the damage with the ultimate. Both of them are going to ult. New meta, Syra versus Valda. Who comes out on top? The heals are just stacking up. Mike is putting on the pressure onto Pace. Where can Pace go? He's trying to escape this non-stop pressure, this onslaught. Bubble's gonna come out. He's not able to get the light attack, not able to get the combo, but he is fighting back. He does land a focus attack. Last hit situation, Pace fading out, trying to land an uppercut combo. He's fishing forward, he's looking for it, but Mike, keeping it simple, is gonna put him down with a musket shot to the body.
We're starting to see the adaptation coming on through. That Valda did not try to throw a single spear. There was absolutely 0 point in it. You're just making it easier for that Cyrus to be able to hit you with that RMB into LMB. You just have to go full kite mode and just try and live as long as possible for that 16 seconds to be able to burn through, so that you can then trap that Syra in the F2 and potentially look for something like a grapple bump extension off of a spear uppercut to maybe get the punishment. However, it is going to be an incredibly tough ask, as Syra is just absolutely unstoppable inside the realm of Yang.
Yak just going up to the bounty and just kind of playing with it. I'm curious why he didn't really want to take the... Wait, he's changed his mind. He's thought about it. He's really thought about it. He's playing with it. Yak mixing us up on the bounty. Will he take it? Will he not take it? Looks like BWG's Tryhard was able to win Realm of Yang, a little bit of NA on NA violence versus Light Hypernova. And now he looks like Yak has a bounty on Star. Is he going to use his Akos and go on and take it? It looks like we're going to get a straight up duel between D229 and... This is Pace?
Yeah, multi-way fighting, not Valda's strongest suit, so hopefully these two can finish before Yang shows up for that third party. The F2 will be able to catch on to Pace, puts enough pressure onto him to force out that V2. We're going to be able to find the uppercut into Spear, and he gets the next into the grapple bump for another horizontal juggle into Spear reset. And this is just Pace going to show how strong he is in those 1v1 combo extensions. My goodness, what a way to play with that longsword.
D229 just got put into the montage by Light Hypernova, but he does have Yang depletion. He needs to find a way out of this. Unfortunately for him, he's running to the super buffed character, the new improved zipping Syra. Mike piloting it. Mike keeping up the pressure with this dagger. Light does have to replace. He has a lot of movement options to get out of here, but the beams are out. He's gunning around the corner. What can Zipping do? Down the stairs, scale rushing up. Can he make it outside? Verticality. He goes back in. Wait a minute. Mike's ankles, they're broken. He has to wrap them. Light Hypernova's out of there.
The mix-up coming through from Hypernova, and Mike falls for it. Hook, line, and sinker. The V1 runs out, and Mike is still committing to this chase down as Hypernova is heading on over yet again, trying to just kite away from where this Syra is going to be, but there's no other player. There's no way that he can escape because Mike has all of the information on where Hypernova is playing from. Grapple bump into horizontal, 1, 2, 3 because he's up against the wall, and that is going to be Mike finding the kill.
Very, very pretty stuff coming out from Mike. Just the 2-1-1 cancel, putting Light against the wall. Even if he didn't die there, he was going to get reset into another carousel. Now we're going to get Star versus Frostivus. No, go too soon. Tryhard versus Wufang, but the Vermilion's buff should be fading away soon. 30 seconds on this. This is a pretty big commitment, but 1, 2, 3 enjoying. Wufang to pop his ultimate. Nice. A little bit of a Brando there, jumping R&B. He's not going to be able to land it onto Tryhard. Tryhard is going to get the heal. They're going to trade this out. Pace is coming in with the third party, though. Looks like Wufang feels that senses danger is upon him. Tryhard doesn't want to over-invest right now. Syra, still the most dominant Yang character, is going to reset and look to go to Yang.
Speaking about looking to go to Yang, OUG's Mike is already set up for it, but he's not the one with the Yang pass. He's going to be kiting T-Star outside of the circle, so he loses it though. Goes for the overhold on the LMB, manages to find the connection into that uppercut. Here comes the ultimate. Star just trying to run away. Might be able to break out into the portal, but he actually goes above it, putting himself onto the high ground, understanding that Mike is prioritizing going for that realm of Yang rather than chasing this kill down. But no! Star tried to get through the portal and goes into the R&B Dazzle Stun instead!
Star and Mike duking it out. There's no more free Yangs anymore. Not in 2024. You fight for every single Yang. Mike going to the top ropes, trying to stall this out. Wants to guarantee his way in. He has 8 seconds left. Doesn't want to hard commit to something. Just throwing out the light attacks. Peppering Star. Nice fade away. Gets the stagger. And now Star is going to yield and back off. Mike lets him know with a musket shot. Get out of here.
Is he going to be contested? Because that is the problem. When you go for that second realm of Yang, you know you're going to be running up against one of the premier picks of that Syra, and no way. The sixth time today that OUG's Mike and SS1's Pace are going to be going head-to-head in Pace that has got that Philpoint essence in the back pocket for that Valda. So Mortal Defiance, as well as a parry, comes on through immediately to kickstart this fight with that long-term pressuring the spacing. The F2 look for the toothpick, manages to throw out the 1, 2, 3. Mike wasn't expecting it because he wasn't against the wall, goes for the horizontal off of that spear swap. Now we're going to see the Syra ultimate come on through, the Valda ultimate also coming on out. Pace gets hit by the RMB into the LMB. What can you do? You might have all of the health, but there's absolutely nothing that you can do because you don't get to play the game.
Pace just sitting in front of Mike, catching all of the balls tossed by him. Focus actually coming out. Mike keeping up the pressure, but Pace is holding his ground. He is not fading back. He's sitting there in the pocket. Double charge going to come out, frying up Mike. One charge comes out, and now the fader out. Pace switching up the tempo, fades out with the light attack, with the range attacks coming back in, bobbing, weaving. Pace wants the smoke. He wants this battle. He trades out ultimates. He wants just the mono-to-mono fight. Is going to land another one charge. Mike, accidental parry, a little bit of a scub situation for Mike. Scale Rush is going to be coming in. LMB focus, both of them so deep in the conditioning. Who's going to come out on top? Last hit situation, and Pace is going to upset Mike.
What a turnaround coming on through from SS1 Space. Just showing that really when you are that Valda, when you are the Sire, you just need to utilize the V2 to have the health to be able to tank through the entire duration of the V1. And crucially, he's still got Volpine Essence.
Oh my goodness, that's why he had the confidence. He has the red jade.
Yeah, and it didn't even need a pop. Like, that's the thing. Even if Mike had been able to find the light hit before Pace was able to take him down, he still wouldn't have won because Volpine Essence would have procced.
Oh my goodness, I'm very surprised to see the Valda pick going in there, but everything makes sense once we get a peek at those Jades at 1000 HP for that recovery. Now Mike has his work cut out for him. He does have a lot of time to work with, 4 minutes, 45 seconds, but we are going to get a salty run back. Pace and Mike going to be dodging out, just hiding, doesn't really want to take this fight. It's just too tanky. Valda with the regen of White Tiger's buff is just such a boss fight that you do not want to take.
Yeah, especially because a lot of these players are going to understand there are people with Yang depletion, there's fights going to be going on. That's a prime opportunity to be able to come up through for this third party. As Frostivus was also able to win his realm of Yang, has that White Tiger's prowess, loses a massive chunk of that legendary armor though from pressure coming on through from TE Star, shows off the Phantom Step, goes for the overhold on the Iron Beam, actually finds the connection onto TE Star before setting up the skirmish and trying to put some distance between himself and this other player to go for that shield reset, but the Fist Blades coming in thick and fast are going to be able to just chip the Hardy down, double jump to be able to avoid it. Frostivus utilizing the combo breaker to put himself over towards the door frame, so if the fight goes south, he can try and disengage it fully, but he goes deeper in, and that might be his undoing. The 1-2-3 is avoided by the activation of the Hardy ultimate, but it's not enough, and Star is able to take Frostivus down.
Oh no! Frostivus, the Cardinal Sin, holding the ultimate for NARAKA 2, not able to pop it, just gets caught on his ceiling scale rush with 3 kills. That's a tough one to take, but big clutch coming out for Star. Now going over to Mike, the Star Zone. We started here in the beginning. He still needs a solo in 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Still a lot of time to work with. Can he find the kill onto Misyu? Matari ult's going to be invested. Mike biding his time, slowly working there. Sees the Matari fading away, going max distance, and now Tryhard joining in the battle. Double Syra over here. Combo break's gonna be coming out, but Misyu with the drop back parry onto Tryhard, but Tryhard immediately gonna catch the fade away from Misyu. Again, half charge. Misyu can't get away. Tryhard goes for the parry. Now Misyu will fall to the ult of Tryhard.
Yeah, Tryhard able to come on through with that kill, 16 seconds. He's going to cancel it early so he can immediately start regenerating the rage from the soul bloom that he just picked up from Missy's body. As OUG's Mike comes on through with the overhead vertical from that spear, waits for the skirmish, but the White Tiger's first is actually going to grieve him out of the opportunity, interrupts him, goes for the F1, looking to try and hold SS1's pace in the close so that he can find that stagger, as yet again these players go head to head. Volpine Essence still going to be in play, Pace with the F2, able to lock him down for the toothpick into that uppercut extension, but unfortunately wasn't able to find the 2-1-1 into the full carousel as Mike with the soul break throws it twice in a row, and Pace with the predict parry puts a stop to the dagger, forcing Mike to swap over to the spear instead.
Mike, so oogly. We're throwing maximum blues right now. We throw it once, you parried us. We're throwing it one more time. Ult's gonna come out from Syra. Pace gonna respond again with his ult of his own. He's tanking all this damage, but Mike not letting him get away. He's gonna get the juggle going down, and we got a third party coming in. Yeah, coming out of nowhere on the Akos, but Pace now in a tough situation, and a fresh Akos with ultimate. His Volpine Essence is gonna get popped. He's down to a last hit situation. The Hunter has become the hunted. Can Pace get away from this?
Legendary Dagger means that the skill rushes are going to be able to charge up incredibly quickly. If he can find an armor reset, that's exactly what he's looking for right now. Might be able to run in towards that Forbidden Seal in the hopes of stopping these players from chasing him through it. But no, he goes for the turnaround. He tries to heal behind the pillar, has the F2 to be able to fall back onto, finds the parry onto OUG's Mike, and Yak sees his opportunity and comes through with the Akos F2, locks the Syra down, but it's Pace that walks away with the kill.
Pace, reverse Uno cards. Mike, you think you have him, but Pace brings it back and takes him down. But now Pace in a tough situation against Yak. His ultimate's back up, and Yak's gonna respond with his ult in kind. Nice job to using the Tiger to iframe the spear, and now Pace chasing him down, has Yak down on last hit, one more spear to his name. Can he find this last spear? Yak uses his last Tiger to go through the Tiger. And wait a minute, we still have our another Vermilion, another Red Jay. We had Mortal Defiance before. I saw that popped earlier.
Pace now does not have any more second lives. The Dreadful Whale is finally going to be able to take him down, taking it to a 1 versus 1. Start with the Dreadful Whale. Yak going for the avoidance. Knows that it's going to be in the back pocket. The F2 forces Star into burning out the F1 so that he doesn't get extended into. And it's going to be the Auric Sword coming into play to set up the stagger and allow Star to walk away with a second MVP of the day.
Star finding that MVP, and again we see Yak find that second place. Back-to-back second places on that Perdora, but Star absolutely able to fade Mike's pressure, and one of the first times we've actually seen a character beat Syra in Yang. Not only does he win once inside Yang, even on the outside, where we say that Syra does struggle a little bit because you can kite her if you have the right terrain. He finds a way to outwork Mike.
You've got to have a dagger or a fan in the back pocket. That's the only way that you have the opportunity of being able to kite her. And I mean, you can see that he was preparing. Like, Pace was packing in the Soul Jades in the backup plan so that if he did run into a Syra in the Rumble gang, he had his options. He had the Valpine Essence, he had the Mortal Defiance. Those two, as we saw, stack. So you don't just have one pop and then immediately the other is deleted. They can both individually pop, and that meant that he had that means of survival, especially with the Valda V2, to be able to tank the entire duration of the 16 seconds of the Syra V1. And for a lot of these Syra players, they're sort of banking on the fact that they're going to be able to blitz you down in the first cycle of their ultimate. So when things don't go to plan for the Syra, you can see the panic. I've never seen Mike throw as many blues in one singular fight than what we just saw then.
There's a lot of double checking going on. When you throw one focus attack, a lot of times, if you get parried, your opponent's not going to think you'd do it again. Mike throws out 2 more, all-you-can-eat blue buffet, but this time, Pace calls him out. He lets him know, you will not be caught speeding throwing all these focus attacks. Mike actually falls, but Mike's been having such a dominant day, and finally we're seeing Star have one of those dominant performances that we've seen before. He usually heats up way later, but now, we're late in the day. Star is heating up. Who can stop him now?
I mean, that's the problem that Star's always had, like you said, because he heats up so late into the day. A lot of the time when it comes to qualifying, he's incredibly late and also incredibly close to that cutoff. We all remember the qualifiers coming on through. But speaking about remembering, I hope that you are remembering the answer and the MVP that we just had in game number 4, because that is going to be your 4th game question to be able to get your hands on a Peerless Treasure Choice gift. Was it A, SS1's Pace? Was it B, OUG's Mike? Was it C, TE Star? Or was it D, BWG's Tryhard? And I mean, it could be any one of these players, to be honest, Raven, because every single one of them had their standout moments.
Exactly, Moxie. Well, we were just talking about this, ladies and gentlemen. I did say you got to lock in for this J-Cup. Pay attention. Usually the questions can be very simple when it comes to these MVPs. We're always talking about who just MVP the round. And that was Pace, ladies and gentlemen. Valda paced. I cannot believe he actually had the cojones to go in against Mike. Because you know, in the phasing, it has to be Mike or Tryhard.
Who's got the Syra.
Who has the Syra inside Yang. But fortune favors the bold Star. A bold Valda is going to secure that MVP with 5 kills, 9 points. Pace with 5, 6.5. Frostivus with 3 at 3.5. Man, Frost did so well. He died so early and he's at 3.5. Mike with 2, gets all that endgame at 3.5. D229 with 3 at 3 points. Tryhard with 2 kills at 3 points. We didn't get to see how Tryhard faded out there in that endgame.
He died to Star.
Died to Star. Yeah. And Yak making it to the endgame. He said he's not sure about the Aqua Split. He does it again. He survives the endgame.
That F2.
He makes it work.
That F2. Mike is not happy. Yak might not have got the kill, but he was the nail in the coffin. That meant that Mike went down before that Syra F1 could cycle back into play. That Akos F2 is no joke for the 1v1 to be able to guarantee the uppercut, but it's even worse in the third-party situation, because even if the Iglis isn't close enough to be able to guarantee the uppercut follow-through, if another player is, you're just locked in position, you have to eat all of the damage.
Now, looking at the standings, Mishu at 9.5 still has a couple games. This is do or die for him. He needs to show up today. Polaris is not playing today. First is not playing today, but Wufang, first day, 20 points. Wow. Tryhard at 21, now at the top 6. Zelsic having a slower day today, but at 25, sitting pretty comfortable at this point. T25 is not playing. Star, really big performance today, 22 points, securing basically his top 12. Pace, 22.5. All these CN players, all the NBPL players keeping up pace, having that 20+ points. Probably going to be around 35 to 40 points to qualify, and looking at their day ones, some of these players have already qualified just on one.
Yeah, Spider. I mean, plus 40 points. What more can you say? As we're going to be having a look at our replays brought to you by Thunder Robot. This is X1's Wukong coming in through with that grapple bump into LMB. Here's the moment that Pace was finally able to get the kill onto that Giustina, managing to dodge out of all of those freeze dashes. The F2 setting up the uppercut into that horizontal juggle. As we can have a look at this, was an absolute masterclass. Uppercut extension into grapple bump into horizontal combination into Valdespir. And because of the amount of CC that you had that one player locked down for, that immunity to being CC'd by the Valder ultimate went out the window just as your body went back into the whirlpool.
Unfortunate for Light, also a victim of another longsword combo against the wall. He could have gone for more in 10th round. This fight was so close. Last hit situation. Mike cannot believe it. 1 HP. Pace is just like, yeah, that's what's up. We got you, Mike. Balda with the red jade. Now this was a tough break. We see from the side that Tryhard does get taken down from Star. This is a fight that we did not get to see, but Star going to land that Dreadful Will, find that kill. Now Yak to close it out. Star just with such a big advantage, just going to walk through Yak with that ultimate and walk away with tons of points, Boxing. Tons of points for Star.
Liam getting that ultimate as well as that MVP card coming on through. And it's interesting that we actually got a Liam MVP because, I mean, he hasn't really been seen as the premier pick currently. It's very much Siren and Hardy and then Valda. And then Liam is like a damage control hero coming on out. Hold 17,100 damage coming on through in total, as well as a massive chunk of healing. It's not often that we get to see the Liam doing 10,000 plus heals, but a chunk of that have to have come through from that Sap Soldier that he has attached. And that's something that a lot of these Liams are able to capitalize on. The fact that everybody has to throw a blue in the hopes of being able to activate your combo breaker so that you have to utilize that focus. And that means that you're going to be able to find a lot more parries, and Sap Soldier is going to find a lot more sustain.
Yeah, Liam has been struggling with the addition of Syra. He is one of the characters that allow you to get away from the situation. You have to use your ultimate to back out, to save one of those ult choices just to fade away and then come back in later. His Gold F is still so strong. Even though Leon's been gutted so much leading into Worlds, he's still seeing playtime. Just your ability to take risks, to put your opponents in weird positions, still allows him to be played. And we still see success. Will he continue moving forward, though? I mean, everyone was really surprised by Syra.
Yeah.
And I knew as we progress, these bros are going to figure out different answers, and we're already seeing one of those answers. Just trade out the ultimate and drag them to deeper waters with neutral.
Yeah, I mean, quite literally drag them to deeper waters with the Valda V2. Just try and keep that ship afloat for as long as possible. And I mean, going back to the confidence that Pace had, he knew that there was Cyrus still in the lobby because both Tryhard and Mike, the two Cyrus, hadn't died. They don't get to see the names of the players in the lobby, but they do get to see the names of the heroes. So if they've been keeping a track of that one, they know that both of those Cyrus were still alive when the second realm of Yang came through, and you have the chance to go up against both of them in those two portals.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think Valda for the second phase, I was very surprised by that. The CN has gone back to that. They were definitely ahead of the curve this year, knowing that Syra was a lot stronger than everyone thought. Previous year, everyone on our side knew that Hadi was very strong, but this year CN got the best of it, and Syra I don't think is going to be going anywhere. Now, Will people get more than one pick? Probably not. The real big question that's going to decide a lot of these players' success is what is their second and third pick? How are they going to establish those situations? And how are they going to win Yang? How are they going to navigate around this? Going second, using the Voltbine Jade, that red Jade, that gives you that killing blow, Mortal Defiance, allowing you to tank through that ult. You still are left with having to beat these juggernauts, the best fighters on Earth. Verse, Mike, 225, Spider. You still have to duke it out, but we see Pace take it to Mike, right to him. Mike is looking mortal this year.
I mean, Pace is no slouch when it comes to the NBPL scene. He's beaten Mike out in the past. In fact, he's walked away with a bi-weekly final. He's had some really good performances. The thing that Pace has sort of struggled with has always been his consistency. And I feel like that's just more of an experience angle, where as he just logs the hours on the esports scene, he's going to be able to find much more confidence in himself, because he's a very smart player. He's very intellectual. He's very good at spotting his opponent. And his combo extensions are some of the cleanest we've seen in the individual one-on-ones for the entire year. Both him and Verse and Arano have had some of the most memorable Realm of Yang duels for every single player, including NBPL.
D229, I haven't seen him as much this year. He's gotten a little bit of camera time. I'm really curious if he can heat up. It is his first day. I'm really curious to see where he lies, what his favorite character picks, but Zelicic has been here before. Every single year he's doubted, and every single year he proves everyone wrong. He's had a ton of success running a very unorthodox strategy. Now, Frostivus, on the other hand, he started off the day really strong on the zipping. A little bit misfortune there on the hottie, but he did have 3 kills. He had a ton of success, a little bit of an overextension. A lot of this current meta is keeping up a nice and steady pace. You can't go too slow because of the big change to the rule sets, but you also can't go really fast. There's just so many strong characters on the field. Everyone's range game improved so much in 2024 that, like Yak said, he came out of hiding and instantly died in 1 second due to the lobby's range.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to get to see how the Realm of Yang interactions are coming through. Like you said, Voltbine Essence can be very strong. However, it is a strategy that you can only pull off on Padoria because it's directly linked to Arcadia. There is no way that you can guarantee having that Mortal Defiance on your side when we head through into these other maps. There's no surprises. The first phasing is going to be that instant double lock. So Syra banned out from this lobby. No Valda coming through from Wufong. Instead, it is going to be that Hardy. Is Miss You going to go for it as well? It does look like he is. And we can have a look and see what's going to be locked into phase number 3. Who's going to get picked first? Is it the Valda or is it the Liam?
It looks like Star does believe in Liam. He does have a very, very good reputation on the Liam. It's one of his highest averages. Now, mind, does he go with the Liam as well? Now, I know for a fact that Frostivus, not a big fan of Liam, didn't really like the Liam meta, so he's going to be shifting off. And it looks like Mines is going to go Valda, so Valda is going to be open right now. Will Frostivus and Zelicic pick up the Valda? And we saw a lot of success in the Valda for the previous round. Frostivus definitely saw that and was like, that looked very tanky, looked pretty good for endgame. Let's slow it down. Let's play a nice macro game. Go Valda, but not Zelicic. He does not care. He picks what he wants, and he's going always off meta.
Yeah, Valda is going to be banned out, but we're not going to have 3 of them running around this lobby. Pace going to be locking in the Temi. We have seen Temi having a lot of success in the past, being a damage mitigation hero, coming on through for these players late in the phases who don't have access to the Premier and S-tier picks. D229 is going to be able to opt in for that Liam, and now we can have a look and see what's going to be open to Tryhard and Mike. Mike still yet to play that zipping. Is he going to pick it now, or is he going to field? No, he's gone for the Temi. This is something that he has played in the past as well, and this is, as we've seen in the past today, one of the stronger picks coming on through, as the Syra is really forced into burning a lot of her ultimate, just escaping the windows coming on through from that lockdown.
Now, I know Tryhard wanted to switch up his later pick. He was considering Akos just like Yak was playing, but it looks like in this instance, Matari is open. Matari, one of the higher picks in his repertoire, wants to go for the assassination plays, and that's the name of the game we've seen so far. If you can't go Yang, that's only going to be half the lobby, and later on, only a few players. Most of the time, you're trying to sneak in kills. We've seen Tryhard make the adjustment. He's used to having to take very, very long fights. Now looking at the overall character picks, it doesn't look like anyone's going to be switching up the abilities. Pace with the F1, with the V3. Zelzich, though, with the F2, V2 on Justina. I mean, a lot of the CN side have been playing Justina for her V1 and the counter ability on Hadi days. It's it's a lot easier to catch the retreating Hadi with V1 and just depending on your neutral to win. F2 so far, especially with low ping, a lot of Justinas, I would say it's almost a 70-80% rate that dual blades and dual halberds, if your opponent has this, you're going for a ride as soon as you come out of your combo break as Justina F2.
Well, we're going to be seeing the next question pop on up, and it's going to be asking, will the top points scored in a single match reach 9 or more? If you think a player is going to absolutely pop off, answer A. If you think that a player is going to go for maybe a little bit more of a consistent round, go for that hit of B. And no, we're going to be seeing one player immediately opt in for Salvation Podium. A lot of these other points of interest going to be very rapidly sought after. Yushan Ruin's always incredibly popular, given the fact that you can go through those portals and pick yourself up your ultimate almost immediately, as are the Firefly cages in the close vicinity if they spawn. As we're going to be having a look at OUG's Mike and SS1's Pace. Normally it's Mike and Spider who are brought together by Destiny, but today it's been Pace versus Mike. However, both of these two splitting off into different directions means that Mike is probably going to butt heads with Frostivus first.
I cannot believe these players are actually want to fight Mike here. These caves are filled with armors, but Mike not getting the luck of the draw, doesn't get the armor. He is running away with no armor, but he does have a purple longsword, keeping up the pressure. Frostivus tracking Mike perfectly here. He is going to find Mike going for the strobe, but there's a lot of armor resets everywhere. Perry's going to be coming out onto mines. Armby's going to be coming out, but Mike making his way to the other side. This is like Mike's lair. But if you land here, you are playing with fire.
Well, Mike goes for the hold on that longsword, tries to open a trap. He's looking for armor. He's not able to find anything other than the gray. The jump LMVs are going to be able to magnet himself into Frostivus' hitbox, but the Valda with that F2 combo break will be able to escape, as now it's going to be Mike looking for that toothpick connection. The whisk to extend into the charged RMB, and Frostivus bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Like you said, heading directly into prime real estate for a Temi fight to take advantage of.
It's curious to me that Frostivus actually wanted to take it to Mike in this spot, because Frostivus knows, being an NBPL, that Mike likes the land this area. He's the one who told me that he loves armor swapping in these cases, but he's going to get Pace versus Mike. The parry off, the honorable duel between the Temis off spawn, longsword versus longsword. Nice half charge coming out from Mike, getting the stagger, putting Pace in a tough situation. Temi ult is going to be coming out, but is it an ult for Pace or is it an ult for Mike? He's going to be putting him in the blender, putting him the montage. Quick kill with the wall, with the whiz. Temi on Temi, violence off spawn.
The grapple bump one way and then the grapple bump the second way to make sure that he doesn't cleanly get to disengage. Cell now having to just utilize a lot of his stamina, burning out to fade backwards out of that Justina F2. Hypernova, very well versed in the Justina fight, is going to be able to see the animation, knows that it's the V2 rather than the V1, and on the Siren with the higher mobility, he does have a major advantage to be able to chase Zeldinch down, and he's going to have to burn through those rift portals to put himself up towards Yushan Ruins. As Hypernova cancels the ultimate, he's right next to a Firefly cage. He'll be able to interact with that one and get it back immediately before turning over and looking at Yushan Ruins to continue the chase.
We got Wufang, Tryhard. Again, in this position, that same building, doing his same play, hiding in a different corner this time, just cutting noise, trying to break the ankles of D229. Wufang and D229 not able to figure out where Tryhard is. Full reset's going to be coming in, but Wufang hiding on the top roads. Dragon's Leg's going to be coming out, max range, not going to be able to land it. Nice job by Wufang using the stairs to duck under the horizontal of Tryhard. Tryhard again looking for the horizontal, and out of nowhere, D229 is going to come in with the focus stack, but he does not care. They are going to be focused down Tryhard, and they take, He takes a fan R&B to the back, and he will fall to D229.
Oh, fan R&B in flop state, the bane of every single player's existence, as Wufong with this Hardy ultimate is going to have to be careful that he doesn't space into that Auric Sword, waits for the activation of it before coming through with these triple charges. It's going to have to be fast though, because Hypernova shows up with the cannon, pressures the Hardy far enough away before swaps over to that fan with the R&B and picks up the kill. Hypernova doing a very good job. It looks like didn't go into Yushan Ruins to continue the chase against Cell on that Justina. Looked instead to try and put pressure on some of these players towards the outskirts of Plumed, as Hypernova now unfortunately not able to fade out of the fan, able to come on through with the parry though, forcing out the combo break. The uppercut connection is going to be good from Hypernova, and he gets to come on through now with that Syra V1. The R&B connects, the stun is there into the LMB. Hardy has to burn his ultimate to try to run away, but it's a race between the Syra and the Temi for who's going to be able to claim the kill onto Wufong, as Hypernova gives up the chase and has to turn and deal with the Temi, looking for the third party instead.
Mike showing up out of nowhere, looking for the third body kill. Light in a tough substitution tap dodge roll, has his way out of there with the scale rush, dodging, weaving. We're out of there. Instant scale rush back. Faking out both of them. Wait a second, Light pulling off the magic that we've seen earlier. Where did he go? But it looks like Wufong's gonna take the top ropes. Catch Light retreating right here. Combo break's gonna be coming out. Light needs to find a backtrack again, but the jumping LMB is gonna close it out, and Mike will pick up the kill onto Hyper.
Wufong now going to be in a little bit of danger, especially since Mike's able to come through with the toothpick to send the Hardy back into that wind wall. Goes for the overhold on the staff R&B to dodge it out of that wisp connection, CCing him down. The semi-ultimate has now been removed. Mike understanding that he's losing a lot of power in this fight, that the Hardy is going to have that ultimate far sooner back than he is. Goes for the ceiling interaction, scale rush, manages to find the 1-2 with the toothpick, forcing the combo breaker out, and Mike is still actually keeping himself competitive in this fight.
Wufong with the double charge, able to force out the combo break now. Mike in a tough situation. He's going to get lifted up. He looks for the half charge. He's going to be able to get this. Grapple kick's going to be coming out. Extension 2-1-1. Can't get the follow-up. Wufong to be able to ult right now. Now Mike in a tough situation. Hadi above him, swinging, weaving. Mike running out of stamina. He's going to dodge the first one. Can he dodge the second one? Light attacks are going to win in. Now he's down to the last hit situation. He is going to get chopped in half, but Frostivus looking right on the outside. Does he activate and come in? No, he will not. Wufong's just going to secure a kill onto Mike.
Frostivus very much prioritizing controlling that realm of Yang, wanting that pass on the Valda. Is definitely going to be having a look at the kill feed, seeing what heroes have been taken down. The fact that a lot of these heroes have been burning through that early rebuffs means that they're not going to be all that equipped in terms of Holler Off and having potentially solved Salvation Podium. In fact, there's that answer. Star is the player who was able to solve Salvation Podium, coming on through with the only legendary weapon currently in play before we head into that first realm of Yang.
Now Wufang posting up as well. Frostivus sharing this same area. This is very dicey. There is a Ballista in play right now. Both of these players just opting to cordially wait for their chance going in. Don't want to invest their ultimates. Don't want to guarantee their spot. It looks like Frostivus is going to be getting in. Who's going to be his opponent? It looks like Mines is going to be here on the Valda mirror matchup. Not an ideal matchup for the end games, but you gotta live with these results. You gotta take down the same characters sometimes, and Frostivus with the double bow chop is gonna get a nice poke damage in the midair. Mines fading out, gonna try to heal off that poke damage, but Frostivus gonna keep up the pressure. One charge parry gonna come out. Mines is gonna keep up the pressure though, does not care, is gonna keep moving into Frostivus, swinging over and over. Frostivus is gonna swing back. We got triple clank. Now Mines with the double hold is going to catch the double jump of Frostivus. He's going to have to force his ult soon. Combo break is coming out, but Frostivus holding on. Weapon swap's going to come out. Mines has to be careful right now. He's going to get reset right now, but the untrue combo, he gets his ult out.
He gets his ultimate, but Frost is still holding on to his. He utilizes the activation to dodge and hyper armor through the spear, and he's got the grapple bomb yet again into the juggle, into Valda spear extension, and Mines has absolutely no way of playing until the F2 cycles back out, but that means he's out of his ultimate, and immediately Frostivus with his own F2 closes out the space and guarantees that he's going to be able to come through on top. In the Valda mirror, it is just the Valda who ults second, who immediately gets that leg up.
Oh, the classic dual blades into katana weapon swap just covers so much options. The dual halbies, the dual blades allows you to go out, reach out, grab your opponent with an R&B light attack from the largest amount of distance leading into this uppercut. Frostivus was telling me the other day, he's like, I think I'm gonna do katana dual blades tomorrow, and I was like,
the spider strategy.
He did. He was watching Spider and he was just like, it looks like everyone's trying it. Let me try it out. No practice, loads it up, and he's having a ton of success with it today.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever wonder why Spider's weapon for his J-Cup win is the katana, look no further than all of the seasons where Spider literally just played dual blades into katana weapon swap every single fight. There's X1's Wufong going up against this legendary greatsword, just actually mashing through that stone form, finds the toothpick into that further horizontal juggle, swaps on over to that dagger coming through with the charged LMB. Both of these Hardys activating their ultimate. Wufong actually on the back end trying to space away, utilizing the first of the triple charge hits to create even more distance between himself and his opponent, and that's going to provide him the opportunity to go for one of those Vitalias, as Misyu has to burn a lot of those charges just to catch up.
Misyu, this is one of a good opportunity. He has Wufong on the retreat, but Wufong does get the full reset round 2. Can Misyu have that same success with the pulse? He's going to tempo switch weapons right now, but Wufong with the dagger going to fade out, get a nice chip damage in, baits out the parry, gets some more poke damage in, but Misyu finally gets his turn, puts his hand onto Fong, gets the slap through, gets the uppercut, forces the combo break up. Now Wufang under a ton of pressure. 1, 2, 3 is going to be coming out, but Wufang fading out, finds the first light attack, forces the combo break out of Misyu, but Misyu coming back with the scale rush, gets the parried for his troubles off Clank. Wufang fighting on the back foot, out muscles Misyu in the long run.
Classic Misyu identity there in the 1v1 with the slap extension. Frostivus now still having access to that Vermilion Bird's Might. This is a really rough position for all of these players with Yang depletion to be in, as well as Plumed is just such a good place to be able to kite away from everybody. And with so little time left, if they do go for the desperation plays and try and force these fights, everyone knows that you're under Yang depletion, and instead of trying to fight you, they just look to deny the soul blooms of the players that get picked up. And speaking about picked up, Frostivus is able to pick up another kill in this lobby, but Mines finds the objective he was looking for. He didn't want the kill, he wanted a play to go down, he needed the bloom, and he gets his hands on it.
Mike down to half health, trying to kite him there, but he does have Blue Castle to kite, and Mines and Frostivus both chasing him down. It's going to cut noise, but Frostivus catches him under the stairs. Parry's going to be coming out. Frostivus not going to get his parry punish, though. Temi ult's going to be coming down, but Mike on the outside is going to run into Mines with the 1-2, cleans up that kill, and now Frostivus is going to get out of here, doesn't want to get focus fires, wants to continue all the way to his end game, and looks like Mines is going to pass by, but D229 is going to get his share of the loot.
Realm of Yang going to be spawning for the second time in this lobby, and we only have one Syra remaining. Is Yak going to go for the Realm of Yang fight, or is he going to prioritize having that survivability, not having to worry about getting hit by Yang depletion? BWT Tryhard with that Madari blink just going to be disengaging away from the chase down that Lobby 28 is trying to put onto him. D229 with that legendary hang sword, wanting to make sure that all of these players are cleared out of the spacing. He's got 44 seconds left. He needs to be able to find a kill. He's hoping that the enticement of a Realm of Yang portal might bait a player into him like one of those deep sea fish with the light in front of its face, but no one is falling for it. And D229, trying not to look too desperate, is just having to go for a full grapple chase. But as we've talked about, Achilles' Crest is oh so grief for every single player with Yang depletion, because there's no one that he can grab.
There's just a bunch of mountain goats jumping around, having a good time. D229 doing his best to find a target, but with a Hong Sword, even with the gold Hong Sword, it's not ideal to chase around here. No one at this level can be caught here, and D229 is going to fall to that Yang depletion. Zelzich on the top roads on his Justina.
Did anyone go wrong?
I don't believe so. But oh wait, we did get Yak going on the Syra.
Yak went in on the Syra. This is one way that he can immediately turn his game around. As we talked about, Syra is an absolute monster in terms of the realm of Yang 1v1, and it looks like these players are just really reluctant to try and challenge her because they're so concerned about Yang depletion and the aggression that it forces you into having to display. As Frostivus comes on through, just trying to put the pressure onto this Hardy so that he can claim out that Spirit Well, but he's prioritizing the kill. Missy without that combo breaker is looking like a very vulnerable target, and Frostivus with the RMB on those halberds has already been able to mince the armor down. Missy with the slap but puts the Valor against the corner. The F2 comes on through. Horizontal. No! The terrain griefs Frostivus on the extension, and Missy is given a disengagement ticket in the form of his Hardy ultimate.
Missy should be tuning into the lottery. We're a luck box, dodging the grapple kick, but Light Hypernova versus Mines inside of Rebel Yang. Light needs to get it going right now. He needs to heat up. He's been having a slow day. He is on the Cyro pick. Needs to find a killer, but Mines with the fist, bobbing, weaving, puts Light Hypernova into 1, 2, 3 uppercut. But again, Cyro with the ult. Mines saw the tanking of the Valda. He's going to hold on to it. Can Light get the stagger right now? It's not as free as we all have seen. Light ends up choosing the wrong pillar. Mines with the mind game forces Light to waste all of his ultimate, and now Light with the uppercut uses a combo break to get out of that situation, but Mine still has his Valda ult. Light has his work cut out for him. He needs to bait out at least the combo break, but he is going for a ride. Mine doesn't get the follow-up, but again, the follow-up blue. He's so far hit, but Light's going to get the stagger. Combo break's going to be coming out, but the ult is up. Can Light bait this Valda with ult?
Not when he gets hit into that spear. Has the F1 to be able to fade away, and that'll provide a little bit of heal. Mine still having one of those Valda spears. Goes for the fist blades, looking for the jump LMBs off of a Scale Rush connection. 29 seconds left, and he is able to find the stagger into LMB on the drop down, and Hypernova will fall. It's so unfortunate that he had to go for that Syra V1 first before the Valda V2 got forced, because Mines was just sitting on an absolute Fort Knox of sustain. He just had to wait to cash out.
Wait a second, we're seeing back-to-back successes for that Valda pick versus Syra. Light does get mixed up there. He's a little bit underscaled, doesn't have the best loot, but he ends up falling to another Valda. Are the players going to get wind of this as the games progress throughout this J-Cup? Wufang does have Tryhard down to no armor, half health, but the pillars out here, really, really good kiting position for Matari. You have to be careful though. There are a ton of butterflies that do freeze you on contact, and now Yak showing up the party. Tryhard has his work cut out for him. If two players go on him out in the open right here, he's gonna be in a tough situation.
He gets spotted out, goes almost directly next to the Frost Butterflies. Is he going to get frozen? Is on the Matari, will be able to utilize that blink to try and break away from this fight. KFL's Yak very much waiting for his opportunity, choosing his moment. Has the legendary Pulse Sword to go for that meaty hit connection of his Scale Rush engagement into this fight. Tryhard does eat a little bit of storm damage, but he will be able to mitigate the hit of it by healing on through with the Vitality. He's not going to be able to stay in this too long though, because that heal cut reduction is about to come on through. X1's Wufang knows that he's going to be able to hold Tryhard in that zone and wait for him. Unfortunately, KFL's Yak does not have the luxury of time on his side. He has Yang depletion. He has to force a fight now, but if he goes desperately after Tryhard, he reveals his hand, and Wufang gets to see that he has Yang depletion and will turn on him instead.
Yeah, well played by Yak to not reveal that he does have Yang depletion. Now Tryhard's gonna have to put his kite shoes on. Nunchuck's not the best kiting weapon. Tough situation for Tryhard. He's running out a really, really good kite terrain. He's out in the open right now. Wufang's going to drop down with the dual blades, but Tryhard dropping down, getting the stagger off, now fading back, but the light attacks are coming out. Dual blades, one of the best chase down weapons in the game. Tryhard making his way out, scale rushing to the side. A lot of movement error coming off of Wufang, and Tryhard has some space to get out of here.
Where's Yak? Yak isn't even on the mini-map currently. He's got Yang depletion. He must have just tried to hunt some other players down. Hardy and Matari do not make great targets of acquisition for players with Yang depletion to go after, but this fight is going on and Yak is nowhere in the area to be able to have any form of influence on it. However, the same cannot be said for Light Hypernova. He's shown up to the mix, and I believe he still has access to that Syra V1.
Yeah, Light checking the vibes, gets the cannon shot out. Tryhard going into the bush, and Wufang loses Tryhard. Nice play by Tryhard to create some space for himself, but now Light is pretending. I think he knows that Tryhard's in the bush. He did hear something go off. Light desperately looking for a kill. 2 minutes, 25 seconds. Tryhard tries to go back in, but Light, wise enough, sees the moving Matari, and now Tryhard on the run again.
Deja vu, we've been in this place before. Is it going to have the same result? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome. Hypernova trying to zone hold Tryhard as long as possible, but the Matari utilizes that F and manages to break away. Hypernova looking for that grapple, but it's going to be hyper armored through from the focus hit. Now the Syra's going to commit that ultimate. Tryhard in the zone cannot try and get away, otherwise he doesn't have the stamina to dodge out of the V1 RMB, and Tryhard goes down. Hypernova finds the Soul Bloom to be able to survive in this lobby, as we can have a look and see where KFL's Yak has ended up. It's Ballista Tower kite pathing, and that's really unfortunate news for the Syra, because every single one of these players is going to have the opportunity of skill rushing. However, Syra with the V1, with the stun on that RMB, might be able to circumvent the skill rushing path.
Yak trying his best to cut noise, get out of there. His armor is absolutely stripped, but Zeldich going to keep up the pressure with the cannon shots. Looks for the RMB. Zeldich is going to be forced out to the combo break, but Yak's going to pop his ultimate, try to lock down Zeldich, but Zeldich is out of here. We're kiting up the tower. We're getting to the top, and now Yak struggling to try to dodge up. He's out of stamina now. Going to opt out just to heal a little bit more. Loses his target, but now Zeldich hawking, knowing that this Syra is vulnerable, is going to come back in, but Wufang is going to get the last hit from the Yang depletion, and Yak will fall to Wufang.
And now it's all hands on deck as everyone leads through the body. Everyone wanting resources now that all of those tropes have long since been absolutely ransacked. And things like repair pods and shields are all finite resources. Wufang holding his confidence inside that Spirit Well. Utilizes the combo breaker to break away from it. SYN's Minds has to burn out that F2 with the Fist Blades, trying to turn the attention onto this Hardy, but he's being lobbied down by every single one of these players. They do not want Evalda getting 2 cycles of the V2, and it's going to actually force Minds all the way out of the Spirit Well and potentially out of the lobby. The V2 comes on out. Minds has to make some form of play coming on through with this Valda ultimate, otherwise he's going to lose it and be chased down regardless. Kites over towards that Spirit Well, tries to utilize the spear throw to keep these players off of it, but you can see that Frostivus has understood with that Volta V2 still at his beck and call. He's now in a much better advantage position in comparison to his compatriot.
Frostivus holding the center right now, but Minds is falling to the rest of the lobby. He's doing his best to stay alive right now, but Zelda's going to invest into this. V2's going to be coming out. He is going to get the stagger. Minds down on the last hit. Tap dodge roll over and over. He can't get away, and Zelda is going to find that RMB and that kill. Frostivus is desperately trying to hold the center. He does have ultimate online. He is going to pop it, but no one's going to let him take this for free. Light going to the center, wants to hold it down, and finally Frost gives it up. The Valdus will fall at the Spirit Well, but Frostivus doesn't want to give him up. He's fighting back at first, but Wufang with that Hottie ult can come and find this kill. He opts to find the Spirit Well first, but how long can Frostivus survive now that Wufang has gotten him low?
Dome breaks, and unfortunately, so too does Frostivus' health bar. Hypernova chases down the Vault and knew that the V2 was out of play, and now tries to turn onto this Hardy. Comes through with that V1, the beam almost immediately. This Hardy having to go for the full left side disengagement because he couldn't go to the right because of that Moonbane. And Hypernova is trying to take full advantage of that spacing, manages to dodge out of the Moonbane himself, and has been able to force a lot of these players away from that Ballista Tower base, which means that he can set himself up at the very top of it and be entirely uncontested.
Yeah, Light, 3 players left alive. Zelsich, Wufang, and Light. 2 foreigners, 1 a CN player, but Wufang already up to 6 kills. Light has brought his game back from the depths. We counted him out. He's brought it back. He has gold armor. Now him and Wufang going to be duking out. Combo break can be invested by Light Hypernova. Wufang looking for the scale, was trying to lock him down, but Light doing a good job of icing off the pressure. He is going to drop down, get the uppercut combo. Cannon shots are going to be coming out from Zelsich, and now Wufang in a weird position. Both him and Light have armor stripped, and it looks like Zelsich is going to opt to go on Light instead.
Yeah, I mean, you have that option as a Justino of wanting to try and force these 2 players to fight so you can come on through with the V2, and And you can see that Zell is trying to set it up. He's not wanting to commit to the front line. He's more than content to pepper in damage coming on through with the cannon and try and force Hypen over into burning through this combo breaker so that Justina can really start to get this party going. Hypen over very reluctant to commit to the fight now that the F1 is going to be on cooldown. Looks for the parry, doesn't manage to find it and does go down. Wufong able to claim the kill, gets the healing with the White Tiger's Paris and takes us to a 1v1 situation. Hardy versus Justina, pistol swap comes on through, doesn't manage to find the parry that he's looking for, but does force the Justina back enough for another pistol swap to start to come on out. F2 from the Justina means that there's no combo breaker available on the side of Zeldinch, and Wufeng's going to get aggressive off of the back of it.
Zeldinch trying to buy some space, trying to reset, but the pressure of Wufeng with those dual blades keeping up on top of him, half charging over and over, but max range parry gonna come back from Zeldinch. He's bringing this back. Now Wufeng, his offense getting iced off by Zeldinch. Zeldinch doing a good job of fighting on the back foot. He has gold fist to his name. Half charge is going to come out, get the uppercut combo, but the combo break is going to deny all of it. Both of them still have this ultimate, and Zeldinch is opting to take a reset right here, while Wufeng is going to be able to match him, get that heal. It looks like Wufeng does have advantage. He's going to get a little bit more out of it, but he is going to get the stagger, get the combo break, and now Wufeng back to full health, forcing out the ult. Can Zeldinch find a way to win here?
He's looking for the V2, uses one of those dashes, doesn't find the connection, doesn't have the F2 available to dodge out of the follow through with Wufeng going for the swap onto the pulse sword. One last hit, the jump into RMB, manages to take the Justina face first into the dirt, and Wufeng walks away with the MVP.
Wufeng taking a deep breath in, finally getting one through. Resilient fighter, going at it over and over. You see that laser focus coming out from Wufeng to close out this game. Really, really massive game coming out for him, especially with the double Syra pick. For the first time, we're seeing the Syras having some mortality with the Valda picks. The rest of the lobby not showing as much fear of picking apart these Syras.
They got held in Realm of Yang. They got held in Realm of Yang, and then they got contested on Spirit Well as well. Like, Wufeng being able to pick up that Spirit Well meant that he very much could control how he wanted the rest of the lobby to go to. And it was a really sort of uncomfortable position in that free wait with those last three remaining players, because you don't want a Siren to make it to a heal situation. Hardy and Justina, though, have so much good movement. The Justina V2 means that if you took a straight 1v1, the Justina would be able to come on through with the third party, find the freeze onto both of you, and then the mutual destruction means that the Justina walks away with the win. But if you don't focus the Hardy down, then he's going to be able to hold on to his ultimate when the storm closes, and he can fly above your head without having to worry about burning through the grapple. In fact, the terrain meant that there wasn't really a lot of positions for those players to be able to set those grapples up, to put them into the sky above the low ground, and then he can come through with the triple charges to bat you into the storm damage. But likewise, you really don't want the Syra to make it to endgame, because she's just going to pop V1 and everyone's going to stack in front of each other and get hit by the RMB into LMB.
But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have your Game 5 question for these Peerless Treasure choice. They're dropping right now. Which player has the most points right now? Is it A, SS1's Pace, B, OUG's Mike, C, TE's Star, or D, BWG's Tryhard? Now, looking at the points list, we didn't see this player as much this game for the first time. Normally he's been very, very active, but surprisingly having, well, actually not surprisingly, having a very, very dominant day, showing his prowess. I gotta say though, the rest of the CN players are showing up big now that we don't have every single NBPL player in this lobby. Pace, Star, no Verse, no 225, no Spider, and we're seeing them get a lot more of the limelight, really displaying their skills, that they are still contenders at this J-Cups Worlds.
I mean, Wufeng has really been impressing. Ever since he entered into NBPL this year, he's been looking really, really good. Again, inconsistency. That's the thing. He looked so strong in the regular weeks, then we went into the bi-weekly finals. Things fell a little bit further apart, but that just goes back to the point that you were talking about, where a lot of the NBPL players that we tend to see in these lobbies, who who are present in the bi-weekly finals are currently absent, which allows Wufang to have that confidence to understand he's one of the strongest Realm of Yang fighters and that he's not going to be going up against some of the best duelists in the world, so he can get much more aggressive and be a little bit more off the wall in terms of strategies and looking to try and trap some of these players.
Yeah, Wufang is really known for dropping on the hardest fights. He does not care. He believes he can fight anyone, and it shows. 8 kills, 12.6. Light finally having a really good game. 3 kills, 4.5 points. Mines also having one of his first good games. 3 kills, 4 points. Zeldich at 2, keeping up that consistency. Finally heating up a little bit. Frostivus at 2, keeping up that consistency. And now at the overall leaderboards. Now Taki isn't playing it, but Light 6 points for the day. He has one more game to go. He wants to make it to at least that 10 point. Mine's gonna have 8 points. D229 at 8 points. Yak at 9. Polaris not playing today, but at 10.7. One day it seems like the foreigners are trying to make it to that 10-point threshold, try to set up for the clutch, and we're gonna see at the qualifying top 12. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, we're not playing for first here. We're trying to set up the finals lobbies. The top 12 are gonna make it through. Strategy's a little bit different. You just wanna make it to that 12th point. And the gatekeeper right now is Frostivus at 11 points. That threshold will be rising. Miss you. It's do or die for him right now. He's at 11 points. He has to secure a lot more points this last game if he hopes that no one will pass him the last day. Now Tryhard with 17 points, his first day at 6, coming out to 26. Arano 24.8. This seems to be the standard for the NBPL players, around that 25 mark. Zeltish at 11.5, all the way up to 29. Wufang 32 points off his one day. My man has qualified just off one day. Star at 23 for the day, 42 total. SS1's pace all the way at 43. Spider at 43 off one day. And Mike on pace to having back-to-back 30-point days.
There's so much additional pressure as well for the players in Groups A, because as we can see from these standings, like Raven has said, some of these players have already qualified after only playing one day, one lot of 6 games. However, those players in Groups A, this is their second day. This is their last chance. In fact, they have one last chance to be able to do absolutely everything that they can. But let's have a look at the second last chance that they had available, brought to you by Thunder Robot. This was the moment that Mike was able to come in through. Some multi-ultimate overlapping, but he's the one who, with that longsword, was able to engineer the other Temi into the wind or one direction and then clip through him to push him back into it a second time.
Frostivus with the weapon swap onto Mines. Nice combo session on the Balda. Missy versus Wufang. We saw Missy with a ton of momentum here, and we're going to see Wufang clutch it up in the end. Keeps at it, finally gets it now. Light, this is where he turns it all around. He's going to find BWG's Tryhard on the outside. Zeltish with the V2 coming in, playing that Assassin's play, looking for the light attack, able to land it, finding those kills on that V2. Just so you know, Frostivus tries to ice off the pressure, but Light bringing back to this game. He went from blue armor. Rags to Riches has that gold armor. Unfortunately, gonna be falling in the end. The light attack to come out. 1v1 situation. Wufang, though, showing his weapon swap, showing his wake-up coverage. Nowhere left to go. Zelsic is going to get chopped in half by that jumping RMB, and Wufang posing for the camera after he pops off winning. Satisfaction on his face. You love to see it. And Wufang's hard work is paying off. His fighting skills fully on display.
Yeah, he's going to be really happy coming on through with his second MVP on the Jacob stage. 32,497 damage. So look at the massive amount of healing that he was able to do. 23,967. So that goes to show that not only was he incredibly strong in his fights, he was also incredibly smart in terms of his spacing and positioning on that Hardy, able to utilize the ultimate and the mobility that it provides to break away from these fights, make sure that Tunar is continuing to proc so that as the fight continues, he gets that continuous burst of sustain all the way through, but also getting the opportunities for those reset points to break the ankles, disappear from the sights of his pursuers, and find the full resets off of the Vitalias.
Wufang. I was talking to Frostivus about this. As far as the fighters that he's experienced this year, it's still the classic Spider Mike 225 at the top, but he gives a ton of credit to Wufang. He's one of the only NBPL players that duels against him consistently. Really, really fun dude. And leading up to J-Cup, Wufang did have Mike's numbers. If you look at Wufang's landing positions throughout NBPL, he doesn't try to go for easy fights. He lands where he wants because he has the confidence to fight anyone. And he's going to need that same confidence if he hopes to take this Worlds. But before he takes his first Worlds, we are going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be back for our Game 6.
What's past is prologue.
Eliminations, he goes to 6, and he takes his first MVP of the final.
After J-Cup last year, I joined the NBPL competition, which has brought me a lot of experience. And now, it's time for me to prove myself again.
我相信在今年的2024的 J-Cup， 每位选手都会不留遗憾，战至主张。
This is a stage where the strongest gather, and my goal has always been winning.
Mon but pour le groupe stage serait de se qualifier.
Tôi muốn chứng minh với thế giới này rằng tôi cũng không kém cạnh gì so với những tuyển thủ NBPL.
你们准备好了吗？
来到了我们今天，确实也只能说是风云变幻莫测，很多的这个星星冉冉升起之后，想与日月同辉了。
和去年相比，今年节杯有很多变化。一个时代的落幕，也意味着一个新的时代的开始。而我会在新的开始弥补所有遗憾。
第二步能够做到，他相信自己。 他要的不是新人，而是那个王。
拿下这个分数，2的分数。
2个星期前，我离联赛冠军只有1步之遥。长江后浪推前浪，这次我会更进一步。
我想在世界赛的舞台上击败所有人，那我才可以说，我就是未来。
每个人都在说，时代已经变了。
历史有胜利者书写，赢下我们，才能开创新的时代。
书写历史的笔该还给我了。
凡是过往，皆为序章。我的小说还没有结束。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the last game of the day for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT J-Cup 2024 Solos. Raven, we've had an absolute blast getting to see all of the interactions coming out, as well as some of the adaptations coming on through, because we started the day pretty much secure in the fact that Syra is one of, if not the strongest fighters inside the realm of Yang. We got to see so many Syra MVPs. In fact, on the first day of Solos, we had 4 out of 6 games going the way of a Syra MVP, and then we started off today and the narrative has shifted.
Yeah, and as the narrative shifts, Mike, Spider, 2-5, all waiting for it in the last day. We still got one more round left, but I was talking with Moxie beforehand. Just because some of these players have qualified already, just because they've had massive games, does not mean that they're going to be slowing down anytime soon. This just puts more pressure on everyone else trying to sneak their way into the top 12. All that's going to happen is the stronger players are going to get stronger with no pressure on themselves. They tend to play a lot better. So inside the realm of Yang, you're going to have the best fighters waiting. Now, the plus side of it is because they're doing so well, a lot of the time the stronger players will fight each other, will thin themselves out a little bit more. So this will give a shot for a lot of these players to sneak through. Now, going into the picks, we're going to still see Frostivus, Zelsic going with that Syra pick. We've saw a little bit of some contention for the second bit. Ball was coming out before, but it looks like we're going with a more standard pick with Hottie. Mine to start going with the Hottie, but third and fourth pick, this is going to be a lot of answer a lot of questions of are we going to deviate? Do we think these other picks are stronger? I mean, I'm not going to lie, Moxie, seeing Valda beat Syra inside realm of Yang really puts up the question, is Valda a little bit better than Hottie, who's just really, really good, or fairly good in a lot of situations, but not as strong versus Syra?
Yeah, I mean, the difference is, right, if Hottie gets hit by the RMB stun Dazzle Orb, he is going to have no health to be able to tank the hit and follow through of the LMB, as opposed to the Valda, who, if you do hit your V2, yes, you might get hit by the RMB into the LMB, but you're still going to be able to tank all of the damage for the 16-second duration. However, something that we have to immediately discuss is the fact that Mike and Tryhard are both going to be pouncing onto the leftover ACOS pick coming through, because as we've heard, like, there has been a little bit of a debate between where ACOS stands currently. Yak was saying in the interview he's still firmly off meta, but inside the realm of Yang, as long as he's not up against Syra, he is still incredibly strong for those 1v1 situations.
This is one of the secrets. The cat is out of the bag. We were doing a lot of testing, and it turns out that ACOS doesn't take a lot of damage from Syra. As long as you jump over her head, it produces a ton of that beam damage, and he's able to use the Tiger stall lock similar to Valda, and now you have a tons of way to pressure. Now, still on the outside and still for heal-off situations, I still think Syra is a little bit better, but both Mike and Tryhard are respected ACOSes of the region. Mike, known as the King Tiger of China. Tryhard, I've watched him hold so many players to 0 with the ACOS. He loves that matchup, and I know him. He would even love to take it to Mike inside the realm of Yang.
I mean, if we do get an ACOS versus ACOS, then that would be very interesting, but I'm hoping that we get to see the ACOS versus Syra, so that we can see whether or not that double jump ability inside that ACOS V2 is going to be able to come in clutch and aid the Syra's downfall, as we can have a look at all of the abilities coming on through. F2's going to be on the board for those ACOSes, so the Roar rather than the F1 with that damage reduction on knockback of player connections, as we're going to be having a look to see where these players are going to be spawning. But before we get into the last game of the day, we're going to get into the last question of the day. Which of the following regions will rack up the most eliminations in this match? It's not a player head-to-head, it's a region head-to-head. Do you think it's going to be NA, or do you think it's going to be SEA?
I like this question. This is very, very spicy. Just kidding. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of rivalry. Of course, we got to go with NA. SEA, though, has been doing really well. I would say it'd be a lot closer if Polaris is also in the lobby, because Zelsic has been representing SEA very, very well. But NA, I don't know. Tryhard's had a 17-point day so far. Light Hypernova is heating up right now. Will Miss You be able to bring it back? He needs to have literally a perfect performance for this day, but in order to qualify, he did it in an A. Can he do it in CN? We're going to get Pace versus OUG off spawn. M2's going to be coming out. Uppercut. LB Army is not going to connect, but Tryhard is going to come in, steal a kill, and Wufang is going to find a kill as well. Tryhard now stuck in this building. non-stop damage. Ball to bubble is going to come out. Nice weave from Tryhard. He is going to get the stagger. Does he get the reset against the corner, though? One, two, three. Does he get the reset? No! Does he get the reset? Ball to ult's going to be coming out. And now in a tough situation, Tryhard staring him down. Gets the tap dodge through. Is going to get out. Look for the armor reset. He finds it, but he is going to get Balda speared into the corner. Jumping LMB is going to be coming out. Overhold's going to come out, and Wu Fang is going to secure the kill onto Tryhard.
Admirable effort, but we have to talk about the fact that OUG's Mike just salty ran back. He's back. He's into the mix. He's getting aggressive. He's got that V2 ready to go. Comes on through with the crouch LMB, overhauls into the RMB, tries to turn it on to these two other players now. Does look, though, like the fight has broken apart. SS1's pace going to be backing off. Ares Misty not content to let him head all the way over towards temple side of Celestia. And Mike, in fact, is of the same mind, not wanting to let them loot through that coffin in the center of that temple, which can sometimes contain that purple armor. So we're going to be having a look at 2Bs, 2229 coming on out, ringing that bell in dire straits with this Justina ultimate, because I do believe that's the V2, which means you're out of dashes.
Yeah, Mind's showing up, has E229 against the Rose, but Hadi ult is engaged. Triple Charge is going to come in, Star's going to find the kill, but now Mind's in an interesting position. Still has his Hadi ult, who is going to opt out to chase Star, but Star, with that small amount of hesitation, he's put a ton of distance between him and Mind. One grapple away, Mind is not able to get that grapple stagger, and Star is going to make his way into Celestia to safety. Many players are over here, though. OUG's Mike, BWG Tryhard on the Echo, seeking some refuge. The parry is going to be coming out onto Star. Nice charge up for his troubles. He's going to get that nice focus attack. Not letting the combo break coming in, and the focus attack is coming in, trying to yoink the kill from BWG's Tryhard. Again coming in with the flank, and now Mind's under pressure.
Yeah, the flanking LMB on that dagger has connected now double the times off of BWG's Tryhard. And Mind's just without that armor, really not wanting to take a fight. Tries to go for the reset, gets contested though by Tryhard, closing up the distance, overhauls into the RMD to buy the spacing, but you can immediately hear all of the range shots coming on out. The pistol swap comes on through, and he has to back off even further as Tryhard, with the purple armor, is in prime position to put himself into that front line and try and live all of the additional pressure of these players around him. Mike might not have purple armor, but he does have a purple greatsword, and that is going to be a chunky form of damage if he can connect these skill rushes. And you can see that they are not going to want to let him charge that up. The F2 finds the connection onto the Valda. Mike with the stone form not going to be committing onto it, just trying to keep as mobile as possible. Wants to look for a third-party engagement off of the skill rush. Does not want to take the base 1v1 because greatsword really is a struggle in terms of the solos.
Mike on the Akos with the greatsword. Greatsword not very big in neutral, but he is looking for the weapon swap. Sorry, he's going to get speared for his troubles into the canyon. Will the wheel come in to question right now?
They're running away from it.
Star
Wait, I think someone just hit the crate. No, it's not rumbling. The anticipation is palpable. I'm just waiting for someone to go for it. It does seem like no one wants to reposition out of the fight because they do miss that chance of keeping themselves in the up close and personal in that pocket, finding the last hit situation. And indeed, T-Star will be able to find it. OUG's Mike now coming under pressure, still has one of those Tiger Pouncers, manages to dodge one of the Valda Spear throws coming on through, but he's halfway through that Akos ultimate, burns the last pounce to put himself onto the high ground and break away into the main aspect of Celestia so that he can break into these buildings, break the ankles of the players trying to chase him down, and disappear entirely unnoticed.
Yeah, the greatsword not doing a lot of favors for Mike, but Frostivus is going to open up with a parry. Multiple players here. Mind's trying to get out of here. Armor stripped from him. Frostivus trying to secure this kill. Gets a double hold deep fry. Last hit situation. Mind's trying to desperately get away, but Frost is able to get the kill. Tryhard tries to get the last hit, but is not going to be successful. Pace coming in with the zipping, looking for the third party rare. So many vultures around looking for those last hits and then getting out of there. They don't want to engage with a purple armor Siren. They know even if you get that character low, you're probably going to get burned for it. Now Yak, he's done a good job of surviving to these end games, and now we're seeing how he's done it. He struggles in these early and mid games trying to survive, making his way to the Fireflies right now. he will be able to reset a little bit. Are there any Fireflies left? But Zeldich is hot on his trail.
Hopefully for Yak's sake there are going to be Fireflies, because Zeldich still has the entire duration of that Siren V1. Chasing onto Yak though, he is giving up the opportunity to put himself into one of those Realm of Yangs, which as we've talked about has been one of Siren's strong suits. Missy on that Valda, lacking that V2, does not have the confidence without the ultimate to put himself into this freeway fight over the entrance to that Realm of Yang. Mike gets parried, the LMB into Soulbreak comes on through from TE Star. 1-2, the F2 has to come out from Mike to be able to slip away. Does Star prioritize the kill, or does he prioritize the portal? Looks like Mike is free to go for the armor reset, because Star had his eye on a different prize.
Now, ult's going to be coming out from, I believe it's D229, but Wufang is going to have full health right now. He's only at 85% though. Going to be waiting for this first Realm of Yang. Misyu is in a tough position though. This is do or die for him. He has to go Yang. He hasn't been going Yang every single time, and now he's going to be duking it out with Tryhard on the Akos. Both of them have their ults up. A couple seconds left for this Realm of Yang, and Mistyu's gonna back off, doesn't want to die here and end his game. Tryhard able to secure that ticket, has the purple armor, but Mistyu's gonna make his way back. Will Ares Mistyu find success here? And old rivals are gonna be going at it. Alliance Frostivus versus BWG Tryhard. We haven't seen them fight on the main stage. Who is gonna take it, Moxie?
It is that matchup that we wanted. It is the Akos versus the Cyrus, still waiting for both of the ultimates to come on through. Frostivus not allowing the Akos to charge up into the RMB. The F2 comes out, pushing him back, so he does eat one hit of that RMB from the Hubris coming on through. Combo breaker invested, so that Tryhard is forced out, and the musket swap comes on through. Looks for the LMB with that hang sword so that Frostivus can try and just take control of some of the spacing. Turns around with the RMB, the Akos ultimate comes on through. Frostivus is going to return in fire with that Siren V1. Looks for the RMB. Dazzle Stun has not been able to find an orb just yet to set up more damage, and has to prioritize looking for better sustain on his own side. He doesn't have to worry about dodging the Akos. The Tiger Pouncers will not be able to connect onto him as long as he's inside that V1, and the V1 is going to run out when the Tiger Pouncers are still potentially available, but no, Tryhard's ultimate burns out too.
Wow, the LMB gonna come out from Frostivus. Tap dash is gonna come in. No more ults for these guys. It's just mono a mono, but max range parry gonna come out from Frostivus. He's gonna grab the weapon, get the LMB on the reset. Uppercut's gonna get out. Frostivus taking Tryhard for a ride, putting him in the corner. 1, 2, hold 3, but F2's gonna come out. Nice hold dodge through. Tryhard against the ropes. Light attack is gonna come out from Frostivus. He just needs a little bit of chip damage. Tryhard scale rushes up, looks for the drop down. A little bit of a miss. Off the grapple, gets the parry, and Tryhard will fall to Frostivus.
Oh, Tryhard is going for the drop down RMV release on that fan, and Frostivus able to find that parry, does not have to worry about the timeout. Both of those players getting desperate and more desperate as we got closer and closer to that timeout situation. Mike on the outsides of this fight with the pistol takes the kill up against SS1's face. Throws in the Akos F2, the cherry on top of that can to make sure that he's the one that gets sole access to the resources on that body. And Hypernova backs on off. He's still got that V2 charged and ready to go, so he can absolutely turn in on these two other players. Still looking for that fight.
D229 in a tough situation, surrounded by the gold up, surrounded by scale rushes left and right, is going to use his ultimate to get out of there. Only 2 dashes to his name though, is going to get grapple canceled into the kick, into the jumping LMD, falling from the skies. He is going to get taken down by Mike. Clean play from Mike to come in there, yoink that kill. Now Zelsic trying to loot up, trying to see if anyone else is low right now. Sees Light Hypernova healing on the side, and Mike drops down, gets flanked by the RMB from Light, and now Mike on the back foot doesn't want to get focused right there. Cannon shot's gonna be coming out. No more armor to his name. Will the lobby turn their attention to Mike?
Does look like we're going to be turning our attention though to 2 other players, Mistyu and Star, going head to head. Mistyu under a lot of pressure coming up through from this pole, so does have the meter dump available on the belt. If he can find the spear connection, gets the spear, doesn't manage to find the uppercut extension with the Hardy coming up through on the combo break. Burns a little bit off the bar, does still have a fair number of to it. Manages to come on through with the read on where Star was going to be positioned. Clips the Hardy out of the ultimate, and Mistyu with the perfect spacing on the nunchuck connection just out of the Hardy's reach will be able to take the fight win.
The dream is still alive for Misyu. He needs to win this game with an MVP if he hopes to climb even remotely high enough to qualify, but Light, his dream just starting. This is his 3rd year in a row. He wants to make it past groups. Perry's going to be coming out. Scale rushing up, but Casino under a ton of pressure from the lobby. 3 people coming in. Tryhard's joining the fray as well. Mind's looking for Light. Nice shot from Light to get up the tree to disengage in that situation, but now Misyu again is going to be tested. We got Star and Wufang showing up in Sunwing.
Yeah, Wufang on that Valda though is gonna get pressured. TE Star, who Misyu just was able to kill, did have the Million Bird Smite, so he is still going to be alive in this lobby. He doesn't know which Valda he just fought though. He doesn't know which one burned their V2, so he's gonna be opting out of the fight entirely, just trying to get away until his ultimate is ready to go.
Man, Wufang with the double Valda pick, I noticed. Definitely having a ton of success for the Tryhard. Fading away on the Akko. Zelsic forced to pop his ultimate. Tough break for him and tough break for Light. Both of these guys just fully investing in each other. And now Tryhard is going to pop. His ult is going to come through. He will not be able to get the Soul Bloom though. Zelsic does take it away. Unlucky for Tryhard to not find the pounce on them, but he is going to find Mines really, really low. And now Mines try to make his way out of here with that Akko. So Tryhard bobbing, weaving, grappling up. Mines forced the combo break out, but Tryhard full health, still with a full head of steam, trying to close out this kill. But these trees gonna give Mines a lot of space to ice off his pressure.
Yeah, Mines is gonna be able to kite until that combo breaker comes back into the mix. Tryhard with under a minute left. Oh, he can't let him go through the Realm of Yang portal. Even if you find a kill inside a Realm of Yang, it doesn't provide the Soul Bloom. Tryhard's one chance of continuing in this lobby and continuing to add points to his tally is going to come from taking down KFL's Yak with 35 seconds remaining. He manages to force out the combo break from the side of the Liam. Looks to try and continue this fight, but Yak has spotted out the desperation coming on through. Goes for the ultimate activation. Looks to try and fade towards that Realm of Yang portal, but Tryhard anticipates the third party, finds the parry. The Auric Sword, though, manages to connect onto the Aegis. The F2 to space him out. We're down to almost 10 seconds. Can Tryhard find a kill? No, he gets staggered by the Syra. Grief by another player in the lobby. Yak goes down, and Tryhard doesn't get the bloom. It gets stolen directly in front of his eyes by Zell.
Zelsic able to find the kill, and a kill onto Tryhard for Yak. You see everyone posted up, just mashing their use key over and over, trying to click it over, but unfortunately for Tryhard, not fast enough, not going to find that Soul Bloom, and his day 2 is going to end. But the other Akos will survive, will live on. Will the King Tiger of China, OUG's Mike, dominate this Yang? Zelsic is on the Syra. Does he have Mike's number with a parry opener? Jumping LB looking for the coverage, not able to get it. Jumping LB again. Unorthodox coverage coming out from Zelsic. Tap dodge roll by Mike. Finally releasing this focus attack, getting on top of them. We're just seeing tons of poke damage from this jumping LB of Zelsic, but the 2-1-1's gonna come out from Mike. And now with that focus attack, Zelsic is gonna be forced to ult. What is Mike's answer to this?
Mike does get hit by the Dazzle Sun into the LMB. Now goes for the ultimate, utilizing those double jumps to avoid the laser and the stun dazzles potentially coming on through. He's going to have 2 pounces as well. The 16 seconds are up. Zell is going to be vulnerable if he gets too close, and he has to back on off with that pulse sword. Looks for the horizontal coverage. Mike goes for the duck under. Tried to come on through with one of the sets of CC, but Zell, unfortunately, running around with the RB on the pulse sword, goes directly into the Tiger Pounce. The pistol swap comes on through. The Siren is able to find the heal off of the F1. 37 seconds left. We're stuck in neutral, and Zell is stuck in the air for Mike to find the back-to-back horizontal jump.
And Mike is going to show that Akos can take down Syra. Now Frostivus on his Syra. He's going to walk through the Juggernaut Wufang with the triple focus attack, putting him in the blender, get an oogly. Alliance Frostivus having a stellar Syra performance.
That's going to be a legendary scaled Syra ultimate, 88 damage per tick of that laser, before we even bring into account all of the attack percentage buffs that it scales off of with those Soul Jades that the Syra is going to be carrying. X1's Wufong going for a very speedy respawn into Sunwings, as all of these players understanding you might be able to pick your moment with 5 minutes now to grab those Soul Blooms, but with so little players left and so much of this map still open, they have to go for the fast respawns and take a fight immediately. Yes, it shows your hand. Yes, it immediately signals to everybody that you have that Yang depletion, but it's the only way that you're going to have enough time to be able to try and find some of these fights.
Zelzich has Yang depletion in but 4 minutes, 20 seconds. Has Mines in his crosshairs. Can he find the kill? Is going to be dropping down with the cheeky drop down parry, but Zelzich with these jumping LBs again gets a half charge R&B. Mines under a ton of pressure right now. Is he going to release? He goes for the crouching uppercut off of cancel again, faking, goes for the crosshair, but Zelzich just peppering up with these light attacks. Mines has to commit to something right now. He can't keep just taking this damage. He decides to commit to this ultimate and smacks Zelzich. You are not following me into the trees, mister. Zelzich now trying to keep his honor, trying to deny some of the heal, trying to keep up the pressure. Can he get the D-Mech off? 2 seconds left. He has to be careful right now. Mines needs to get as much heal as possible right now, but Zelzich has the pure advantage. Mines making his way out of here, but with so much trees, does Zelzich have the chase down game to lock down this kill?
Yeah, very good assault Smolder to be able to keep up the pressure onto this Hardy, and forcing that Hardy into throwing in that ultimate early does mean that Zel still has 3 minutes left to throw in his own V1. Goes for the stun dazzle, finds it before Mines can break away. Into the laser LMB we go. Combo breaker comes on through, but this Hardy is an absolute sliver of health. Just a couple more ticks of that laser will do him in, and Zell is going to be able to find the kill and the Soul Bloom entirely uncontested. The same cannot be said when we have a look over at Sunwings. Poor X1's Wufong is caught between a rock and a hard place. Do you try and take a fight against the Syra, or do you try and take a fight against Akos? Both of these players having the opportunity to kite fully away from you when that Valda V2 gets fully committed.
Now Wufong down to half health. He has 2 minutes and 50 seconds with the Yang depletion. Needs to find a kill, but Frostivus has been on fire right now. He's going to be sticking to that tried and true weapon swap. Alliance Frostivus up to 3 kills, 15 points for the day. Wufong's going to make his way into zone. Going to utilize the fact that if you do chase him down here, one of the reverse ace cards up Valda's sleeves, that she can suffocate you out here. She has another health pool, and if you stay out here for too long, even if you somehow manage to outlast her in this situation, so many players are ready to catch you, to hold you in zone, and pick up the free kill as you're coming back in.
They're waiting though. They know that the Valda is still deep in that zone, and you can tell that OG's Mike is very much hoping that that Valda will be the mouse between his cat paws, and he'll be able to pick this Valda off, because if Wufong stays in that zone a little bit too long and has to throw in the V2, he is incredibly vulnerable when the fight picks up anew. And you can see that Wufong now has rotated. He's utilizing these trees to be able to block the LOS of his player character so that everyone does not see that the Valda is out of that zone. Was able to utilize that purchase slot to get all of the information that everyone who was waiting to hold him to that zone have since repositioned, and now he can get much more aggressive. Unfortunately for him, the terrain is still not in his favor. He's got 1 minute 26 seconds to try and lock some of these players down, and he has to take a fight right now.
Zelzich with a big parry, able to get some value out of it, and now Alliance Frostivus picking off where Zelzich left off, putting on the pressure onto Wufang, but Wufang's fighting his way out of here. He is going to flank by a Phoenix Blast out of nowhere, but Wufang has no health, forced to pop ultimate, surrounded on left side. Frostivus doing a good job of pocketing him in, and now Mike joining in the fray, senses the bleeding Wufang. Wufang is a wounded animal. He will not go down quietly. Focus attacks coming out left and right. He is going to get a spear off, but now back-to-back heals. He's getting healed up. Sunwing, a ton of locations. Shukai, can he find his way out of here? F2's going to be invested by Mike, getting the stagger onto Wufang. Wufang, combo break is out. No more resources left for Wufang. Can he find his way? Going into zone again. Unlike before, he doesn't have ult to play with. 35 seconds left. I think he's waving the white flag box. See, he doesn't want to give up this kill. He will not go quietly for anyone else, and he's just going to work his way into zone.
Yeah, he understands that there is 1 kill still on the line, and if these players continue to try and fight him, it gives an opportunity to someone else to prioritize going for that Spirit Well. Someone like OUG's Mike. However, Frostivus knows that Mike was prioritizing that position, is going to contest it. There Wukong goes, but this fight is going to determine the outcome of this lobby. Who is going to be able to walk away with the buffs coming on through? Frostivus with the overhold on the charged RMB. Commits the LMB now onto OUG's Mike. The Wild Windspec though coming in the clutch for the Acre, sets up the F2. Frostivus under enough pressure is forced into burning out the V1, but Mike not able to double jump in time. The RMB clips his ankle and he goes down to the laser.
Frostivus with the beams, lighting out Mike, putting him in the microwave, and holding on to the center of the Spirit Well. Wizzy gonna get the reset though. Zelzich coming in, being absolute menace, and now Star tagging in as well. Frostivus able to get the Soul Bloom from Mike's dead body, but Star keeping up the pressure, still has ultimate to his name. Zelzich trying to hold down the center. Unlikely situation for Frost to come back in, but Zelzich is going to be candidating Frostivus, and now Hadi ult's going to be invested. Can he get away from Star's ult?
Star comes on through with the triple charge, manages to apply the burn damage of that V2 onto the Syra. Frostivus with the F1 will get a little bit of that healing, doesn't find the stun that he was looking for to stop the Hardy in his ultimate, and we go down to a 1v1 Syra versus Hardy, but this is a Syra in control of a White Tiger's Pass because TE Star, he was looking at the kill onto Frostivus. He gave up the contest of that Spirit Well. So the next time we see these two players go head to head, it's probably gonna be when Star is happy that that buff has been removed from the Cyrus health bar.
Yeah, Zelzich needs to make a move right now. He can't slow down right here. He has every advantage in the world. Armor reset plus the buff. The 80% Moonbane is out. There's not much places that his opponent can be hiding. Star can only be in a couple places, and if Zelzich is able to take this first place, this is going to lock him in 100% for this Jacob. I mean, 33 points, you're already sitting, or 34 points, you're already sitting pretty comfortable. I would say the threshold maximum will be 30, around 24, 25 is probably going to be that last little bit, and Zelzich making his way in. He is going to find Star, but Star knows he's in disadvantage. He's going to play a nice game of tag and not make this easy.
Can Star live long enough for that V2 to cycle back on through? And Zell's actually going to reposition. He's going to get into a location where once the zone forces this Hardy out of the mix, he's going to be kited into the range damage, and hopefully the Syra can suffocate the resources. Not so much death by one laser beam, but death by 1,000 cannon shots peppered on towards your location. But this is just giving the opportunity for Startable back into that V2.
Yeah. With his White Tiger buff, with Zelzich's White Tiger buff down to 1 minute, I'm questioning the urgency of Zelzich right now. He has so much of an advantage onto Star right now. There's so little locations that he can be hiding right now, but Star, a master of hide and seek, crouching his way through, bobbing, weaving,
I tell you
hugging
what,
the corner.
This game of hide and seek would be entirely different if Zell had Mystic Might instead of White Tiger's Pass.
I mean, that would be quite the big brain play to think that far ahead, knowing that Star was goated at hide and seek. How could he have known that Star knows how to hide in every
He's hitting the poison mushrooms, hoping to flush him out.
Zelda's pretending like he knows where he is, shooting blindly into the tree, but Star finds just a little pocket next to zone, and Zelda's absolutely flabbergasted, doesn't know where he's at. He is going to be surprised that he finds the Hadi in the corner.
He finds the drop down. The 1v1 begins right now, but the Hadi does have access to that V2, so Zell has lost all of his advantage as well as that White Tiger's prowess. Star making sure that he has the backup disengagement plan, finds the parry as well. The poison mushroom starting to tick the Hadi's health bar down. The jump LMB resets coming through from the Hang Sword into the charged RMB with the spacing. Stormstrike making it even harder for this position. Gets the grapple bump connection as the Hadi comes out of the combo break. Star now with the V2, and no! A movement error from the grapple chase means that Star is given a new lease on life. The Hadi flies the coop and disappears off into the trees.
I think Zelzich is taking the very, very consistent conservative route, lets the Hottie go to the tree, gets the reset. He has ult advantage right now. And again, same opener is going to be going down. Now just going to opt for the drop down poke. It is going to get immediately parried. Now looking for the scale bars, gets out of there. Star staying in his nook and cranny, doesn't want to come out to play. Drop down this time is going to go to Zelstich. He's going to go with the drop down parry. And now Star with his Nikes on, with the kiting shoes on, wants to get out of this situation. But in this corner, where can he go? Army's going to be coming out. Clanks are coming out. He can't get onto the tree right now. Zelstich is going to keep up the pressure. Jumping parry's going to be coming out. Zelstich still has his ultimate in the pocket. Will he even need it right now? Focus attack coming to come out. Double charge deep fry. He's going to push Star to the corner. And with the cannon, he's going to close out the day with a first place and an MVP.
Huge players coming on through. We saw the last time that Zao went head-to-head against the Hardy. He waited for that combo break to be online. He grappled onto him with that Assault Smolder and then was able to swap on through. This time around, he goes for the cannon swap to make sure that when the Hardy swings quite literally get clipped and he falls plummeting to the ground, he unfortunately cannot miss because that cannon AoE alongside that Rupture Gale Orb is going to absolutely detonate your health bar. Major props coming on through from Zell. It looked a little bit dicey, especially when he didn't push that advantage, but you really can see that he wanted to make sure that he was in full control of the situation, and he didn't risk taking a fight when the Hardy still had ultimate if we went to a heal-up situation.
Definitely a very, very strong play coming out from Zelstich. He doesn't lose composure. He stays consistent. He doesn't have to overextend. He knows he holds all of the cards and he doesn't play to Star's strengths. Nice job to him. Even though he goes down and gets drop down parried back to back, he shows up with the mix up, drops down, knows that Star's not expecting, gets the parry opener, and this time he closes out Star even without his ultimate. Nice job by him, and you see the smile even through his mask, the satisfaction going out to close the day.
It's really satisfying as well to get to see Zell pop off, because when we looked at his performance all the way back in 2023 of J-Cup, he was a little bit ahead of the curve in terms of picking things like the Tessa, in terms of the solos managing to just come through and groove the multi-way fights with a lot of third-party situations on the casts of the Tessa Ultimate, and indeed when we headed to the MVPL season, Tessa was actually a viable pick that a lot of the players in the late phases tended to opt into. It did paint a target on your back when you got to the end game situations, because everyone didn't want the Tessa to be alive, knowing that if they started taking fights, Tessa would just ult at their back and they would all get CC'd and the Tessa would walk away with the kills. But you really can see that Zell had a very good read of where the meta was headed before we probably got to see it fully develop.
Yeah, Zelstich has just strictly been playing his playstyle. Not much has changed since last J-Cup. He was really known for throwing chaos into the picks. He's definitely picking a lot of the meta picks, but for half of it at least, he's choosing what he wants to play and finding a ton of success. And it shows going into that last little bit. It's not that Zelstich can't play meta. He tries to play through his strengths. He tries to play what he's comfortable with. And of all the foreign players, he's actually had the most success.
Yeah, I mean, you really can see as well that he doesn't have to worry about coming over to the CN region and then when you have very little time, having to play catch up, which I think we can see from a lot of performances today. Like, you can tell who've had the experience, who've been able to see where the meta was headed, and who've basically had to just immediately chuck themselves into hour after hour of practice after day one of solos ended.
Speaking of that practice, I was saying Akos does have a shot, a little bit of a secret. Cat's out of the bag right now. We saw Mike do it, we saw Tryhard do it, and that little bit of damage reduction, that movement ability for that Syra allows you to isolate her, allows you to ice up a ton of her pressure, and you still have a little bit of ultimate coming out to force out her combo break. Even with the F2, get that nice big damage combo through, and Syra has a lot of nuanced counters that I knew these pros would figure out.
Yeah, I mean, Akos F2 is really strong as well for a number of reasons, one of which being the stagger impact on that roll means you can actually stop some of these players with Yang Depletion from picking up the Soul Blooms without putting yourself into being on top of that body and being the one that gets turned onto the second that one of those players falls. And there we can see Zeldinch coming in with his first MVP of the J-Cup stage with 4 kills as well as that last player standing kill score multiplier. Star coming on with a second position, and Frostivus having a much better game coming through in the second half of the day with 4 kills alongside Wufong. Mike on that ACOS, like you said, definitely making it look competitive with the Syra. However, there's still teething issues, because when we saw him go for that contest on that Spirit Well, he did get hit by the RMB. The double jump was just a little bit out of sync, and the second that you goof up that interaction, the LMB comes on through and you're just gone.
Oh my goodness. Now, speaking of gone, unfortunately for some of these players, it is going to be their second day. Taki's first day coming out with 5 though, Lights with 6, D229 with 8, Mines at 10, Yak at 10. Yak made his threshold. He wanted to go at 10. Unfortunately for MissU, he's at 6. He's at 12.5 total. Probably won't be enough, and then first out of 15. It looks like the average for the NBPL players is around that 15. Frostivus making above the average at the 16.5. Tryhard, massive game, massive day at 18.5, but will it be enough? He's going to be having to hold his breath as we go forward to the last day. But at the top 6, sitting very, very comfortable. Zelsich, first foreigner to get an MVP in this group stage, representing the global scene very, very well. Zelsich closing out the day with an MVP at a total of 36.8, cinching up his deal to go to finals. Wufong off 1 day. My man is a demon, 37.6, basically qualifying off 1 day. And SS1's pace, 43. Spider sitting at 43, just off 1 day. Star, 30 points, really, really big day from him as well, sitting in second place at 49, but at the top, Mike, just going through the paces, making it look easy, dominating the day.
Well, speaking about going through, we're going to be going through some of these replays brought to you by Thunder Robot. This was BWD Tryhard, unfortunately, put in the corner with Wufong, managing to find that spacing with the Volta V2. It's Frostivus with that Hengton, able to find a pick. TE Star now against that zipping on this Hardy, managing to force out that ultimate before coming on through with the horizontal into grapple bomb. Doesn't manage to find the extension into the vertical, but the 1-2 swing is going to be able to claim the kill. As MissU now on that Volta, forcing out the Hardy ultimate, looks for the spit connection, doesn't find the first, but that spacing, that anticipation coming on through with the nunchucks to perfectly calculate the Hardy's flight trajectory was absolutely clinical.
Yeah, MissU finding that kill with the Star. Star definitely caught up right when we were talking about this earlier. Frostivus with the beams, gonna find a lift off onto Mike Retreat. It's not gonna matter. Impeccable tracking from Frostivus. Now Zelsich in the clutch. He stays calm, he stays cool, he stays collected. He is going to find the double charge, the tracking, finding the kick, finding the cannon shot, and he's gonna close it down onto Star and be the first foreigner to MVP.
Yeah, another Syra MVP comes on through, and we can have a look at the Soulgate setup coming on out from Zeldich. We know a couple of them. We got to see the Phoenix Blast come through in those third-party situations when we were following some of those other fights, and you can just see it cutting in on the left side when the player was stuck in that flop animation. That too is the Storm Stride, and I tell you, he's probably incredibly happy that he did not get grouped out of the parry punishment animation by one of those Souljates, especially given the fact that he had that Sap Soulgate and was 100% looking to be able to convert that hit of damage into health sustain.
Yeah, 29, almost 30,000 damage on the Syra. Zeldich going on the main meta pick and showing that his playstyle still works on the meta pack. In fact, it works so well that he's able to MVP the round. To summarize what we've learned about Syra today, she has some vulnerabilities. She isn't unbeatable. Valda showed some of her weaknesses where you can trade out her ultimate. Akos showed that with his movement gain and with his combo potential, you can actually pressure. Now, you're still going to struggle in these Spirit Well situations, as we saw. Frostivus catches Mike out in the open, puts the beam on. Mike, a little bit of an overextension there, even though he's the king of tigers. That cat got burned.
That cat got declawed. coming on through. But like you said, we're definitely going to be seeing some really big adjustments coming up, definitely in terms of the phasing. I think that's what you and I are both going to be really excited about, especially with your prowess as being a coach and getting to look at how all of those phases match on up. But speaking about matching on up, we're going to be matching one of our hosts with one of our players.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with Zeo and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，Zeo先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是来自 OWN 的选手。
再次欢迎 Zeo 来到我们的赛后采访，也是2年的洁杯之旅啊，第一次来到我们的这个采访，也是非常高兴认识，欢迎 Zeo 再次欢迎。Okay, welcome, and we would like to say congratulations because the latest game you got the MVP. I think you really did a great job. And how are you feeling about today's matches? 那我就先问一下，其实这2天打下来，我感觉 Zeo 真的表现得非常棒。Zeo 自我评价感觉怎么样？
我感觉没什么压力啊。
没有压力啊。I think no pressure in the matches. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 这么没有压力哦，看看压力啊，给到我们观众朋友这边，对不对？我们来看一下今天题目，我们抽奖问答。Okay, so the question for this turn is, who was the MVP in the game 6? I think who know the beginning of my interview and they know, right? But before the answer, and I think we should like talk about today's matches, because in the latest matches, I saw that when you're like 3 people together to pick up the flower in the game, and you are the first one get it and finally get it. So how? 那这边要问一下，当时在刚才这把比赛当中啊，那波3个人一起去抢花，怎么就自己牢牢把这个命运啊掌握在自己手里了呢？你或者可以跟我们讲讲当时是个什么情境，因为我们看的是一个官方视角嘛。对你来说，当时是个什么情况？跟我们说说。
非常乱。
哦，非常乱。然后呢，自己直接就冲了进去。然后呢，脑子里当时有想什么吗？
一片空白。
一片空白，只知道要按 E 是不是？就猛按。Okay, to be honest, at that time, it's like really in a mess and I think in my brain it's empty and only thing I can do is press E. 太疯狂了，但是也要恭喜你那波拿到，也是成功淘汰了其他选手，让自己在这一把可以有这么出色的发挥。We would like to say congratulations because really did great job. Okay, and also I would like to know because you know, whatever like in China or the audience abroad, a lot of like our audience really love you and what you want to say to them. 那我这边也想问一下，其实现在不管是我们海内外的观众朋友有非常多都非常喜欢你，有没有什么话想送给他们的吗？
感谢他们的喜欢。
Okay, thank you for your support. And I think our player is prepared and let's start counting. 那 Zeo 应该已经准备好给喜欢你的观众朋友们送出我们的福利了，对不对？那我们接下来就进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请 Zeo 自己跟我们公布一下这道题正确答案是什么
B.
Yeah, the correct answer is B. And congratulations, no more congratulations, okay? And I know that you're here and also this time your parents accompany with you and anything you want to say to them, and I would like to know if they support you that can be a esport player. 那我这边也知道，其实 Zeo 这次来到中国也是来到上海，不能说中国，来到上海也是父母的陪同一起过来，第2次进行洁杯之旅了。父母平时是就是有没有什么话想跟他们说？然后他们支不支持你选择打职业这个路啊？
非常支持我打职业这条路。
然后呢，有没有什么话要跟他们说一说？
没什么话。
千言万语尽在不言中，就回去跟他们慢慢说，好不好 ？Okay, so my parents really support me like playing the NARAKA and being an esport player, and I know that your parents also accompany with you and playing NARAKA together, right? And I would like to know what's their favorite character in game. 我也知道啊，其实 Zeo 的父母也是会跟自己一起去进行一些游戏，能不能跟我们透露一下你爸妈喜欢什么英雄啊？
就殷子平。
是谁？母亲喜欢殷子平。然后呢，父亲喜欢用什么英雄？
神庙。
神庙 ，OK。那这个阵容需要一个强力输出了，自己最喜欢用什么英雄去帮助他们？
榴莲。
Okay. So actually, I will play NARAKA with my parents in Churros game together, and my mom, her favorite character in the game is Zhi Ping, and my father really love Furia because it can control everything. Okay, thank you for today's interview. 再次感谢 Zeo 今天来到我们的赛后采访，哇，真的再次恭喜你！你觉得目前应该是没有压力，也很有信心，对不对？那我们最后就再说一句。 长沙见 ，OK？
长沙见。
祝福祝福 ，OK? We would like to see that. Looking forward to the rest of the game in the J Cup and looking forward to your performance. Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. I gotta say, Moxie, that was probably the best question I've seen answered ever in any interview. The fact that Zelcic plays NARAKA with his parents and they fully support him.
Yeah.
The fact that his mom plays Zipping and his dad plays Freya. But what's also exciting besides that is the Discord QR code, ladies and gentlemen. You can leave a comment as well. I'm wondering, does anyone else's parents play with them? That's the first I've really heard of something that. I've only seen that one other instance. And for a lot of these professional players, support from the family is key for these careers. And it's wonderful to see that Zelcic has a great support system, and it really shows having that support system allows you to win in this situation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, post your comments. I'm really curious, does anyone else family support them? You will be able to get some peerless treasures and your comment featured on the stream. One of the most heartwarming things I have seen in a long time, Moxie.
I mean, one of the most heartwarming things that I've seen as well is how awesome these Twitch drops are going to be looking. Like that Brighton, yeah, that brightens up my day absolutely monumentally. It is one of those avatars that you get, and remember, these are exclusive to this event, so you are going to want to make sure that you are tuned in for both the pre-finals and the grand finals, because once that event is over, those drops become entirely unobtainable. If you want to be in the Fairyland lobby showcasing that you support the esports scene, just like Cell's parents support him, make sure that your account is linked.
Lobby A is over. That's the back-to-back day. We're seeing one of the first casualties of solos. Mishu is not going to be making it to the grand finals lobbies for solos, but not so bad because he still has a chance for trios. We still have lobby B and C with the likes of the absolute juggernaut Spider, 225 breaking the curse, and Verse, the new and improved variation of him, almost able to take MVPL this time, but not able to cinch it up. He has been absolutely spectacular, but first, after that, trios, one more day. For a lot of these teams, it's going to be the first time up there. I'm very curious to see how these EU teams this year will perform on this big stage. I cannot wait until tomorrow.
I want to see the adaptations. We've already seen that solos, now that they've had a day for the dust to sort of settle, have come to some really big conclusions that we didn't see headed into day number 1. And trios still has a couple of questions posed over its head. How strong is the Valdrin Tianhai? How good is Syra? Because when we actually did an interview with Yizhao, he was actually saying that Syra wasn't like Kurumio's thing. She was sort of seen as a secondary Temi coming on through. So less taken for the healing numbers that she's able to do, and much more for the amount of CC crowd control that she's going to be able to set up for your teammates to be able to play off of the back of. And that's going to be one of the first times that we'll really get to see a lot of these compositions go without a traditional support. Both the Valdrin Tianhai don't have either a Kurumi or a Zipping, and if it is going to be the Syra for things like the Sand Siphon and the Siphon, suddenly they don't have a traditional support role either.
Yeah, I think she fills in perfectly, and we're seeing a lot of different variations. I'm really excited to see how that JLL variation will kind of show up for everyone else, because they are playing something very, very different than everyone else to deal with the new Syra. She basically is in Siphon, she's in Attack on Titan, she made her way. I think where she'll settle is with Zion Matari. We'll have to see moving forward, but the Yushan Feria Syra or Matari, the new variation of Cannonball, will be exciting to see. But for the rest of these solos, any surprises to you for this day?
I think definitely Akos coming back into the mix. It's always lovely getting to see Akos come back, especially since he was sprinkled through the MVPL summer season, but he was still very much an off-meta composition that we only really got to see picked on places like Morris. Plus, just getting to see the new hero interactions and all of these players figuring out the skill stealing that they're able to do with her. In fact, we're still waiting to see the full skill stealing of Syra explored. We know things like the Valder F2 and all of the V2 extensions that you can find into things like your carousel and your toothpick. We know about the 2111. Is that going to be something that these players find in terms of hitting those stun dazzles with the Syra F1 that's immediately going to be able to catapult themselves to have that advantage inside the neutral, as we can see what players are going to be catapulting themselves to the standing leaderboard. Like you said, unfortunately, some of these players going to already have finished out both of their days of play. However, everyone here on this current side are still going to have access to 6 more games to start to push themselves up into the top 12 spots to make it all the way to Changsha.
Yeah, Miss You, first one down at 12.5, Verse 15 for the day, Frostivus at 16.5, BWG Tryhard at 18.5 for the day. A lot more points than previously at the top. Zelzich closing out the day. Support of his parents, 36.8. A lot of doubters on Zelzich, but he shows up big, closing out the day. Wufang, no surprises there. One of the best fighters for the CN side. Absolutely dominating today on his Valda, on his Justina, 37.6. Pace at 23.5. Very, very solid day. Even above the average of the other CN players, but at the top we got Spider in top form, waiting for this last day. Star having a really, really good day as well. Previous day, he still had a good day, but today was an excellent day, I would say. Now, moving on to tomorrow's schedule. This is always a little bit mix up to me, Moxie, that the maps change up a little bit different between trios and solos. We opened up with Predorio for morning, going to Hollow Sunny, Morris Isle midday, and then going over to Fireflies for the rest of that, but ending with Predoria.
Yeah, and I mean, starting finally with getting to see GG. Because we've yet to see the defending MVPL Spring, Summer, and Koi champions coming on through. And we know that they are incredibly gifted, not just at Valda compositions, but also Tianhai 330, one of the last old school style Tianhai players. Back when we had the Transformers full swing meta, and it was the likes of 330, Pixel, Eagle, and Sleepwalker all going head to head for the title of the best Tianhai. One of them has stood the test of time, and that is 330, and you know that he is incredibly happy to get back on that hero.
Yeah, the old school double grabs, one of the reasons that I got into trios. I always wanted to be part of one of those end games where 10 monks end up ulting. Unfortunately today, seeing 4 or 5 monks is a pretty rare occurrence, but I'm happy to see them back. I was tired of the Kylan meta, tired of the Takeda meta. I wanted Transformers back. I wanted nice sequences come back, and we're seeing the highest version of that Wombo combo really come out. And for the first time, Valda really being utilized in the trios meta. Still a lot to be discovered. Nothing's really settled down to where Siren's going to be ending up, but like you were saying, GG, a lot of their play needs to be studied moving forward. They are the inventors of the Valda Monk. What do they have in store for this Jacob Finals?
And I mean, they also played the Valda back in the spring season with the Cannonball variant. And they were able to come on through with that MVP of that round because they had both the Yushin and the Valda V2 just sitting and winning that heal-up situation, which is the exact way that Tianhai and Valda composition does like to play, with a little bit of spice in terms of the CC cycle that you're able to put people in with the Tianhai grabs and the Valda spears. But unfortunately, we're not going to be grabbing your time any longer. It is time for the day to come to a close. It has been an absolute pleasure as always. This has been the wonderful Raven PLZ, or should I say Hardy. I've been Farrier Shen, also known as Got Moxie, and we'll catch you with all of the Jacob action tomorrow. Goodbye.
Bye bye.
会永恒庇佑你。
This undertaking that you've chosen, you need your blood so cold it's frozen. Broken spirit, no hope, too far to go home now. Time to find out what you're made of. Your enemy is anyone that stands between you and your destiny. So show everyone you're ready for the fight. You're the only one who make it out alive. You're the only one who make it out alive. You're the only one who make it out alive. A crimson sky is on the horizon, and the quicker your heart is thumping, the harder the fire burning.